Ancient Gonzo Wisdom. Preface: a whisper to the reader. Given under my hand this 12th day of February, 2009, in Butler Library at Columbia University, 3 miles back from Annabel Lee's Kingdom by the Sea, the same certainly affording the most charming view to be found on this planet, and with it the most dreamlike and enchanting sunsets to be found on any planet or even in any solar system, and given, too, with the busts of Cervantes and Sophocles and other grandees of this line looking approvingly down upon me as they used to look down upon Hunter and Barack Obama. Okay, I'll stop with the Mark Twain impersonation and get to the matter at hand, or, rather, in your hands. I am just the messenger or, as it were, the editor, being a gal who spent his latter years with Hunter and who has read the letters and emails from so many of you who, especially after the volumes and films about him overwhelmed the bookshelves and movie screens since his death, wish you were given the chance to sit down with Hunter and simply talk and ask him some questions, without the external chatter. Peter Olszewski, for instance, asked about the lectures that Hunter gave to young people, some of which I included in this volume, to which Hunter replied, "We could probably clear this up because this is a fairly major point. In truth, I don't even give lectures. All I do is appear and take a lot of abuse, and sort of maintain a dialogue. I like to get them up, get them moving, get them angry, but after that I just like to talk to people." Olszewski then asked, "Is there any particular thing you like talking about?" "Whatever people want," Hunter replied. "I have nothing to say. I have no message. I'll talk with anyone who wants to talk." This, dear reader, is the closest thing to that talk. His voice rings clear through the style of the interviews selected and from the transcribed tapes thereof, many of which have never seen print until now, though they comprise a goldmine of personal thoughts and laughs with the man we all love and love to study, and who is and always will be missed by all who knew him. The beauty of the matter is that, like those greats who look down upon me now in Butler Library, Hunter will live forever in his work, long after you and I are gone. In these pages, you will see that just as Vladimir Nabokov's mind mirrored his homeland, Russia, with its vast memories of good and evil, its rich and profound literature, and its language tightly laced with double and triple meanings, Hunter S. Thompson's mind mirrored that of America, revolutionary, passionate, and intensely complex. Along with learning new aspects of his life and work in these interviews, some of which I had not even heard of before his death, I have been comforted to see in these interviews the same Hunter I know from our private life at Owl Farm. So I will now step back, and let you sit down and enjoy the conversation. Your friend in Woody Creek. Anita Thompson. Writing from Hunter's alma mater, Columbia University, New York City. February 12, 2009. In the spring of 1990 I flew to Aspen, Colorado, to cover a summit meeting between Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher and President George Herbert Walker Bush. This fairly routine political event took on sudden significance when, on the evening before the talks were scheduled to begin, Saddam Hussein announced that the independent state of Kuwait had, by virtue of a massive deployment of military force, become a part of Iraq. We were not to know that this act, and the name Saddam Hussein, would dominate international politics for the next decade and more, but it was still possible to witness something extraordinary: the sight of Mrs. Thatcher publicly inserting quantities of lead into George Bush's pencil. The spattering quill of a Ralph Steadman would be necessary to do justice to such a macabre yet impressive scene. The Aspen municipality had announced a cocktail party for the visiting media, and I went with a group of friends to the top of the ski lift in order to attend it. There at the summit were white tablecloths and shining glasses, entrees borne by equally white and shining blondes with perfect sparkling smiles. I asked for a gin and tonic. "Sir, that wouldn't be appropriate at this altitude." "Say what?" "The smile didn't contract even by a millimeter, sir. The effect of alcohol would be twice as great at this height." "We can offer you a Chardonnay." "No, in that case I'll have a double gin." Did I imagine it, or did the perfect smile fade just a fraction? "Sir, we can offer you a Chardonnay." This is the unironic Aspen of health and wealth, and discreet background checks, a quiet authoritarianism behind the outdoorsy and sporty facade. "Come on," said one of my comrades. "Let's go." And within a short while we had sped down the ski lift, hailed a cab, and made it deposit us at the gates of Owl Farm, in the outlying district of Woody Creek, where the Woody Creek Inn, with its distinctive pig on the roof, offered a guiding landmark. One could not easily, in such a short time and distance, have transported oneself to such an entirely different version of the American dream. It was getting dark, and the host and denizen of Owl Farm, Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, was just getting up. Refreshments of all sorts were available without any reference to health impact considerations, as were numerous stimulants and analgesics. A restless TV set changed channels as if by itself, sweeping the airwaves for fresh developments. Phone calls were placed, depending on time zones, to various sources and contacts around the known world. The conversation zigzagged between the micro and macro. 1 minute it would be the circulation war that raged between Aspen's two papers, one of them pro-development and the other less so, and next would be the looming possibility of another war in the Middle East. At some point, towards the advent of the rosy-fingered dawn, it seemed important to go outside, set up some bottles and cans, and blast them into shards with high-velocity rifles. This may also have had something to do with reminding the Aspen Sheriff's Department to keep its distance. I was only twice a visitor to Owl Farm and mustn't exaggerate the extent of my acquaintance with the good doctor, but like everyone else of my age with even a tincture of interest in the depraved calling of journalism, I considered myself a considerable debtor long before I passed the piggy emblem at Whitty Creek that alerted the pilgrim to journey's end. Hunter and I got on all right. We shared an electric loathing for Richard Nixon and Henry Kissinger that was so pure that it practically sang. But politics was about to become more banal as well as more ugly and more nuanced. The Cold War was only just over, and within a few months Jan Wenner and Rolling Stone would be discovering 60s virtues and William Jefferson Clinton. Hunter seemed somewhat restless and discontented and, at least to me, who knew the symptoms of boredom so well because they terrified me, too, to be confronted with a certain quotient of enemy. Added to this, I decided on my second visit, was the strain imposed on him by visitors who wanted him to be outrageous, to do or to say something that was way over the top. Tourists in effect who wanted their own Hunter anecdote to tell when they got home, or when his name could be dropped. This of course happens to many veterans and celebrities, but I fear that it may have had an especially enervating effect on someone to whom the authenticity and spontaneity of the moment had always been so essential. If you, dear reader, should ever have the opportunity of viewing the documentary Breakfast with Hunter, you will perhaps be able to guess what I mean. Wherever he goes, and whoever he meets in this film, he is under pressure to perform, to be Hunter, to do something Gonzo. One can detect, in a certain dullness in his eye, a weariness with all this and a wish to be released from the demands of stereotype. There are also some episodes of rudeness and ill temper which strike me as opportunities, gratefully if ineptly seized, to alleviate the general tedium of life. I write these sentences with the benefit, surely that is exactly the wrong word, of hindsight, but I was not the only one to become aware that Dr. Thompson was privately construing the old word freedom as freedom, or in other words as the absolute and individual right to determine the time and place of one's own final exit. A more recent movie, Gonzo, the product of a fruitful collaboration between Alex Gibney, Graydon Carter, and Nicholas Fraser, succeeds in returning us to the themes that made Hunter Thompson so salient in the first place. When I first came to the United States in 1970, I went to call upon Carey McWilliams, then the editor of The Nation. He gave me a few useful addresses in California, the state that he had made particularly his own with his books and articles. But I was too young and green to know that this was the man who had commissioned Hunter to go and spend time with the Hells Angels, thus inaugurating a span of countercultural reportage that stretched all the way through the turbulent 60s to the hideous and upsetting denouement of the Rolling Stones concert at Altamont, where the Angels of Hell became the pool cue-wielding forces of an improvised and fascistic mime of law and order. Tom Wolfe once described Hunter as having been embedded with the Angels, and, anachronistic though the term is in or out of context, it can't be bettered as a summary of how committed he was to living the story, to being part of it and changing it by the way he wrote it. Which is ultimately what Gonzo means. One of Hunter Thompson's most celebrated tropes, it occurs in his Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, is the image of the great cresting wave of the 1960s, hitting a high water mark and then receding, always receding, until a period of anticlimax and, well, recession set in. To be forced to live becalmed in those subsequent dreary shallows after having ridden the greatest wave of all was Hunter's fate, as it was to be asked continually by envious wannabes and emulators what it had really been like. One senses that this line of questioning, very often to be found in these ensuing pages, came to bore and annoy him even as he strove to answer it seriously. Oscar Wilde once said that the secret lay in knowing how far you could go, and then going just that little bit further. My friend Mike Kinsley once updated this aperçu for our time by observing that, if you ever worry if you have gone or are going too far, you very probably haven't gone quite far enough. This determination to live permanently on the edge while always knowing roughly where it was, an ambition that was reflected in his admiration for F. Scott Fitzgerald, could have been Hunter Thompson's initiating and sustaining spark. As he told his Salon interviewer in February 2003, "By any widely accepted standard, I have had more than 9 lives. I counted them up once and there were 13 times that I almost and maybe should have died, from emergencies with fires to violence, drowning, bombs. I guess I am an action junkie, yeah. There may be some genetic imperative that caused me to get into certain situations. It's curiosity, I guess. As long as I'm learning something I figure I'm okay, it's a decent day. Allowance made for heroic exaggeration. This is the way in which many of us have imagined the craft of journalism as a way of forcing the general public to continue paying for our free education indefinitely. But then let us not ignore the darker side of the impulsive optimism above. When asked by Marty Beckerman, a lot of the figures from the 60s have passed on in the last 10 years, Ginsberg, Leary, Kesey, how does it feel to see that era fading away? He responded, "You morbid little bastard, yeah, how does it feel to be the last buffalo?" A question necessarily arises as to how one could tell when Hunter was, and was not, joking. This conundrum has bedeviled the satirical since Juvenal, and may be one of the reasons that the good doctor eventually succumbed to terminal Weltschmerz. It can be exhausting when people assume you are merely being outrageous when in fact your intention is serious and sincere. Mark Twain experienced the same exasperation during his protests against the imperialist war of 1898 in Cuba and the Philippines. Audiences assumed that he was always on duty being a humorist. He elsewhere dryly observed that if you give a man a reputation as an early riser, he can sleep till noon. When I was about 14 I heard a whispered inside story about the late President John F. Kennedy, who hadn't been dead for very long. It appeared, so said those in the know at my boarding school, that on Air Force One on the flight back from Dallas, the newly sworn President Lyndon Johnson had been discovered in the back of the plane, gleefully fornicating in his deceased predecessor's head wound. I never met anyone who had not heard this story and at least half believed it, and it certainly helped to color the impression one had of LBJ as the Vietnam madness intensified. Decades later I met Paul Krassner, who with the help of that other genius Terry Southern had put this fantastic, and fantastically successful, rumor into circulation with the help of a rogue magazine called The Realist. I couldn't decide whether to be depressed or impressed at the scale and speed of the hoax. I am recalling this because of Hunter Thompson's invention, or do I mean promulgation? Of ibogaine. After all, there had to be an explanation for the bizarre and awful conduct of one of Hunter's most despised enemies, Senator Ed Muskie, on the campaign trail in 1972. As the fount of Gonzo Wisdom himself phrased it to P.J. O'Rourke, in a reminiscence published in Rolling Stone in November 1987. Muskie's weeping in New Hampshire, going crazy in elevators in Florida, bitching and whining. I happened to pick up a pharmaceutical newsletter. There was a report on ibogaine. O'Rourke, ibogaine? What is it? Oh, it's a wonderful African drug. Natives in Africa use it when they want to sit by a watering hole and wait for beasts. It freezes you in a catatonic stupor. But it also makes you prone to sudden rages. This was what I'd been watching with Ed Muskie and I thought, by God, that's what he must have been eating. So I wrote that a mysterious Brazilian doctor appeared, and the word was that he had brought in some ibogaine. Which explained all of Muskie's behavior. If I'm going to go into the fantastic, I have to have a firm grounding in the truth. Otherwise everything I write about politics might be taken as a hallucination. It might indeed. O'Rourke sums up with a straightish face by asking the fantastic with its feet in the truth. Is that your definition of gonzo? To which Thompson gave two surprisingly solemn replies. The first was, I give the ibogaine as an example of the gonzo technique. It's essentially a what if? If Ed Muskie's acting like this, here's an explanation. But I had to have his behavior down, talking with his innermost staff people. They were telling me things that they don't tell other reporters. Like, ye gods, man, how did I ever get involved with this campaign? And the second, more cautionary. I get all kinds of things in the mail, from journalism students, from kids trying to be gonzo journalists. If it doesn't work, man, it's horrible. Indeed it is. Beware of imitations. But be aware, also, of those moments in public life that you could not hope to make up. As I write, Washington is in mourning for Tony Snow, who will be remembered by most of those reading this as a Fox News man if he is remembered by them at all. I revere Tony, though, for his amazing if not alarming honesty. During the Gulf War in 1991 I heard from some usually reliable sources that President George Herbert Walker Bush had been taking the wrong prescription medication and that this had made him disoriented as well as delusional and had caused him famously to launch his lunch all over Japanese Prime Minister Takeshita, thus sponsoring a slew of second-hand next time, lunches on me jokes. Having the chance to interview Tony Snow on camera a short while later, he having been one of Bush's closest speech writers, I asked him for the record if there was any truth to the story. I had expected a routine denial and almost fell from my chair when he replied evenly that all those who worked for the president at the time had had the impression that he was taking the wrong drugs. As so often, the straight story was something a gonzo operative could not have fabricated. On the other hand, as Faye Ray actually did entitle her autobiography When It Doesn't Work, Man, It's Horrible. Here is Hunter, using the same crap methods that would make any basement-dwelling paranoid into a master strategist, and analyzing the real story behind September 11, 2001, for some rather indulgent interviewer from Australia. Well, I saw that the US government was going to benefit, and the White House, the Republican administration, to take the mind of the public off the crashing economy. Now you want to keep in mind that every time a person named Bush gets into office, the nation goes into a drastic recession, as they call it. This gives paranoia a bad name, and one feels the cringe as the interviewer wraps up with the condescending summary that this was U.S. journalist Hunter S. Thompson with a very personal and idiosyncratic view of September 11. Much better is the deadpan claim to want more time to spend on my responsibilities as a clergyman. The 1974 Playboy interviewer seems momentarily uncertain as to how to take this. You're not a real minister, are you? HSD what? Of course I am. I'm an ordained doctor of divinity in the Church of the New Truth. I have a scroll with a big gold seal on it hanging on my wall at home. In recent months we've had more converts than we can handle. Even Ron Ziegler was on the brink of conversion during that last week in San Clemente, but the law of karma caught up with him before he could take the vows. This is being said about, and during, the final days of the Nixon nightmare, and the fact is nobody can say for absolutely sure how much of it is meant humorously. Much weirder things, involving much weirder religious figures like Rabbi Korf and the Reverend Moon, were happening every day. As those final days receded, and as I read Thompson's discovery of a peanut farmer from Plains, Georgia, who wanted to be president, and read also that this peanut farmer could quote Bob Dylan, I did think that the Dylan bit at least must be a put-on. But no, in the obscure speech that caught Thompson's attention the governor actually did quote Dylan, even if it was only a couple of lines from Maggie's Farm. To kindle a smidgen of faith in a mere politician after the Nixon debacle was an almost touching display of something like innocence, though Hunter was never to fall as far in praise of Clinton as his boss Jan Wenner was later prepared to. In a sense, for the doctor to credit anything or anybody under the stars and stripes with anything but the worst motives would be to have sold out and to risk disillusioning his terminally alienated constituency. Yet I have some private reason to think that he didn't always believe his own propaganda about 9/11 and its aftermath, and I certainly find much of the exaggeration on those subjects in these pages to be just that, a straining for effect that may well even have helped contribute to the final laxity. To return then, in closing, to that Salon interview from 2003. You've also referred to your beat as the death of the American dream. That was the ostensible subject of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Has it just sort of been on its deathbed since 1968? HST, I think that's right. A lot of people would argue with you about that anyway, and believe that the American dream is alive and well. HST, they need to take a better look around. But in a way, haven't you lived the American dream? HST, goddammit. Pause. I haven't thought about it that way. I suppose you could say that in a certain way I have. I suppose you could, too. On this occasion, I do not choose to think that Hunter Stockton Thompson was being sarcastic, and I like the idea of leaving open the question of whether that was an irony, and if so, at whose expense. Christopher Hitchens. ABC News, February 20, 1967. Interview with reporter about Hell's Angels. Reporter, you spent over a year with the Hell's Angels. What kind of an impression did you come out with of certain individuals? HST, it gives them recognition, a sense of companionship, group loyalty, and power. They get together and they can frighten people who might ordinarily frighten them. Especially now, since the California Attorney General did an official report on them, they've gotten a massive amount of attention and national publicity. They made the cover of the Saturday Evening Post, movies, this book. There would be no other way for these people to do this without going out and doing something like the Boston Strangler or the Mad Bomber. It's an easy way to get what they can't get in the square world. It's a whole subculture of dropouts and washouts and people who just can't make it in this automated technological society. Reporter, how would you describe a typical Hell's Angels party? HST, it varies from big ones, the runs, to the continuing round of beer parties here and there. On a run, they might get 150 to 200 bikes to anywhere up to 300 in a state park somewhere. They park them in a big ring around a massive bonfire, sometimes 215 feet tall. And they'd buy about, $100 worth of beer just as a starter for the afternoon. They'll drink hundreds of dollars worth of beer in a matter of 2 or 3 days. They've actually cleaned out a whole town's beer supplies. At the same time, they're taking amphetamine pills, reporter LSD? HSD, well, that comes a little later. They start off with pills, barbiturates and amphetamines, mixing them all together, then beer, then the wine starts, and later on there will be some LSD. Everything gets mixed in all together. Reporter Mr. Thompson, what does your book attempt? HSD I just try to liken them to the other people like the Hells Angels who don't wear the colors, like I say. There are thousands of losers and thugs, muggers and petty criminals, who would like to have this kind of attention but don't. Reporter to summarize, how would you explain a Hells Angel? HSD Well, he's between 20 and 40, though more likely around late 20s. He'd be a high school dropout. He'd have a minor police record with a lot of arrests and few convictions but not anything serious. Maybe a year or so in jail a few times for small things. He'd be a motorcycle freak, a sort of lifetime bike rider. That would get him into the Hells Angels. After that, he becomes sort of a creature of the club. And it gets more and more bizarre. His police record will start piling up because he's much more obvious. Reporter You spent at least a year knowing them and living with them. What was your most vivid impressions of them? HSD Vivid impressions? Well, visually, there's no sight I can think of that compares to these Labor Day runs when they got several hundred of bikes out on the road. Reporter What is a run exactly? HST A run is just a sort of gigantic picnic or outing. They'd gather in one spot in the city then go to some sort of vacation in the mountains or the beach, or somewhere all together for a great big 3 or 4 day party. That's when they really frighten people because they're all together and they dress in the wildest way they can. They're all drunk out of their minds and eating pills. It's like an army of Huns has moved into your town. They don't necessarily go to destroy the place, but they work themselves into such a frenzy, and there are so many of them. Of course, the townspeople are all worried and frightened and carrying weapons and locking up their doors and locking up their daughters in the basement. That sort of thing. It creates a very tense situation. The slightest thing can blow into a riot or an attack, and the police can't really handle 200 or 300 of them running wild without a lot of reinforcements. Reporter Sometimes, in your book, I almost get the impression you're saying that their notoriety is overstated. HSD Yeah. The Hells Angels themselves aren't as dangerous or are not nearly as much of a mess as they seem to be. But if you just drop it at that and go on to say they're not so dangerous, go on and ignore them, then you miss the whole point I was getting at about the Hells Angels being thousands of other losers just by some other name. I'm much more aware of it now after all this sort of thing. I see Hells Angels everywhere and they don't wear colors. Even as far as Chicago. Reporter Are these kind of people hopeless? I mean after observing them for a year and you say they can't make it in this automated society, is it a hopeless cause? HSD Well they're hopeless as long as they decide to stay Hells Angels and hopeless in the sense that you're talking about. They're not hopeless with themselves as long as they insist on being that obvious as a Hells Angel. Why would you hire somebody with a gold earring and shoulder-length hair, stinking of old grease and slime with a police record 2 feet long? They're not really eligible for good jobs. Now, if they decided to quit this, and shave, reporter Do many decide to quit? HSD Yeah. I'm not sure what the percentage would be. There are 3 ways to stop being a Hells Angel. One is to die, and a lot of them do that. One is to go to prison, and a lot do that. The other is to quit. I guess it would be about more quit than go to prison and more go to prison than die. But those are the 3 exits they can make. Reporter Is it difficult to quit? Are there reprisals from the group if you do? HSD It depends on why you quit. Sometimes there are. And it depends on when you quit. It gets harder and harder as you get older because you've built up more of a police record and your friends become more of an inch group, outlaw thing. I remember one of them saying he'd like to quit but he didn't have friends anywhere else. He didn't know how. Reporter What usually motivated a man to just quit? HST It depends on how intelligent he is. If he joins at 21 or something and if he has sense, and quite a few of them have enough sense to understand their situation. They don't understand how to handle it. But those who have a sense of options begin to realize that as they approach 30, they're losing all their options. It gets harder to get a job, it gets hard to find new friends, harder to do almost anything. So once past 30 it sort of confirms that it's either jail, a broad crash on a bike, or being shot by somebody. Younger ones quit. Reporter What's the relationship between the motorcycle and the personality of the Hells Angels? Do you think there is one? HSD Well obviously, it's like carrying a massive gun, a bazooka, around the street. It gives them a tremendous sense of power and freedom. It makes them very obvious. You can't ignore a Hells Angel on one of his chopped hogs booming up and down the street cause the thing rattles windows and frightens pedestrians. So, without a motorcycle, he'd be just another punk. So, it's what I'd call an equalizer. Reporter You pointed out in the book that sometimes they get an almost perverse pleasure in being exceedingly nice to crash their image. HST Yeah. When they run into a situation where people are obviously frightened of them, they already have the attention that they're looking for anyway, so it isn't necessary to tear up a place because it makes it sort of unpleasant if you get arrested or somebody gets cut. As long as they get the attention they're looking for, they enjoy it. They enjoy setting up this sort of tense situation and seeing people quiver like this. Yes sir, you want some more coffee? That sort of business. They'll take advantage of these things. Reporter, you spoke about the intelligence of the Hells Angels and you said some of them had real common sense. Would you say you found any geniuses among them? HSD, no, unless they were so disguised that I didn't realize it. You do find people who are much brighter than average. There are very few, but some. For instance, one of the brightest of the San Francisco Angels, can't read, didn't go to school until the 3rd grade. You find some with a very articulate instinct for what's happening, but they simply have a hard time saying it. Most of them are not really smart. Reporter, is there any conclusion at all to be reached? HST, about the Hells Angels? Only that it represents a sort of growing menace that might or might not be called Hells Angels. These people are breeding all over the country, and the more complicated the job apparatus and the more qualified you have to be to get a job, the more people are going to be driven and forced out of the job market. There are motorcycle clubs starting everywhere and existing everywhere, for that matter. All these people don't ride motorcycles and they don't all wear jackets saying Hells Angels, but they're all around. And there are a lot more of them. You can draw your own conclusions on what's going to happen when we get to a certain level. I'm not sure what the level will ever be. Sunday, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, 1967? Interview with host Alan Davis and Hells Angel Cliff Skip Workman. Announcer, the bike rider is Cliff Workman, the treasurer of the Hells Angels, the wildest bunch of outlaws to come out of the West since Billy the Kid. He's here to challenge his biographer, a tense young literary journalist named Hunter Thompson. It was Thompson who lived, drank, and rode with the Hells Angels and wrote about them in a bestseller. He was the first to compare them to the outlaws of the West. The critics have been unanimous in their praise of his book. But the Hells Angels haven't been heard from yet. Tonight, Sunday makes author meet critic, bringing together the writer Hunter Thompson with the Hells Angel, Cliff Workman. Host Alvin Davis, what did you think of the book? Skip Workman, well, I'll tell you, Al, and Hunter, and everybody in this room, that book is 60% cheap trash. Host Cliff, what is a typical Hells Angel? Skip Workman, a typical Hells Angel could be anybody in this room, somebody that likes to ride a motorcycle. I got a home, I got a job, I got a boat and trailer. I do all things. I raise dogs. I do a little bit of everything. HSD, well, let's face it, you're not a typical angel. I know that and you know that, so let's not get ourselves in that story. Host, do you think the angels sent Cliff here as an emissary, as a minister of planted pedantry with a high college degree and a yearning for bourgeois respectability? Is he different? HSD, those are all your words. Host, but is he different? You said he's not typical. HSD, no. I mean, Skip Workman, you see, actually, there are none of us that care what anybody thinks. 'Cause we are us. I am me. What I do in my home is nobody's business. I don't give a damn. If they don't like me on my motorcycle, it's too bad. HST, you say you've read the book and you think that I wasn't saying that? No, I know exactly what I said. I spent 2 years on the dam, Skip Workman. I'd like to, then, get to the end of it, then, on why, after you spend a year with us, why you got your head thumped on. HSD, alright, get to it. Skip Workman, I want to know why we didn't get the 2 kegs of beer you promised us. This guy here, he's sitting here making $1 million, HSDO, help. 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 Skip Workman, well, maybe not quite that much. HSD, if you knew what I was making on this, you wouldn't sell me that bike on credit. Skip Workman, well, you're making something on it anyway. We helped you make it, right? HSD, yeah. Skip Workman, there was nothing about money, nothing about a share in the book, nothing about anything. All we wanted was a couple kegs of beer so we could all get drunk, and a copy of the book to each of the Oakland members. HST, yeah, and I said that. Wait a minute, Skip Workman, when you got your head thumped on, you wrote a letter to Ralph, and you said, see, and I got my head thumped on, I don't owe you guys nothing. HSD, well, I didn't figure I did. Skip Workman, yeah, but you didn't tell the people why you got your head thumped on. HSD, wait a minute, but which 2 kegs of beer? Which 2 kegs of beer are you talking about? Skip Workman, the 2 kegs you were going to give us. We've had you in our home, we've fed you, we've given you beer. You didn't pay for nothing when you went on those runs, donated out of our pocket and all. 03068165112 Thompson 1 SD pages April 29, 2009 1005 AM page 6. HSDO Wait a minute. I don't think you've been in my house, but a lot of angels have been in my house and drank a hell of a lot of my beer, so I think it's fairly even. Skip Workman Well sure, and they still like you. HSD They do? Skip Workman They just don't like what you're doing. Host Why did they thump him? Skip Workman This man here got into a man's personal argument. HSD That's an outright lie. Skip Workman No, it isn't. This is my side of what happened. HSD Okay. You weren't there, so why don't you preface it with that? Skip Workman This is what happened, and you see if this isn't right. Junkie George was beating his old lady. HSD If you say so, Skip Workman I'm serious, this is what happened. Junkie George was beating his old lady. Now, listen to this, Junkie George's dog bit him. HSD I didn't say that. Skip Workman To me, this is a personal feud. If a guy wants to beat his wife and his dog bites him, that's between the three of them, right? But here came the peacemaker, right? He doesn't have a patch on and he isn't in the club, you know. Junkie George is stiff. You walked right up to him and said, only a punk beats his wife and dog. These were your words. Now you said it. You said it to this man and you backed up, and he said, Hunter, you want some of this? And you said no. But you got it anyways. And when he hit you, 3 or 4 others of them hit you too. HST More than that, Skip Workman you got in your car and you left. That's when in your book you found Magoo asleep in the back of your car. So you stopped and he got out. But the next day, if you would have had any guts after living with all these people, you'd have come back up there, had a beer, and sat down with everyone and said, alright, I made a mistake, or somebody made a mistake, so what? Let's have a drink. But we've never seen you since. We've never seen our 2 kegs of beer and we've never seen our book. HSD Are you finished? Here's the thing, I was talking to Crip. It was about 3 in the morning and we were talking about whether my BSA 650 would run with his chopper. And we were comparing ratios, top speeds, and roads, and I was watching what's his name, Junkie George? I don't know, I didn't know the guy. But there was somebody about 30 feet to the left beating his wife to a pulp on the rocks. I thought, well, that's, you know, kind of ugly, but that's the way the game is played in this city. Skip Workman If he were beating her that bad, somebody would have stopped her. HSD Oh no. You're kidding me and you're going to kid everybody else. Nobody stopped him and you know he was beating his wife up? You just said it, right? Skip Workman He was beating his wife up, but he didn't have her head on the ground with a big rock up or something. HSD Oh no. But she was lying on the rocks and he was giving her this motion with hands. Skip Workman No. To keep a woman in line, you got to beat them like a rug once in a while. HSD Well I wasn't paying that much attention cause I'd been around. Skip Workman So Junkie George kicked his dog, you know. HSD Well wait a minute, let me just get to it. Skip Workman If it would have been me and I was going to say something about it, I'd say, go ahead and beat your old lady but don't kick your dog anymore. HSD You said that. Host I'm sorry Hunter, we're finished. HSD In other words, I don't get my own version of it? Host I'm afraid you'll have to do it privately. HSD Alright. Host Thank you both very much for coming. WBZ 1030 AM Radio Boston, Massachusetts. August 8, 1972. Interview with Jerry Williams. Jerry Williams with me now is Hunter Thompson. He's a freelance writer and, the book says, a failed politician from Woody Creek, Colorado. Anybody who comes from Woody Creek is something you can't put words on. By the way, he is currently burning himself out as the Washington correspondent for Rolling Stone. I met him about 5 or 6 years ago when the book Hell's Angels came out. Were you a Hell's Angel? Hunter S. Thompson No. They thought I was, which led to some trouble. I was presumed to be a member. Jerry Williams and? HSD Well, I was a writer. I've always thought of myself as a writer. Jerry Williams You call yourself sort of a counterculture, underground, freak George Plimpton? HSD Oh no. No. I don't say that. Jerry Williams assuming the role of going into the Hells Angels. People would liken that sort of thing to Plimpton. HST Yeah, but you'll recall when we talked in Chicago, I kept trying to say that I did that book because I was a writer and I was broke. At the time, the rent was due and I had a Chinese landlord who was beating on the door yelling, I want $100 a month. I didn't have it. My phone had been taken out. I had written a book about hammerhead sharks and gotten down in the water with them in the San Francisco Bay. People don't really grasp that about writers. You get a job and you do it. Jerry Williams Have you done anything with the Hells Angels since then? 9. HST. Well, I've avoided them, more or less. Laughs. That sounds melodramatic. The people I knew and liked there are either dead or locked up. The book has had a prophetic kind of doom quality. Jerry Williams. Is there a change? There's been a change in everything. Has there been a change in the Hells Angels since you've written a book about them? HST. Yes, definitely. Back then it was very much an up sort of thing. It was adventuresome. Jerry Williams. And now? HST. Now it's back into the same thing as the dope culture, the drug culture. It's sort of a downer, aggressive, resentful, vengeful sort of trip. Jerry Williams. Would you consider these guys in the Hells Angels lower middle class or on the lower echelon of society? Not being able to identify with blacks or Chicanos? HST. No, they're very anti-black. Jerry Williams. They don't have a rallying point or cause. It seems like because they have no great cause within them, they drift into this business of being hostile against the whole society. HST. It's like the Wallace vote in the last election. It's the kind of people who I saw in a place like Serb Hall in Milwaukee, this really rabid, relatively same kind of crowd. It was a Wallace crowd that had come out there for no other reason than to see Wallace. They told me that they were there because he was the one person in American politics who really made sense when you cut through the bullshit and get things done. They wanted to get the truth back. As much as I was appalled by it, the whole mood, I was struck by the intensity they were feeling. There are people in this country who really feel that they are not only left out, but the world is deaf to them. Jerry Williams. Yeah. I get that feeling sometimes. I sit here nightly hearing a lot of those people. Nobody really believes it. Others who listen to the voices of estranged people try to categorize them as nuts. HST. There are a lot of nuts. There's a hard, red line of truth in that. It's hard to pick out and you have to listen very closely to hear the truth. Jerry Williams. The first want to indicate to you that I think your writings about the campaign are the most interesting I've read in the press. HST. Thank you. I'm not sure it's for the best, Jerry Williams. It's another angle. It's not James Reston, it's not Mary McRory. HST. Yes, there's a big area on the left, or somewhere on the right, that nobody ever touches. It's very easy to do that, to sort of wander in and just write what you hear. People call it a new kind of journalism. But it's not new at all, really. It's the simplest kind of journalism. Jerry Williams Hunter also ran for political office. There was a locally based political movement called the Aspen Freak Power Uprising, and it had to do with Hunter Thompson running for sheriff. Am I right now? Could you give us a little background on that? HST. Yeah, well, it's a pretty twisted sort of story. Jerry Williams. Just a short synopsis, because I really want to talk politics with you. HST. The idea of me becoming sheriff was just as big of a joke then as it is now. What I wanted was the power to name the sheriff. So I ran on a very drastic platform. Let's say that I would hire a professional cop of my choosing to run the sheriff's office. The sheriff we had there was a real monster, a redneck. The kind of person who really enjoyed getting out of bed at 2:30 in the morning and raiding a house or a cabin of kids up in the boondocks just to find 4 joints or people not married sleeping in the same bag. That kind of thing. So the idea was to run, and not become sheriff, but to turn the political process around to the point, to the idea of the freak power. We didn't want power so much, but control over the power. My idea was to become sheriff and then name a sub-sheriff and become a sort of ombudsman and give my salary over to the sheriff, whom I would hire. There are a lot of good cops in the country, which is sort of interesting to me, a lot of frustrated cops that like to do the right thing. Jerry Williams. The first think it was an indication of what you found down in Miami. The police work in Miami was very effective. The local Miami Beach police chief did a fantastic job, rather than adhere to what some of the people in Miami Beach were thundering about, how they had to arrest people because they were smoking some pot down in Flamingo Park, and the mayor of Miami himself. I think they did a fantastic job, talking about good policemen. HST. Oh yeah, they were very good, particularly on that Wednesday afternoon with that disoriented crowd. They came in there for different reasons. One girl had a bullhorn. There were many different factions. It was mainly a harassment kind of thing. I'm glad that people were very concerned about not having a scene, so they had the police back off. It was sort of embarrassing in a way. I remember when I talked to you last was right before the Chicago things. Jerry Williams. Yes. It was right before Chicago. What a difference in approach, huh? HST. Yeah, the validity of it, too. The Chicago protests and demonstrations were very valid. And this was, I think, Ed Sanders put it best, who was sort of half running it, saying that the people who should have been demonstrating were inside on the floor with McGovern. In 4 years, the people that had been outside in Chicago were inside with McGovern. Jerry Williams. The first. I'm just saying, As kind of an aside on the fact, there are policemen that really know what they're doing, who handle their job well. HSD, but the police recognized that, I think. They saw that. The McGovern people said, stay out and let them say what they want, and the police had been sort of warned and half-trained. There's no need to just immediately rush out and use a billy club and tear gas. Jerry Williams, yeah. Nevertheless, you weren't elected sheriff of Aspen? Was it close? HSD, I lost what you call the rural wards. I think I won 3 out of 6 wards and lost one really badly, like 10-1. Which is probably one of the luckiest things to ever happen. Jerry Williams, is that an indication of the McGovern campaign this year? You lost in Aspen, obviously you split the community into 2 camps. Those who were with you, who were against you. Is this any indication of the McGovern race? HSD, well, that's a weird story. You say they are split in 2 camps. We ran a campaign the year before. We figured out, since there were 2 parties, if we ran a 3rd party, we'd win. So we ran a 29-year-old kind of freak bike racer lawyer for sheriff. We lost by 6 votes. But the sheriff's campaign was based on the premise there would be a 3-party, 3-way race for the next year round. So I ran for sheriff and another guy ran for county commissioner, which were the really important posts. I'd seen earlier the mayor candidate the year before had taken a lot of blind hate votes, the he's too young, he's too crazy, he's too weird votes. So I thought that I would run for sheriff. I figured I would really freak them out, and take the hate vote, be the lightning rod vote. But what happened was the national press swarmed over us in a beastly scene where we couldn't move without camera crews and tripods and lights. I think the BBC sent an 8-man team for 3 weeks. Jerry Williams, gee, that's really exciting. It gives me an idea, just gives an idea for Massachusetts. HSD, no, it was a nightmare. It frightened the people in the town to death. It just scared the hell out of them. Jerry Williams the first wasn't aware it was so big. Were there any articles about that? Was there a New York Times Magazine section piece on that? HSD, there was not a paper in the country that didn't write a piece about it of some kind. But the only person who knew the story was me. And I was so much into it. Jerry Williams, well, how did you get to be Washington correspondent for Rolling Stone? I mean, if I were thinking of a Washington correspondent for Rolling Stone, you simply wouldn't come to mind. HSD, it came out of the campaign. I was arguing with the Rolling Stone editors out in San Francisco that rock music was not the sole expression of the culture for the next 2 or 3 years, and we should look to politics rather than backing off. And they all agreed, and there was a silence in the room, and somebody said, well, who's going to write about it? And I didn't want to. I was happy out in Woody Creek. But it ended up, since it was my idea, I had to do it. Jerry Williams the first, have a collection of all the columns you've written in Rolling Stone about the campaign. As I went along, I read them from beginning to end. I found that you were fooled like a great many other people in terms of George McGovern early in the campaign. You didn't think he had much for chance early, did you? HST, no. I knew him from November on. It's still a little baffling to me just what he's put together in terms of what it means with the politics we're talking about in Aspen. He's certainly no freak power candidate. He's really a conservative candidate. He's just barely conservative enough for me. I think that explains why, although you pretend to be objective, you really view a candidate in terms of whatever point on the spectrum you find yourself. McGovern struck me first as being a very limited candidate in terms of the whole one-issue thing, and second, not a very forceful one. In the beginning, I had no idea, and nobody else did either, and the staff is very defensive about this now, the idea that he'd been putting his staff together for 2 or 3 years. Even before he began in New Hampshire, he had the whole entire state of Wisconsin wired from corner to corner. Jerry Williams, well, this is the way I look at it. He couldn't have possibly put this together without the one issue, the war, as the center and core. HST, no. I think one of his main problems, which is also one of his main strengths, is the fact McGovern is a vehicle for a lot of people who have different notions, like me. And he's barely acceptable to me. I like him, personally. I think he's a good, very straight politician. For a politician, he's one of the most honest people I've ever seen. But I don't really agree with him. I think his thing with Eagleton and Shriver is a disastrous return to the old politics, which betrays a lot of his talk about the new politics. But I don't think McGovern really ever claimed to be this. He didn't come up like McCarthy, saying, "Rise up, I'm the man on the white horse, follow me." It wasn't the politics of Armageddon, which is really like what we were doing in Aspen, the fires on the hillside, the drums, the shouts, the instant takeover. He's a very reasonable kind of guy. I think he has a very good chance of winning, which is kind of crazy to say right now. He's a transitional figure. If he wins, he's a person between the old politics and what I'd like to get to. Jerry Williams. All right, let's return now. We're here with Hunter Thompson, the Washington correspondent for Rolling Stone. If you read Rolling Stone, fine. If you don't, you ought to, at least just to read Hunter Thompson's correspondences on the campaign, because it's really been the most colorful stuff written about the campaign. I don't want to get into doing quotations. I just want to talk to Hunter about his observations on the campaign. It seems to me, and correct me if I'm wrong, that Humphrey destroyed McGovern up to California. Humphrey was a viable candidate and McGovern was destroyed by the intensity of the campaign in California. McGovern, up to California, was doing fairly well. He could occupy some sort of center in the American political spectrum, didn't lose the Jews, didn't lose the Catholic blue-collar workers, didn't get pushed into the so-called radical left, until California. Humphrey went after him on the defense budget, welfare proposals, all of those things, and really tore up the pieces in terms of his own campaign. That was a telltale blow against McGovern in terms of his flexibility. Up to this point, HST no. That is a totally wrong analysis, I think. I was with McGovern at the first debate, and something that doesn't come across too often in public, I've never seen him angry before. I've never seen him almost trembling. When he came out, after they took the makeup off for the CBS videos, he was almost in a trembling rage. I was talking to John Holman, his speechwriter, and I said, "What the hell, George looks shaken." George couldn't believe Humphrey would have come on him like that, with these obvious debate tactics and absolutely false charges, which Humphrey knew were wrong, and so did McGovern. Jerry Williams. But what I'm saying is that it worked. It didn't work for Humphrey, but it worked in terms of George McGovern's credibility with a large group of people who were pro-Humphrey, who now were going into the Nixon camp. HSD. Well, if it worked, it's too bad, because one of the secrets of understanding, I saw Humphrey change his whole tack in the next debate, completely back off. I called the station after that, and oddly enough no one else did. They had 160 calls in 55 minutes, and that window was pro-Humphrey, which surprised me. The press interpretation was that Humphrey had won the first debate, because of that first attack. I think one of the things nobody had really grasped about McGovern, I didn't either for a while, is that he's almost dangerously naive in a way. He's straight in a way most politicians aren't. It's very difficult for him to cope with things like the California challenge, which really stunned him, that somebody would actually use a parliamentary ploy to take delegates he's spent weeks and millions to win. Jerry Williams. Did anyone see George Meany? HSD. Only I think on Friday. The convention ended on Thursday, and he was photographed on Friday leaving the Americana, where he had been totally incognito in what appeared to be a sort of heinous funk. Jerry Williams. Well, you had indicated in one of the columns that he was very sick and had a stroke? HSD. That was part of my style. Jerry Williams. Was it really? I read it several times and wasn't sure if you were just kidding about it or putting him on, or whether it actually had happened. HSD. Did I say a stroke? I said brain bubbles. I guess that's an aneurysm. Yeah, that's a stroke. Well, in effect, politically, yeah, he had a stroke. That's one of the troubles with my column. Jerry Williams. Oh, okay. I'll accept that. HSD. Humphrey was, the ABM movement. The Anybody But McGovern movement was directed by Meany and Al Barkin, who is the director of the Committee for Political Education, called COPE, which is the political arm for the AFL-CIO. They were the ones that put together that last-ditch stand. When Humphrey went down on the South Carolina challenge, that was it for Labor, that was it for Meany's veto power over Democratic politics. I'm afraid that small-minded is probably the right word for it. I'm afraid Meany would prefer to have control over a losing party than to be a secondary power in a winning party. I'm afraid that kind of thinking might cost McGovern the election, even though Meany has really had a good issue battle with Nixon for 4 years now. Jerry Williams. There was a story the other day Meany was playing golf with the president, HST. Yeah. From what I've seen of that kind of thinking, the Daley Meany mentality, Daley seems to come around faster. Meany's not coming around. But, Daley appears to be thinking in realistic terms. If you're looking at control of a party, maybe it might be better to have control of the losing party than to be a small frog in a big pond. Jerry Williams. Do you think McGovern has lost the mental health vote? I think in today's New York Times, Reston indicates, and I had that feeling a week ago, he's gone. He lost the mental health vote. A lot of people in this country who resent or have at one time themselves had some problems. HSD. Oh Christ, the whole Congress. Jerry Williams. So I wonder whether or not the mental health vote or the union vote is bigger here. HSD. Well, that goes back to a problem that really is at the root of the campaign. I think you mentioned somewhere in California, you notice McGovern began to lose some kind of credibility. It was somewhere about the point where the field poll in California, which is this sort of the Gallup poll of California, it's a respected, authoritative kind of poll, came out about a week before the election, showing him with an 18-point lead. All of a sudden, you'll notice all the old boys in politics coming aboard the McGovern camp. That's when they saw the candidate right there. They knew Humphrey was doomed. They also knew control of the party had passed to McGovern and his people. From that point on, the campaign, to me, kind of peaked. In Miami they were really just holding on. They knew they had it was a procedural fight, which I described in that last Rolling Stone column. Well, I didn't. But Rick Stearns did, which was brilliant work. The fact that they could do that and baffle these old pros, who had known every trick in the book. They had Humphrey's campaign manager, Jack Chestnut, climbing the walls. He had no idea what was happening. Humphrey himself knew. They baffled all the journalists. It was just straight, technical politics. Jerry Williams with me now is Hunter Thompson, a freelance writer and a failed politician from Woody Creek, Colorado. His first book was Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and his other book was called Hell's Angels because he was involved, secretly as a writer as one of the Hell's Angels, until they found him out. HSD. Oh no. No. That was no secret. I was upfront about that. They knew I was writing. Oh yeah. They knew I was a writer. They wanted me to join because they thought writers should be part of the team. Jerry Williams, he also ran for sheriff with the whole Aspen Freak Power uprising. And he's now the Washington correspondent for Rolling Stone. In case you're tuning in late, Rolling Stone is generally a music magazine. It could be called underground, semi-underground, whatever. Many young people read it. It's a national publication, a weekly magazine, and Hunter Thompson is the Washington correspondent. By the way, he was written for many magazines, including Esquire, The Nation, The New York Times Magazine, Scanlon's. He is currently living in Washington and following the campaign of George McGovern. We were discussing the business of California. It is my contention that McGovern began to lose credibility as a result of the attacks upon him by Hubert Humphrey. Nobody much cared about McGovern's views on the defense establishment, welfare, guaranteed annual income until Humphrey dramatized it and everybody started to get uptight about it. And that's where it began, the whole business of examining McGovern rather than examining the president. The issue was supposed to be based around the administration's 4 years, but what the campaign has been so far has been an examination of George McGovern. HSDES, I keep insisting that Humphrey dramatized it falsely. But I agree that McGovern responded. What Humphrey did was drag McGovern down to his level of debate. Jerry Williams: yeah, I'm not contending truth was involved. I'm merely trying to analyze the events as they occur. HST I think you're right then. At some point, about a week or 10 days before the end of the California primary, the McGovern campaign turned somehow back toward the old politics. Which, to me, is the politics of ploy, counterploy move, countermove. Tactical politics instead of thinking politics. Jerry Williams: well, is it possible that George McGovern and Mankiewicz and the other wheels within the campaign figured they could not win without moving back into the center of the old politics? HSD: no. That's not it. What I think happened was when the power people in the party saw McGovern would win, and California was the final test, instead of fighting him any longer, they decided to come on board the Kennedy camp, the labor people, like the avant-garde laborer, Woodcock, the UAW people like that. Instead, it became clear in California a week before the election that McGovern would be the nominee, period. And that, like him or not, they'd have to deal with him. So, all of a sudden, the ship of state, as it would be, was weighted very much in the center, the front, the prow, whatever, by people that hadn't been there before. Jerry Williams: but didn't you discover also that the McGovern people knew they had made some very serious mistakes as a result of the thrust upon them by Humphrey in California? That the mistakes were things George McGovern had been talking about, the $1,000 annual stipend for each member of the family? They had made some serious errors and had to move back to so-called old politics to right the errors that they made? HST: I'm afraid that's right. I hate to say it because, having covered McGovern for so long, I've come to know him and like him, and I'm for him. But I do see a turn back to that. Maybe it's a retreat, like you say. Maybe it's not a conscious move McGovern is inclined toward, not a radical politics. But the kind of radicalism of the old IWW, the radicalism of the Plains, Minnesota liberal labor. Jerry Williams: the Wobblies. HST: yeah, the Wobblies. That's really his roots. Compared to me, he's way to the right of any sort of politics I stand for. But I recognize in McGovern a reluctant kind of grasping for a kind of politics he personally is not really ready for. And I'm not sure anybody is. You can't really say that we want to turn over the world and get started in a different way. But McGovern has an open mind, and he understands that things are not going right. Whether that means that he's going to, under pressure, there's a terrible pressure that comes when you get close to a power you thought you'd never approach. I saw it in Miami when all of a sudden they realized they were about to get the nomination. The staff got all tense and wild. The loose atmosphere around the McGovern campaign disappeared. They had been saying all along, we'll win, we have the right program, we have the right kind of organization, and all of a sudden, it appeared to them, out of nowhere, that they were going to win. Jerry Williams: yeah, when you get close to the seat of that awesome power, HST, and there is a tremendous amount of power there. And I think that's what accounted for the Eagleton affair. Jerry Williams, up to that point, it seemed to me it's just kind of a game. You know, well, we may win and we'll have a lot of fun and laughs and we'll see if we can beat and outmaneuver the other guy. But when you get to the point when you're right near the seat and you've won, wow. I think a whole new area of thinking begins to invade. At least in my brain. HST: oh yeah. That happened to me in Aspen. I put out 2 platforms. When I first began to run for sheriff, when I first announced it, I said I was doing it as a lightning rod, a sort of bogus candidate. I put out a platform deliberately to scare the hell out of the populace. One of the platforms was to tear up the streets immediately, rip them right up, put grass down. All dishonest swindlers would be put in stocks in front of the courthouse. Then, when I realized I was going to win the city, is when I realized it was going to be a serious campaign. We had to go back over it and come up with what still amounts to a very progressive sheriff campaign. Jerry Williams: Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Were you in your right mind when you wrote most of that book? HST laughs. Really, it's a very disciplined book. It had about 4 rewrites. It's a writer's book. It's probably one of the most disciplined things I've ever written, much more so than the political writing. Jerry Williams: well, I get the feeling that the political things, they ramble around with odd thoughts here and there, which is what I like about it. I guess you aren't encumbered by space with the political writing, were you? HST: usually the reverse. I have too much space. I have 8 pages to fill on Wednesday or Monday night, and they're due on Tuesday. Jerry Williams: do you think McGovern can win, and was the Eagleton nomination a mistake to begin with? What was your reaction? HST: unfortunately, which is bizarre now in retrospect, McGovern assumed until the very end Kennedy would do it. So there was never really any serious contingency plan for any second or third or fourth choice. They got into a real panic state on Thursday because Kennedy, after refusing it on Wednesday night, asked for one last review of it on Thursday morning. So about noon on Thursday, before McGovern realized he had to go to the field because the rules of the National Democratic Committee said that the choice of the candidate had to be in by 4 o'clock. In other words, if he had missed the 4 o'clock deadline, it would have been an open convention for the vice president. So they called a press conference for 1 first, then for 2. They got us all out of bed. The lobby of the Doral Hotel was a madhouse with every known correspondent and TV person, all of them waiting and yelling and demanding. It became increasingly apparent they were in trouble. And McGovern sent staff people down to calm the press and take them down to the coffee shop. It was 405 before Mankiewicz came down to announce this with a fishy look on his face, a very unhappy look. And the staff people were not happy at all. As I recall, I was standing with Dave Sugarman, who ran the press thing up here in Massachusetts, and we were yelling about the old politics. There was a pall that settled on the campaign at that point. They knew that somehow the momentum of the purest element of the McGovern campaign had been seriously tainted by Eagleton. So in a way, they got what they deserved. Jerry Williams: did you have a chance to look at Eagleton close up? HST: no. I met him once in a steam bath. There wasn't a piece of copy anywhere about him at all. They put out a list on Friday, before the convention, of candidates under consideration: Jimmy Carter, the governor of Georgia; Dale Bumpers, the governor of Arkansas. But to me, Eagleton was just a young, ambitious Catholic candidate with ties to labor. Jerry Williams: my observation was there were a great many people who could have made much better decisions than they could at that stage of the game. It was a poor decision, poorly timed, and poorly examined. The whole thing was a bad scene. HST: well, Kennedy deserves some of the blame for that. He could have let them know very firmly early on that he wasn't going to do it. That would have given them more time. If you want to look at it cynically, which I do, I think Kennedy sort of sandbagged them in a way. I don't think Kennedy really feels it's in his interest to have McGovern win this time. That's a harsh thing to say, but looking at it as a politician with the kind of adrenaline that comes up when you think that way, I thought about it. And I defend that. Kennedy could have made it easier and made it very clear ahead of time that he wasn't going to be there. Mrs. McGovern, on Wednesday afternoon, almost at the last second, was giving interviews saying they were sure Kennedy would take it, once George got over the hump. Jerry Williams, can McGovern win? What are they talking about now, since you're fairly close? HST, I think so, yeah. They think they can win. Oh Christ, yeah, they think they can win. Jerry Williams, what is the coalition they think they can put together? They have their hardcore support of the anti-war people. They have a lot of young people. Undoubtedly, they have most of the blacks, minorities, Chicanos, people like that pretty well solid in there. Labor vote questionable. Jewish vote questionable. Blue-collar, Catholic workers questionable. HST, well, it would be a terrible irony though if the Jewish vote and the Labor vote went for Nixon against McGovern. That would baffle me and turn all sorts of political assumptions around. Why would that be? Jerry Williams, well, there's a fear of change. The change McGovern represents. McGovern represents change. HST, but the Jewish vote has always been more progressive. Labor has always been progressive, toward change. Jerry Williams, well, there's a piece tonight on ABC television examining the Jewish vote. There were some of the big fundraisers in the Jewish community in Los Angeles indicating they are going Nixon. They were for Humphrey, but now they're for Nixon. And they are raising money. One of the big fundraisers indicated he was raising money and not having a hard time doing it. HST for Nixon? Jerry Williams, yes. And the interview said he was raising as much money as the law will allow. HST sigh. That's really depressing to me to think two of the most progressive forces in the country in the last 20 years, the Jewish vote and the Labor vote, would be so afraid of change now. Not so much afraid of specified change, but by the threat of change. Jerry Williams, well, what are they saying? What are the McGovern people saying about that? HST, I had dinner the other night in Chicago with Eugene McCarthy and Carl Wagner. Eugene McCarthy is in charge of Chicago and Illinois, which demonstrates his importance to the organization, and Wagner is in charge of Michigan. These are two key states. They believe they can win, not by changing people's minds so much, or by arguing the issues, but by getting out the vote. They believe that the vote in this country is essentially weighted against Nixon. Their idea is if the vote comes out, we'll win. Jerry Williams, the first think Mr. Nixon and his people are very hip to that. They understand that. I think they'll devote a lot of money getting out the vote pro-Nixon as well. They understand how serious that matter is. You don't hear anyone downgrading the fact there will be a runaway fight. Nixon is running scared and always has been running scared. He isn't going to take this business of being a pushover too seriously. HSD, yeah. I recall months ago talking to Mankiewicz over the phone. I asked if there were enough of us to beat them. That was when we were still talking on shadow terms. And he said, yeah. That's really the assumption of the McGovern campaign, if you say the right things to the right number. People, they will come out and vote. And the hook of that is backsliding into things like the Eagleton botch and resorting to the old politics. That was our assumption in Aspen, that there was a contingency for a new politics. You couldn't come out, for instance, and say hey I'll eat mescaline when I'm off duty, but not while on. Which is one of the more absurd aspects of it. But I believe it. If you give the people in this country a viable alternative, a real one, they'll vote for it. Jerry Williams, you've watched the candidates and you've watched the people's reaction to them. There's a lot of hostility for McGovern, particularly in the South. I don't think he's going to take one southern state. Have they given up on that? HSD, no. McGovern believes, and he seriously believes it, and there is some basis for it. If he talks to enough people personally, they'll vote for him. And I guarantee you there is some truth in that. He's kind of anti-convincing in a way. And he's convincing in a way that comes around behind you. It's like reading a book you don't really enjoy too much and then you finish it and you're like, wow, what was that? He really is as straight as he seems. The problem is he's naive. His father was a minister. He has a lot of that in him. It worries me sometimes how he misunderstands the power surges and vacuums in American politics. But, of course, we could talk about that after misjudging his chances in New Hampshire 6 months ago as madness. Jerry Williams, the first, I'm wondering what they are hoping for in the campaign. They must have some hopes there will be some bumbling by the other side. HSD, well, I'm reading Fred Dutton's book Changing Sources of Power American Politics in the 1970s. Dutton has a very good point that Nixon won in '68 with fewer votes than he lost by in '60. While the population went up, the vote itself went down. There are 4 different splits in the McGovern camp. Dutton represents one of those newer, looser thinkers. The population is rising, but the number of voters is falling. There is a huge dropout vote that is not necessarily in the 18 to 24 demographic, which alone is 25 million on paper. There are another 20 million that have backed off politics. The assumption is to get that vote, the huge dropout vote. Jerry Williams, we're going to take a few callers now. Phone caller number 1, I'd like to speak to Hunter Thompson. I'm a great admirer of yours. I've read all your pieces in Rolling Stone, and I think you're one of the few political commentators these days that tells the unvarnished truth. I've got a couple questions for you. I voted for McGovern, and I did some work for him. I voted in the primary for him. But I've been growing more and more disenchanted with this campaign. You mentioned this backsliding into this old politics, and that's been concerning me, too. I think pretty clearly this Eagleton affair was a cave-in to the moneybags in the party. There was an item with your interview with Rick Stearns from your latest piece in The Stone that struck me quite a bit. You were talking about the crucial California confrontation about the South Carolina vote. Apparently this is a direct quote from Stearns. What it really came down to is they had less guts than we had. We were willing to sell out the women, but we weren't willing to sell out a Southern governor. HSD. Yeah. That's true. It wasn't edited out of the transcript. That sums up what it was all about. Phone caller number 1, what I was wondering is how many more people are they going to sell out between now and the election? Have they really gotten power mad? He's been backtracking on everything from amnesty to residual troops in Vietnam. How many more of their ideals are they going to ditch in their lust for power? HSD. Well, it worries me quite frankly. The closer you get to power, the more tempting it is to shave points here and there. And I think one of the main levers we have on them is to remind McGovern and his people if they do that, it will turn into another Nixon-Humphrey race. I think the real thrust in this country is for a new politics. Not just the same old, I don't give a damn whether McGovern wins or not, frankly, if he's just a down-the-road politician. I think it's important people speak up and say that to him. The proximity of power creates a kind of tunnel vision. Whereas, 4 months ago I could sit with Mankiewicz and argue with him, it's impossible now for me to do it. There's too much press around. But I think it's important for this type of attitude to penetrate. And so far it hasn't. They're very close, and they can smell it. The drool is there. It worries me. Jerry Williams, the question is, where do you draw the line? HSD. Yeah. That's my problem right now. I wonder just how far I'm willing to go with McGovern just to beat Nixon. Phone caller number 1, well, it's hard to say. HSD. Well, we have to say. We have 2 months. Phone caller number 1, there's time, but I get pressure from people I know that have nothing to do with politics at all. I did vote for him in the primary, I did a little work for him. I'm sort of in the middle. I'm prepared to involve myself in this type of politics. But sometimes they make it very difficult to do it. Jerry Williams, the first think we have the gist of that. There's a guy in the McGovern camp and doesn't know where to draw the line yet. 20 minutes to midnight. We've got Hunter Thompson here. Hello. Phone caller number 2, I would like to ask Mr. Thompson if Eunice Shriver's tremendous work with the mentally retarded will at all offset the Eagleton blunder? HST. You can't equate the idea of retarded children with the mental health vote. Jerry Williams, well, I hate to talk in those terms, those so-called political terms. Phone caller number 2, isn't it disgraceful? Jerry Williams, the lady is saying Eunice Shriver has done some fantastic work among the mentally retarded. Is that enough to offset? Because obviously some people feel very alienated about Tom Eagleton? HSD. No, put in those terms, I wouldn't think so. They're two different issues altogether. Eunice Shriver is also on a stump making speeches against abortion, which I am totally for. That is one of the issues McGovern has been the most backed off on and the cheapest. It started in Nebraska, where Humphrey accused him of being an abortionist, a dope dealer, God knows what else. Instead of being straight about it, because he does favor free abortion, he backed off. Phone caller number 2, don't you think though that the Democratic Party cannot stand with liberals alone? You cannot just chop off the ones that have been Democrats for years and years, you can't just exclude them completely. I mean, after all, if you don't want to vote Republican and you still want to be classified as a Democrat and you're not entirely liberal and you're not entirely conservative, you're more or less a middle of the roader, why can't everybody be in the same party? HST. I think a growing number of people think the two-party system is a detriment to this country. I think one of McGovern's main mistakes is nailing his fortune to the Democratic Party, which I think should be destroyed by fire, ice, whatever means it takes. I think when you get into that, you identify yourself with old, worn-out policies. Which I think he's done. Phone caller number 3, hi. I heard you talking about the Jewish vote in Los Angeles. While George McGovern and his aides were vacationing, Nixon was picking up the Jewish vote in New York. There was a big meeting with the leaders of the Jewish communities. And Henry Kissinger was there. After that, Mr. Nixon was able to pick up quite a bit of money from there. The other thing I wanted to say was about the Catholic vote. Senator McGovern says it's not necessary to have the parochial schools. And Mr. Nixon has told the Catholic people he is going to arrange to have credits up to $100 for each student in a private school. This is always going to get some of the Jewish vote because they wanted to keep the Hebrew schools open. And the other thing I wanted to comment on was about Senator Kennedy sandbagging McGovern by not telling them until Thursday. Do you think also he's the one who sandbagged Mayor Kevin White so he would not be the leader of the Democratic liberals in Massachusetts? Jerry Williams. My observation was from Father Dryden, who led the opposition against Kevin White. HSD. The Kennedy thing is a speculation on my part. It's a fairly cynical and probably cruel speculation. But having seen politicians for a while, I think it's correct. Phone caller number 3. Do you think Senator Kennedy is willing to let Senator McGovern take over the liberal Democrats in the country? If he does, he's finished. HSD. But if he loses, he won't? Phone caller number 3. If Senator McGovern loses, Senator Kennedy will still be the head of the liberals in this county. If Senator McGovern wins, Kennedy is lost. HSD. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is why I'm cynical enough to think that Kennedy was not going out of his way to help McGovern win. Phone caller number 3. I saw that thing the other night, and I never saw anybody look so bored as Senator Kennedy did. And Sergeant Shriver turned to him right during the middle of his speech and said, "Why are you looking so pensive?" HSD. That's right. Jerry Williams during the Democratic National Convention? Phone caller number 3. Right during the middle of his speech. And then he said that finally the family was allowing him to run. HSD. Well, the family was against Shriver running. There was a lot of pressure on him not to run, not to take it. Phone caller number 3. I know. They never let him do anything. Anytime he wanted to do anything he was shipped somewhere. And I'm just wondering because the Kennedys must be very upset in a way because, as you know, Teddy Kennedy is supposed to be the one who's next. But I don't think they'd appreciate Shriver, or let him in before Teddy. HST. You seem to have the whole thing wired. You have to draw your own conclusions about what he did in Miami. Jerry Williams. It seems to me Sergeant Shriver is his own man. He wanted to run for political office and elected office, but he's pretty much his own guy. HSD. He might not have been before yesterday, but sure. In '68 Humphrey wanted him to run. Phone caller number 3. They said it was Bobby Kennedy's turn, but he wasn't allowed to do anything. HSD. No, Teddy Kennedy's turn. Phone caller number 3. In '68? HSD. Yeah. Bobby was dead. After Humphrey got the nomination, Shriver came up, but the Kennedy Brain Trust vetoed it because it was Teddy's turn. Phone caller number 3. That's why I can't understand it now. Kennedy must be sure McGovern is going to lose because otherwise, his entire career is absolutely ruined. HST. I think you're right smack on target. Phone caller number 4. Yes, I'd like to comment on what I think is an unfair force which Mr. Thompson and the rest are putting on McGovern. I think too many people are asking McGovern to play the role of a radical instead of a politician. I think it's impossible to be a rigid ideologue in two-party politics, and they're simply asking him to play a role. HSD. No, I said that earlier. I said that was one of McGovern's problems. There were too many people, like me, who had made him a vehicle. I think there is a tremendous energy in this country for some kind of new politics. And nobody knew what it was until all of a sudden McGovern emerged. I don't think even McGovern understands how many weird people and twisted ideas are behind him. Phone caller number 4. I just think these demands, it's so unfortunate, because I think they're destroying what could be a successful campaign. HSD. It's not fair. It's a fact. Let's just live with it. If you want to get out on the road there and say, I'm the candidate of the new politics, which he's done, you have to take some peculiar baggage with you. Phone caller number 4C. I don't think the new politics has to have a rigid ideologue. HSD. Who said that? What do you have in mind? Phone caller number 4. I just think too many people that call themselves practitioners of the new politics feel that way. HST. McGovern doesn't. He's one of the most flexible people I've ever seen in politics. He is, let's face it, the alternative to Nixon. There's never been a more classic example of the old politics. He can't sift and sort his supporters like he could in New Hampshire back in February. Phone caller number 4. I think part of it is McGovern's fault also. In the primaries he had to take this role to distinguish himself from the vital center of Muskie and Humphrey and others. In a sense, he has two campaign strategies so wholly different that he's asked for this problem himself. In a sense, it wasn't his fault, though, because he had to pursue it with an ideological position in the primaries. HSD. He knew this. That's no accident. If you emerge from a 12-man primary as the one alternative to an incumbent Republican president, you're damn well going to take some weird people with you. Phone caller number 4. It's just the role of a radical to prod. And McGovern played the role of a radical in the primaries. HST I don't think he ever. Phone caller number 4. One of his Senate speeches in which he said every man in this chamber is responsible for dying boys in Vietnam and this chamber reeks of blood. HST that's not radical. I think that's a flat-out conservative truth. Phone caller number 4. Well certainly it's more outspoken. HST why is it radical? Phone caller number 4. From the standpoint of viewing it against the vital center on a position against Vietnam. They don't speak on those terms. HST that's not McGovern's fault. If their feet aren't clean, it doesn't make you a radical to point it out. Phone caller number 4. Well you know everything is relative of course. HST well, I think McGovern is basically a centrist politician. That's been his whole stance from the start. Playboy November 1974. Playboy interview Hunter Thompson. By Craig Vetter. Early in the year, Playboy sent Craig Vetter to interview Thompson. Vetter's report this interview was hammered and stitched together over 7 months, on the road, mostly, in Mexico and Washington, San Clemente and Colorado, and as I write this, we are in Chicago, where tornado warnings are out. And we are up against a hellfire deadline that has me seeing ghosts and has Dr. Thompson locked in a penthouse full of mirrors on the 20th floor of an Astor Street high-rise. He has the heavy steel window louvers cranked shut, there is a lamp behind him that has had its neck snapped off and he is bent over a coffee table cursing. We are trying to salvage this interview, making changes, corrections, additions, all of them unnecessary until 9 days ago, when Richard Nixon quit. Thompson is mumbling that the motor control in his pen hand is failing and he is not kidding. You can't read his R's anymore and all 5 vowels may become illegible soon. We might have finished this thing like gentlemen, except for Richard Nixon, who might as well have sent the plumbers unit to torch the entire second half, the political half, of the manuscript we have worked on so long. All of it has had to be redone in the past few sleepless days and it has broken the spirit of nearly everyone even vaguely involved. We're well into the 30th hour now and there won't be many more, no matter what. Thompson is working over his last few answers, still talking to himself, and I think I just heard him say, the rest will have to be done by God, which may mean that he is finished. And though this long and killing project is ending here in desperate, guilty, short-tempered ugliness, it began all those months ago, far from this garden of agony, on a sunshine island in the Caribbean where Thompson and Sandy and I had gone to begin. The first time I turned on the tape recorder, we were sitting on a sea wall, in damp, salty bathing suits, under palm trees. It was warm, Nixon was still our president and Thompson was sucking up Bloody Marys, vegetables and all, and he had just paid a young newsboy band at almost $1 American for a paper that would have cost a straighter, more sober person 24 cents. Playboy, you just paid as much for your morning paper as you might for a good hit of mescaline. Are you a news junkie, too? HST yeah, I must have the news. One of these mornings, I'm gonna buy a paper with a big black headline that says, Richard Nixon committed suicide last night. Jesus, can you imagine that rush? Playboy, do you get off on politics the same way you get off on drugs? HST sometimes. It depends on the politics, depends on the drugs, there are different kinds of highs. I had this same discussion in Mexico City one night with a guy who wanted me to do Zihuatanejo with him and get stoned for about 10 days on the finest flower tops to be had in all of Mexico. But I told him I couldn't do that, I had to be back in Washington. Playboy, that doesn't exactly fit your image as the drug-crazed outlaw journalist. Are you saying you'd rather have been in the Capitol, covering the Senate Watergate hearings or the House Judiciary Committee debate on Nixon's impeachment, than stoned on the beach in Mexico with a bunch of freaks? HST well, it depends on the timing. On Wednesday, I might want to go to Washington. On Thursday, I might want to go to Zihuatanejo. Playboy, today must be Thursday, because already this morning you've had 2 Bloody Marys, 3 beers and about 4 spoons of some white substance and you've been up for only an hour. You don't deny that you're heavily into drugs, do you? HST no, why should I deny it? I like drugs. Somebody gave me this white powder last night. I suspect it's cocaine, but there's only one way to find out. Look at this shit. It's already crystallized in this goddamn humidity. I can't even cut it up with the scissors in my Swiss Army knife. Actually, coke is a worthless drug, anyway. It has no edge. Dollar for dollar, it's probably the most inefficient drug on the market. It's not worth the effort or the risk or the money, at least not to me. It's a social drug, it's more important to offer it than it is to use it. But the world is full of cocomaniacs these days and they have a tendency to pass the stuff around, And this morning I'm a little tired and I have this stuff, so, Playboy, what do you like best? HSD, probably mescaline and mushrooms. That's a genuine high. It's not just an up, you know, like speed, which is really just a motor high. When you get into psychedelics like mescaline and mushrooms, it's a very clear kind of high, an interior high. But really, when you're dealing with psychedelics, there's only one king drug, when you get down to it, and that's acid. About twice a year you should blow your fucking tubes out with a tremendous hit of really good acid. Take 72 hours and just go completely amok, break it all down. Playboy, when did you take your first acid trip? HST, it was while I was working on the Hells Angels book. Ken Kesey wanted to meet some of the angels, so I introduced him and he invited them all down to his place in La Honda. It was a horrible, momentous meeting and I thought I'd better be there to see what happened when all this incredible chemistry came together. And, sure as shit, the angels rolled in, about 40 or 50 bikes, and Kesey and the other people were offering them acid. And I thought, great creeping Jesus, what's going to happen now? Playboy, had the angels ever been into acid before that? HST, no. That was the most frightening thing about it. Here were all these vicious bikers full of wine and bennies, and Kesey's people immediately started giving them LSD. They didn't know what kind of violent crowd they were dealing with. I was sure it was going to be a terrible blood, rape and pillage scene, that the angels would tear the place apart. And I stood there, thinking, Jesus, I'm responsible for this, I'm the one who did it. I watched those lunatics gobbling the acid and I thought, shit, if it's gonna get this heavy I wanna be as fucked up as possible. So I went to one of Kesey's friends and I said, let me have some of that shit, we're heading into a very serious night. Perhaps even ugly. So I took what he said was about 800 micrograms, which almost blew my head off at the time, but in a very fine way. It was nice. Surprised me, really. I'd heard all these stories when I lived in Big Sur a couple of years before from this psychiatrist who'd taken the stuff and wound up running naked through the streets of Palo Alto, screaming that he wanted to be punished for his crimes. He didn't know what his crimes were and nobody else did, either, so they took him away and he spent a long time in a loony bin somewhere, and I thought, that's not what I need. Because if a guy who seems level-headed like that is going to flip out and tear off his clothes and beg the citizens to punish him, what the hell might I do? Playboy, you didn't beg to be scourged and whipped? HSD, no, and I didn't scourge anybody else, either, and when I was finished, I thought, Jesus, you're not so crazy, after all you're not a basically violent or vicious person like they said. Before that, I had this dark fear that if I lost control, all these horrible psychic worms and rats would come out. But I went to the bottom of the well and found out there's nothing down there I have to worry about, no secret ugly things waiting for a chance to erupt. Playboy, you drink a little, too, don't you? HSD, yeah, obviously, but I drink this stuff like I smoke cigarettes, I don't even notice it. You know, a bird flies, a fish swims, I drink, but you notice I very rarely sit down and say, now I'm going to get wasted. I never eat a tremendous amount of any one thing. I rarely get drunk and I use drugs pretty much the same way. Playboy, do you like marijuana? HST, not much. It doesn't mix well with alcohol. I don't like to get stoned and stupid. Playboy, what would you estimate you spend on drugs in a year? HSD, oh, Jesus, Playboy, what the average American family spends on an automobile, say? HST, yeah, at least that much. I don't know what the total is, I don't even want to know. It's frightening, but I'll tell you that on a story I just did, one of the sections took me 17 days of research and $1,400 worth of cocaine. And that's just what I spent on one section of one story. Playboy, what do you think the drugs are doing to your body? HSD, well, I just had a physical, the first one in my life. People got worried about my health, so I went to a very serious doctor and told him I wanted every fucking test known to man, egg, heart, everything. And he asked me questions for 3 hours to start with, and I thought, what the hell, tell the truth, that's why you're here. So I told him exactly what I'd been doing for the past 10 years. He couldn't believe it. He said, Jesus, Hunter, you're a goddamn mess, that's an exact quote. Then he ran all the tests and found I was in perfect health. He called it a genetic miracle. Playboy, what about your mind? HST, I think it's pretty healthy. I think I'm looser than I was before I started to take drugs. I'm more comfortable with myself. Does it look like it's fucked me up? I'm sitting here on a beautiful beach in Mexico, I've written 3 books, I've got a fine 100-acre fortress in Colorado. On that evidence, I'd have to advise the use of drugs. But of course I wouldn't, never in hell, or at least not all drugs for all people. There are some people who should never be allowed to take acid, for instance. You can spot them after about 10 minutes. People with all kinds of bad psychic baggage, stuff they haven't cleaned out yet, weird hostilities, repressed shit, the same kind of people who turn into mean drunks. Playboy, do you believe religious things about drugs? HSD, no, I never have. That's my main argument with the drug culture. I've never believed in that guru trip, God, nirvana, that kind of oppressive, hipper than thou bullshit. I like to just gobble the stuff right out in the street and see what happens, take my chances, just stomp on my own accelerator. It's like getting on a racing bike and all of a sudden you're doing 120 miles per hour into a curve that has sand all over it and you think, holy Jesus, here we go, and you lay it over till the pegs hit the street and metal starts to spark. If you're good enough, you can pull it out, but sometimes you end up in the emergency room with some bastard in a white suit sewing your scalp back on. Playboy, is that what you call edge work? HSD, well, that's one aspect of it, I guess, in that you have to be good when you take nasty risks, or you'll lose it, and then you're in serious trouble. Playboy, why are you smiling? HSD, am I smiling? Yeah, I guess I am. Well, it's fun to lose it sometimes. Playboy, what kind of flack do you get for being so honest about the drugs you use? HST, I'm not too careful about what I say. But I'm careful in other ways. I never sell any drugs, for instance I never get involved in the traffic or the marketing end of the drug business. I make a point of not even knowing about it. I'm very sensitive about maintaining my deniability, like Nixon. I never deal. Simple use is one thing, like booze in the 20s. But selling is something else. They come after you for that. I wouldn't sell drugs to my mother, for any reason. No, the only person I'd sell drugs to would be Richard Nixon. I'd sell him whatever the fucker wanted, but he'd pay heavy for it and damn well remember the day he tried it. Playboy, are you the only journalist in America who's ridden with both Richard Nixon and the Hells Angels? HST, I must be. Who else would claim a thing like that? Hell, who else would admit it? Playboy, which was more frightening? HSD, the Angels. Nobody can throw a gut level, King Hell scare into you like a Hell's Angel with a pair of pliers hanging from his belt that he uses to pull out people's teeth in midnight diners. Some of them wear the teeth on their belts, too. Playboy, why did you decide to do a book on the Hells Angels? HST, money. I just quit and been fired almost at the same time by the National Observer. They wouldn't let me cover the free speech thing at Berkeley and I sensed it was one of the biggest stories I'd ever stumbled onto. So I decided, fuck journalism, and I went back to writing novels. I tried driving a cab in San Francisco, I tried every kind of thing. I used to go down at 5 o'clock every morning and line up with the winos on Mission Street, looking for work handing out grocery store circulars and shit like that. I was the youngest and healthiest person down there, but nobody would ever select me. I tried to get weird and rotten looking, an old army field jacket, scraggly beard, tried to look like a bad wino. But even then, I never got picked out of the lineup. Playboy, you couldn't even get winos work? HSD, no, and at that point I was stone broke, writing fiction, living in a really fine little apartment in San Francisco, looking down on Golden Gate Park, just above Haight Street. The rent was only $100 a month. This was 1965, about a year before the Haight-Ashbury madness started, and I got a letter from Carrie McWilliams, the editor of The Nation, and it said, "Can you do an article on the Hells Angels for us for $100? That was the rent, and I was about ready to get back into journalism, so I said, of course. I'll do anything for $100. Playboy, how long did the article take? HSD, I worked about a month on it, put about $3,000 worth of effort into it, got no expenses, and about 6 weeks after the fucker came out, my mailbox piled up with book offers. My phone had been cut off by then. I couldn't believe it. Editors, publishers, people I'd never heard of. One of them offered me $1,500 just to sign a thing saying that if I decided to write the book, I'd do it for them. Shit, at that point I would have written the definitive text on hammerhead sharks for the money, and spent a year in the water with them. Playboy, how did you first meet the Angels? HSD, I just went out there and said, look, you guys don't know me, I don't know you, I heard some bad things about you, are they true? I was wearing a fucking madras coat and wingtips, that kind of thing, but I think they sensed I was a little strange, if only because I was the first writer who'd ever come out to see them and talk to them on their own turf. Until then, all the Hells Angels stories have come from the cops. They seemed a little stunned at the idea that some straight-looking writer for a New York literary magazine would actually track them down to some obscure transmission shop in the industrial slums of South San Francisco. They were a bit off balance at first, but after about 50 or 60 beers, we found a common ground, as it were, Crazies always recognize each other. I think Melville said it, in a slightly different context. Genius all over the world stands hand in hand, and one shock of recognition runs the whole circle round. Of course, we're not talking about genius here, we're talking about crazies, but it's essentially the same thing. They knew me, they saw right through all my clothes, and there was that instant karmic flash. They seemed to sense what they had on their hands. Playboy, had you been into motorcycles before that? HSD, a little bit, not much. But when I got the advance on the book, I went out and bought the fastest bike ever tested by Hot Rod Magazine, a BSA 650 Lightning. I thought, if I'm gonna ride with these fuckers, I want the fastest bike known to man. Playboy, they all rode Harley Davidsons, right? HST, yeah, and they didn't like it that I was riding a BSA. They kept offering to get me hot bikes. You know, a brand new Harley Sportster for $400, stuff like that. No papers, of course, no engine numbers, so I said no. I had enough trouble as it was. I was always getting pulled over. Jesus, they canceled my car insurance because of that goddamn bike. They almost took my driver's license away. I never had any trouble with my car. I drove it full bore all over San Francisco all the time, just wide open. It was a good car, too, a little English Ford. When it finally developed a crack in one of the 4 cylinders, I took it down to a cliff in Big Sur and soaked the whole interior with 10 gallons of gasoline, then executed the fucker with 6 shots from a .44 Magnum in the engine block at point-blank range. After that, we rolled it off the cliff, the radio going, lights on, everything going, and at the last minute, we threw a burning towel in. The explosion was ungodly, it almost blew us into the ocean. I had no idea what 10 gallons of gas in an English Ford could do. The car was a mass of twisted, flaming metal. It bounced about 6 times on the way down, pure movie stunt shit, you know. A sight like that was worth the car, it was beautiful. Playboy, it seems pretty clear you had something in common with the Angels. How long did you ride with them? HSD, about a year. Playboy, did they ever ask you to join? HSD, some of them did, but there was a very fine line I had to maintain there. Like when I went on runs with them, I didn't go dressed as an angel. I'd wear Levi's and boots, but always a little different from theirs, a tan leather jacket instead of a black one, little things like that. I told them right away I was a writer, I was doing a book, and that was it. If I'd joined, I wouldn't have been able to write about them honestly, because they have this brothers thing. Playboy, were there moments in that year when you wondered how you ever came to be riding with the meanest motorcycle outlaws in the world? HSD, well, I figured it was a hard dollar, maybe the hardest, but actually, when I got into it, I started to like it. My wife, Sandy, was horrified at first. There were 5 or 6 from the Oakland and Frisco chapters that I got to know pretty well, and it got to the point that they'd just come over to my apartment any time of the day or night, bring their friends, 3 cases of stolen beer, a bunch of downers, some bennies. But I got to like it, it was my life, it wasn't just working. Playboy, was that a problem when you actually started to write? HSD, not really. When you write for a living and you can't do anything else, you know that sooner or later that the deadline is going to come screaming down on you like a goddamn banshee. There's no avoiding it, not even when you have a fine full-bore story like the Angels that's still running. So one day you just don't appear at the El Adobe bar anymore, you shut the door, paint the windows black, rent an electric typewriter, and become the monster you always were, the writer. I'd warned them about that. I'd said, it's going to come, I'm not here for the fun of it, it's gonna happen. And when the time came, I just did it. Every now and then, somebody like Frenchie or Terry would drop by at night with some girls or some of the others, but even when I'd let them read a few pages of what I'd written, they didn't really believe I was actually writing a book. Playboy, how long did it take? HST, about 6 months. Actually, it took 6 months to write the first half of the book and then 4 days to write the second half. I got terrified about the deadline. I actually thought they were going to cancel the contract if I didn't finish the book exactly on time. I was in despair over the thing, so I took the electric typewriter and about 4 quarts of wild turkey and just drove north on 101 until I found a motel that looked peaceful, checked in and stayed there for 4 days. Didn't sleep, ate a lot of speed, went out every morning and got a hamburger at McDonald's and just wrote straight through for 4 days, and that turned out to be the best part of the book. Playboy, in one of the last chapters, you described the scene where the Angels finally stomped you, but you described it rather quickly. How did it happen? HSD, pretty quickly. I'd been away from their action for about 6 months, I'd finished most of the writing and the publisher sent me a copy of the proposed book cover and I said, this sucks. It's the worst fucking cover I've seen on any book, so I told them I'd shoot another cover if they'd just pay the expenses. So I called Sonny Barger, who was the head angel, and said, I want to go on the Labor Day run with you guys. I've finished the book, but now I want to shoot a book cover. I got some bad vibes over the phone from him. I knew something was not right, but by this time I was getting careless. Playboy, was the Labor Day run a big one? HSD shit, yes. This was one of these horrible things that scare the piss out of everybody. 200 bikes. A mass Hells Angels run is one of the most terrifying things you'll ever hope to see. When those bastards come by you on the road, that's heavy. And being a part of it, you get this tremendous feeling of humor and madness. You see the terror and shock and fear all around you and you're laughing all the time. It's like being in some kind of horror movie where you know that sooner or later the actors are going to leap out of the screen and burn the theater down. Playboy, did the Angels have a sense of humor about it? HSD, some of them did. They were running a trip on everybody. I mean, you don't carry pliers and pull people's teeth out and then wear them on your belt without knowing you're running a trip on somebody. But on that Labor Day, we went up to some beach near Mendocino and I violated all my rules. First, never get stoned with them. Second, never get really drunk with them. Third, never argue with them when you're stoned and drunk. And fourth, when they start beating on each other, leave. I'd followed those rules for a year. But they started to pound on each other and I was just standing there talking to somebody and I said my bike was faster than his, which it was, another bad mistake, and all of a sudden, I got it right in the face, a terrific whack. I didn't even see where it came from, had no idea. When I grabbed the guy, he was small enough so that I could turn him around, pin his arms and just hold him. And I turned to the guy I'd been talking to and said something like, Jesus Christ, look at this nut, he just hit me in the fucking face, get him away from here. And the guy I was holding began to scream in this high wild voice because I had him helpless, and instead of telling him to calm down, the other guy cracked me in the side of the head, and then I knew I was in trouble. That's the Angels' motto: one on all on one. Playboy, were there police around or other help? HST, no, I was the only non-biker there. The cops had said, alright, at midnight we seal this place off and anybody who's not a part of this crowd get the hell out or God's mercy on him. So here I was, suddenly rolling around on the rocks of that godforsaken beach in a swarm of stoned, crazy drunk bikers. I had this guy who'd hit me in a death grip by now, and there were people kicking me in the chest and one of the bastards was trying to bash my head in with a tremendous rock, but I had this screaming Angel's head right next to mine, and so he had to be a little careful. I don't know how long it went on, but just about the time I knew I was going to die, Tiny suddenly showed up and said, "That's it, stop it," and they stopped as fast as they started, for no reason. Playboy, who was Tiny? HSD, he was the sergeant-at-arms and he was also one of the guys who I knew pretty well. I didn't know the bastards I was fighting with. All the Angels I might have counted on for help, the ones I'd come to think of as friends by that time, had long since retired to the bushes with their old ladies. Playboy, how badly were you hurt? HSD, they did a pretty good job on my face. I went to the police station and they said, "Get the fuck out of here, you're bleeding in the bathroom." I was wasted, pouring blood, and I had to drive 60 miles like that to Santa Rosa, where I knew a doctor. I called him, but he was in Arizona and his partner answered the phone and said something like, "Spit on it and run a lap, you know, that old football coach thing." I'll never forgive him for that. So then I went to the emergency room at the Santa Rosa hospital and it was one of the worst fucking scenes I'd ever seen in my life. A bike gang called the Gypsy Jokers had been going north on Labor Day and had intersected with this horrible train of Angels somewhere around Santa Rosa, and these fuckers were all over the emergency room. People screaming and moaning, picking up pieces of jawbones, trying to fit them back in, blood everywhere, girls yelling, "He's dying, please help us. Doctor, doctor. I can't stop the bleeding." It was like a bomb had just hit. Playboy, did you get treatment? HST, no. I felt guilty even being there. I had only been stomped. These other bastards had been cranked out with pipes, run over, pinned against walls with bikes, mangled, just mangled. So I left, tried to drive in that condition, but finally I just pulled over to the side of the road and thought, I'd better set this fucking nose, because tomorrow it's going to be hard. It felt like a beanbag. I could hear the bone chips grinding. So I sat there and drank a beer and did my own surgery, using the dome light in the rearview mirror, trying to remember what my nose had looked like. I couldn't breathe for about a year, and people thought I was a coke freak before I actually was, but I think I did a pretty good job. Playboy, who are the Hells Angels? What kind of people? HSD, they're rejects, losers, but losers who turned mean and vengeful instead of just giving up, and there are more Hells Angels than anybody can count. But most of them don't wear any colors. They're people who got moved out, musical chairs, and they lost. Some people just lie down when they lose. These fuckers come back and tear up the whole game. I was a Hell's Angel in my head for a long time. I was a failed writer for 10 years and I was always in fights. I'd do things like go into a bar with a 50-pound sack of lime, turn the whole place white and then just take on anyone who came at me. I always got stomped, never won a fight. But I'm not into that anymore. I lost a lot of my physical aggressiveness when I started to sell what I wrote. I didn't need that trip anymore. Playboy, some people would say you didn't lose all your aggressiveness, that you come on like journalism's own Hell's Angel. HSD, well, I don't see myself as particularly aggressive or dangerous. I tend to act weird now and then, which makes people nervous if they don't know me, but I think that's sort of a stylistic hangover from the old days, and I suppose I get a private smile or two out of making people's eyes bulge once in a while. You might call that a Hell's Angels trait, but otherwise, the comparison is ugly and ominous. I reject it, although I definitely feel myself somewhat apart. Not an outlaw, but more like a natural freak, which doesn't bother me at all. When I ran for sheriff of Aspen on the freak power ticket, that was the point. In the rotten fascist context of what was happening to America in 1969, being a freak was an honorable way to go. Playboy, why did you run for sheriff? HSD, I'd just come back from the Democratic Convention in Chicago and been beaten by vicious cops for no reason at all. I'd had a billy club rammed into my stomach and I'd seen innocent people beaten senseless and it really jerked me around. There was a mayoral race a few months later in Aspen and there was a lawyer in town who'd done some good things in local civil rights cases. His name is Joe Edwards and I called him up one midnight and said, "You don't know me and I don't know you, but you've got to run for mayor. The whole goddamn system is getting out of control. If it keeps going this way, they'll have us all in pens. We have to get into politics, if only in self-defense." Now, this guy was a bike rider, a head and a freak in the same sense I am. He said, "We'll meet tomorrow and talk about it." The next day, we went to see the Battle of Algiers and when we came out, he said, "I'll do it, we're going to bust these bastards." Playboy, how close did you come? HSD, Edwards lost by 6 votes. And remember, we're talking about an apolitical town and the hardest thing was to get our people to register. So one of the gigs I used to get people into it was to say, "Look, if you register and vote for Edwards, I'll run for sheriff next year, if he wins." Well, he didn't win, but when the next county elections came up, I found myself running for sheriff anyway. I didn't take it seriously at first, but when it began to look like I might win, everybody took it seriously. Playboy, as a matter of fact, you announced you were going to eat drugs in the sheriff's office if you won, didn't you? HSD, yeah, and that scared a lot of people. But I'd seen the ignorant hate vote that the Edwards campaign brought out the year before. You know, when the freaks get organized, the other side gets scared and they bring out people on stretchers who are half dead, haven't voted for 25 years. And I thought, well, if they want somebody to hate, I'll give them one they can really hate. And meanwhile, on the same ticket, I figured we could run a serious candidate for a county commissioner, which is the office we really wanted. Hell, I didn't want to be sheriff, I wanted to scare the piss out of the yahoos and the greedheads and make our county commissioner candidate look like a conservative by contrast. That's what we did, but then this horrible press coverage from all over the goddamn world poured in and we finally couldn't separate the two races. Playboy, there was a whole freak power slate, wasn't there? HST, yeah, a friend of mine, who lived next door at the time, ran for coroner, because we found out the coroner was the only official who could fire the sheriff. And we decided we needed a county clerk, so we had somebody running for that. But finally, my lightning rod, hate candidate strategy backlashed on them, too. It got a little heavy. I announced that the new sheriff's posse would start tearing up the streets the day after the election, every street in Aspen, rip them up with jackhammers and replace the asphalt with sod. I said we were going to use the sheriff's office mainly to harass real estate developers. Playboy, sounds like they could heat up a political contest. HSD, indeed. The greedheads were terrified. We had a series of public debates that got pretty brutal. The first one was in a movie theater, because that was the only place in town that could hold the crowd. Even then, I arrived a half hour early and I couldn't get in. The aisles were jammed, I had to walk over people to get to the stage. I was wearing shorts, with my head shaved completely bald. The yahoos couldn't handle it. They were convinced the Antichrist had finally appeared, right there in Aspen. There's something ominous about a totally shaved head. We took questions from the crowd and sort of laid out our platforms. I was not entirely comfortable, sitting up there with the incumbent sheriff and saying, "When I drive this corrupt thug out, of office, I'm going to go in there and maybe eat a bit of mescaline on slow nights. I figured from then on I had to win, because if I lost, it was going to be the hammer for me. You just don't admit that kind of thing on camera, in front of a huge crowd. There was a reporter from the New York Times in the front row, NBC, an 8-man team from the BBC filming the whole thing, the Los Angeles Times, the Washington Post, incredible. Playboy, you changed the pitch toward the end, toned it down, didn't you? HST, yeah, I became a creature of my own campaign. I was really surprised at the energy we could whip up for that kind of thing, latent political energy just sitting around. Playboy, what did your platform finally evolve into? HST, I said I was going to function as an ombudsman, create a new office, unsalaried, then turn my sheriff's salary over to a good experienced lawman and let him do the job. I figured once you got control of the sheriff's office, you could let somebody else carry the badge and gun, under your control, of course. It almost worked. Playboy, what was the final vote? HST, well, there were 6 precincts that mattered and I won the 3 in town, broke even in number 4 and then got stomped brutally in the 2 precincts where most of the real estate developers and subdividers live. Playboy, are you sorry you lost? HST, well, I felt sorry for the people who worked so hard on the campaign. But I don't miss the job. For a while, I thought I was going to win, and it scared me. Playboy, there's been talk of you running for the Senate from Colorado. Is that a joke? HST, no. I considered it for a while, but this past year has killed my appetite for politics. I might reconsider after I get away from it for a while. Somebody has to change politics in this country. Playboy, would you run for the Senate the same way you ran for sheriff? HST, well, I might have to drop the mescaline issue. I don't think there'd be any need for that, promising to eat mescaline on the Senate floor. I found out last time you can push people too far. The backlash is brutal. Playboy, what if the unthinkable happened and Hunter Thompson went to Washington as a senator from Colorado? Do you think you could do any good? HST, not much, but you always do some good by setting an example, you know, just by proving it can be done. Playboy, don't you think there would be a strong reaction in Washington to some of the things you've written about the politicians there? HST, of course. They'd come after me like wolverines. I'd have no choice but to haul out my secret files, all that raw swill Ed Hoover gave me just before he died. We were good friends. I used to go to the track with him a lot. Playboy, you're laughing again, but that raises a legitimate question. Are you trying to say you know things about Washington people that you haven't written? HST, yeah, to some extent. When I went to Washington to write Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72, I went with the same attitude I take anywhere as a journalist: hammer and tongs, and God's mercy on anybody who gets in the way. Nothing is off the record, that kind of thing. But I finally realized that some things have to be off the record. I don't know where the line is, even now. But if you're an indiscreet blabbermouth and a fool, nobody is going to talk to you, not even your friends. Playboy, what was it like when you first rode into Washington in 1971? HST, well, nobody had ever heard of Rolling Stone, for one thing. Rolling what? Stones? I heard them once. Noisy bastards, aren't they? It was a nightmare at first. Nobody would return my calls. Washington is a horrible town, a cross between Rome, Georgia, and Toledo, Ohio, that kind of mentality. It's basically a town full of vicious, powerful rubes. Playboy, did they start returning your calls when you began writing things like Hubert Humphrey should be castrated so his genes won't be passed on? HST, well, that was a bit heavy, I think, for reasons I don't want to get into now. Anyway, it didn't take me long to learn that the only time to call politicians is very late at night. Very late. In Washington, the truth is never told in daylight hours or across a desk. If you catch people when they're very tired or drunk or weak, you can usually get some answers. So I'd sleep days, wait till these people got their lies and treachery out of the way, let them relax, then come on full speed on the phone at 2 or 3 in the morning. You have to wear the bastards down before they'll tell you anything. Playboy, your journalistic style has been attacked by some critics, most notably, the Columbia Journalism Review, as partly commentary, partly fantasy and partly the ravings of someone too long into drugs. HST, well, fuck the Columbia Journalism Review. They don't pay my rent. That kind of senile gibberish reminds me of all those people back in the early 60s who were saying, this guy Dylan is giving Tin Pan Alley a bad name. Hell, he's no musician. He can't even carry a tune. Actually, it's kind of a compliment when people like that devote so much energy to attacking you. Playboy, well, you certainly say some outrageous things in your book on the 1972 presidential campaign, for instance, that Edmund Muskie was taking ibogaine, An exotic form of South American speed or psychedelic, or both. That wasn't true, was it? HSD, not that I know of, but if you read what I wrote carefully, I didn't say he was taking it. I said there was a rumor around his headquarters in Milwaukee that a famous Brazilian doctor had flown in with an emergency packet of ibogaine for him. Who would believe that shit? Playboy, a lot of people did believe it. HSD obviously, but I didn't realize that until about halfway through the campaign, and it horrified me. Even some of the reporters who'd been covering Muskie for 3 or 4 months took it seriously. That's because they don't know anything about drugs. Jesus, nobody running for president would dare touch a thing like ibogaine. Maybe I would, but no normal politician. It would turn his brains to jelly. He'd have to be locked up. Playboy, you also said that John Chancellor took heavy hits of black acid. HSD, hell, that was such an obvious heavy-handed joke that I still can't understand how anybody in his right mind could have taken it seriously. I'd infiltrated a Nixon youth rally at the Republican convention and I thought I'd have a little fun with them by telling all the grisly details of the time that John Chancellor tried to kill me by putting acid in my drink. I also wrote that if I'd had more time, I would have told these poor yo-yos the story about Walter Cronkite and his white slavery racket with Vietnamese orphan girls, importing them through a ranch in Quebec and then selling them into brothels up and down the East Coast, which is true. Of course, Collier's magazine has a big story on it this month, with plenty of photos to prove it. What? You don't believe that? Why not? All those other waterheads did. Christ, writing about politics would paralyze my brain if I couldn't have a slash of weird humor now and then. And, actually, I'm pretty careful about that sort of thing. If I weren't, I would have been sued long ago. It's one of the hazards of gonzo journalism. Playboy, what is gonzo journalism? HSD, it's something that grew out of a story on the Kentucky Derby for Scanlon's magazine. It was one of those horrible deadline scrambles and I ran out of time. I was desperate. Ralph Steadman had done the illustrations, the cover was printed and there was this horrible hole in the interviews. I was convinced I was finished, I'd blown my mind, couldn't work. So finally I just started jerking pages out of my notebook and numbering them and sending them to the printer. I was sure it was the last article I was ever going to do for anybody. Then when it came out, there were massive numbers of letters, phone calls, congratulations, people calling it a great breakthrough in journalism. And I thought, holy shit, if I can write like this and get away with it, why should I keep trying to write like the New York Times? It was like falling down an elevator shaft and landing in a pool full of mermaids. Playboy, is there a difference between gonzo and the new journalism? HST, yeah, I think so. Unlike Tom Wolfe or Gay DeLees, for instance, I almost never try to reconstruct a story. They're both much better reporters than I am, but then I don't really think of myself as a reporter. Gonzo is just a word I picked up because I like the sound of it, which is not to say there isn't a basic difference between the kind of writing I do and the Wolfe/DeLees style. They tend to go back and recreate stories that have already happened, while I like to get right in the middle of whatever I'm writing about, as personally involved as possible. There's a lot more to it than that, but if we have to make a distinction, I suppose that's a pretty safe way to start. Playboy, are the fantasies and wild tangents a necessary part of your writing? HST, absolutely. Just let your mind wander, let it go where it wants to. Like with that Muskie thing, I'd just been reading a drug report from some lab in California on the symptoms of ibogaine poisoning and I thought, I've seen that style before, and not in West Africa or the Amazon. I've seen those symptoms very recently. And then I thought, of course, rages, stupors, being able to sit for days without moving, that said Muskie. Playboy, doesn't that stuff get in the way of your serious political reporting? HSD, probably, but it also keeps me sane. I guess the main problem is that people will believe almost any twisted kind of story about politicians or Washington. But I can't help that. Some of the truth that doesn't get written is a lot more twisted than any of my fantasies. Playboy, you were the first journalist on the campaign to see that McGovern was going to win the nomination. What tipped you off? HST, it was the energy, I could feel it. Muskie, Humphrey, Jackson, Lindsay, all the others were dying on the vine, falling apart. But if you were close enough to the machinery in McGovern's campaign, you could almost see the energy level rising from one week to the next. It was like watching pro football teams toward the end of a season. Some of them are coming apart and others are picking up steam. Their timing is getting sharper, their third down plays are working. They're just starting to peak. Playboy, the football analogy was pretty popular in Washington, wasn't it? HST, yes, because Nixon was into football very seriously. He used the language constantly. He talked about politics and diplomacy in terms of power slants, and sweeps, mousetrap blocks. Thinking in football terms may be the best way to understand what finally happened with the whole Watergate thing. Coach Nixon's team is 4th and 32 on their own 10, and he finds out that his punter is a junkie. A sick junkie. He looks down the bench. Okay, big fella, we need you now. And this guy is stark white and vomiting, can't even stand up, much less kick. When the game ends in disaster for the home team, then the fans rush onto the field and beat the players to death with rocks, beer bottles, pieces of wooden seats. The coach makes a desperate dash for the safety of the locker room, but 3 hitmen hired by heavy gamblers nail him before he gets there. Playboy, you talked football with Nixon once, didn't you, in the back seat of his limousine? HST, yeah, that was in 1968 in New Hampshire. He was just starting his comeback then and I didn't take him seriously. He seemed like a Republican echo of Hubert Humphrey, just another sad old geek limping back into politics for another beating. It never occurred to me that he would ever be president. Johnson hadn't quit at that point, but I sort of sensed he was going to, and I figured Bobby Kennedy would run, so that even if Nixon got the Republican nomination, he'd just take another stomping by another Kennedy. So I thought it would be nice to go to New Hampshire, spend a couple of weeks following Nixon around and then write his political obituary. Playboy, you couldn't have been too popular with the Nixon party. HST, I didn't care what they thought of me. I put weird things in the press room at night, strange cryptic threatening notes that they would find in the morning. I had wastebaskets full of cold beer in my room in the Manchester Holiday Inn. Oddly enough, I got along pretty well with some of the Nixon people, Ray Price, Pat Buchanan, Nick Ruo, but I felt a lot more comfortable at Gene McCarthy's headquarters in the Wayfarer, on the other side of town. So I spent most of my spare time over there. Playboy, then why did Nixon let you ride alone with him? HST, well, it was the night before the vote and Romney had dropped out. Rockefeller wasn't coming in, so all of a sudden the pressure was off and Nixon was going to win easily. We were at this American Legion Hall somewhere pretty close to Boston. Nixon had just finished a speech there and we were about an hour and a half from Manchester, where he had his Learjet waiting, and Price suddenly came up to me and said, "You've been wanting to talk to the boss. Okay, come on." And I said, "What? What?" By this time I'd given up. I knew he was leaving for Key Biscayne that night and I was wild-eyed drunk. On the way to the car, Price said, "The boss wants to relax and talk football. You're the only person here who claims to be an expert on that subject, so you're it. But if you mention anything else, out. You'll be hitchhiking back to Manchester. No talk about Vietnam, campus riots, nothing political. The boss wants to talk football, period." Playboy, were there awkward moments? HST, no, he seemed very relaxed. I've never seen him like that before or since. We had a good, loose talk. That was the only time in 20 years of listening to the treacherous bastard that I knew he wasn't lying. Playboy, did you feel any sympathy as you watched Nixon go down, finally? HST, sympathy? No. You have to remember that for my entire adult life, Richard Nixon has been the national boogeyman. I can't remember a time when he wasn't around, always evil, always ugly, 15 or 20 years of fucking people around. The whole Watergate shanker was a monument to everything he stood for. This was a cheap thug, a congenital liar. What the angels used to call a goonsil, a punk who can't even pull off a liquor store robbery without shooting somebody or getting shot, or busted. Playboy, do you think a smarter politician could have found a man to cover it up after the original break-in? Could Lyndon Johnson have handled it, say? HST, Lyndon Johnson would have burned the tapes. He would have burned everything. There would have been this huge wreck out on his ranch somewhere, killing, oddly enough, all his tape technicians, the only 2 Secret Servicemen who knew about it, his executive flunky and the presidential tape maesters. He would have had a van go over a cliff at high speed, burst into flames, and they'd find all these bodies, this weird collection of people who'd never had any real reason to be together, lying in a heap of melted celluloid at the bottom of the cliff. Then Johnson would have wept, all of his trusted assistants. God damn it, how could they have been in the same van at the same time? I warned them about that. Playboy, do you think it's finally, once and for all, true that we won't have Richard Nixon to kick around anymore? HST, well, it looks like it, but he said an incredible thing when he arrived in California after that last ride on Air Force One. He got off the plane and said to his crowd that was obviously rounded up for the cameras, "You know, winos, children, Marine sergeants, they must have had a hell of a time lashing that crowd together." No doubt Ziegler promised to pay well, and then welshed, but they had a crowd of 2,000 or 3,000, and Nixon said, "It is perhaps appropriate for me to say very simply this: having completed one task does not mean that we will just sit and enjoy this marvelous California climate and do nothing." Jesus Christ. Here's a man who just got run out of the White House, fleeing Washington in the wake of the most complete and hideous disgrace in the history of American politics, who goes out to California and refers to having completed one task. It makes me think there must have been another main factor in the story of his downfall. In addition to greed and stupidity, I think in the past few months he was teetering on the brink on insanity. There were hints of this in some of the inside reports about the last days. Nixon didn't want to resign and he didn't understand why he had to. The family never understood. He probably still thinks he did nothing wrong, that he was somehow victimized, ambushed in the night by his old and relentless enemies. I'm sure he sees it as just another lost campaign, another cruel setback on the road to greatness, so now it's back to the bunker for a while, lick the wounds and then come out fighting again. He may need one more whack. I think we should chisel his tombstone now and send it to him with an epitaph, in big letters, that says, "Here lies Richard Nixon, he was a quitter." Playboy, do you think that his resignation proves that the system works? HSD, well, that depends on what you mean by works. We can take some comfort, I guess, in knowing the system was so finely conceived originally, almost 200 years ago, that it can still work when it's absolutely forced to. In Nixon's case, it wasn't the system that tripped him up and finally destroyed his presidency, it was Nixon himself, along with a handful of people who actually took it upon themselves to act on their own, a bit outside the system, in fact maybe even a bit above and beyond it. There were a lot of highly respected lawyers, for instance, some of them alleged experts in their fields, who argued almost all the way to the end that Judge Sirica exceeded his judicial authority when he acted on his own instinct and put the most extreme kind of pressure on the original Watergate burglars to keep the case from going into the books as the cheap jack third-rate burglary that Nixon, Haldeman and Ehrlichman told Ziegler to call it when the news first broke. If Sirica had gone along with the system, like the original Justice Department prosecutors did, McCord would never have cracked and written that letter that opened the gates to the White House. Sirica was the flywheel in that thing, from start to finish, when he put the final nail in the coffin by forcing James St. Clair, Nixon's lawyer of last resort, to listen to those doomsday tapes that he had done everything possible to keep from hearing. But when he heard the voices that pulled the ripcord on Nixon, once St. Clair went on record as having listened to the tapes, which proved his client guilty beyond any doubt, he had only two choices: to abandon Nixon at the 11th hour or stay on and possibly get dragged down in the quicksand himself. Sirica wasn't the only key figure in Nixon's demise who could have played it safe by letting the system take its traditional course. The Washington Post editors who kept Woodward and Bernstein on the story could have stayed comfortably within the system without putting their backs to the wall in a showdown with the whole White House power structure and a vengeful bastard of a president like Nixon. Leon Jaworski, the special prosecutor, couldn't even find a precedent in the system for challenging the president's claim of executive privilege in the U.S. Supreme Court. Hell, the list goes on and on. But in the end, the Nixon-Watergate saga was written by mavericks who worked the loneliest outside edges of the system, not by the kind of people who played it safe and followed the letter of the law. If the system worked in this case, it was almost in spite of itself. Jesus, what else could the Congress have done, faced with the spectacle of a president going on national TV to admit a felony? Nixon dug his own grave, then made a public confession. If his resignation somehow proves the system works, you have to wonder how well that same system might have worked if we'd had a really blue-chip, sophisticated criminal in the White House, instead of a half-mad used car salesman. In the space of 10 months, the two top executives of this country resigned rather than risk impeachment and trial, and they wouldn't even have had to do that if their crimes hadn't been too gross to ignore and if public opinion hadn't turned so massively against them. Finally, even the chicken shit politicians in Congress will act if the people are outraged enough. But you can bet that if the public opinion polls hadn't gone over 50% in favor of his impeachment, he'd still be in the White House. Playboy's politics going to get any better? HSD, well, it can't get much worse. Nixon was so bad, so obviously guilty and corrupt, that we're already beginning to write him off as a political mutant, some kind of bad and unexplainable accident. The danger in that is that it's like saying, thank God, we've cut the cancer out, you see it? It's lying there, just sew up the wound. Cauterize it. No, don't bother to look for anything else, just throw the tumor away, burn it, and then a few months later the poor bastard dies, his whole body rotten with cancer. I don't think purging Nixon is going to do much to the system except make people more careful. Even if we accept the idea that Nixon himself was a malignant mutant, his presidency was no accident. Hell, Ford is our accident. He's never been elected to anything but Congress. But Richard Nixon has been elected to every national office a shrewd mutant could aspire to: congressman, senator, vice president, president. He should have been impeached, convicted and jailed, if only as a voter education project. Playboy, do you think that over the course of the Watergate investigation, Congress spent as much energy covering up its own sins as it did in exposing Richard Nixon's? HST Well, that's a pretty harsh statement, but I'm sure there've been a lot of tapes and papers burned and a lot of midnight phone calls, saying things like, "Hello, John, remember that letter I wrote you on August 5th? I just ran into a copy in my files here and, well, I'm burning mine, why don't you burn yours, too, and we'll just forget all about that matter. Meanwhile, I'm sending you a case of Chivas Regal and I have a job for your son here in my office this summer, just as soon as he brings me the ashes of that fucking letter." Playboy, does Gerald Ford epitomize the successful politician? HST, that's pretty obvious, isn't it? Somehow he got to be president of the US without ever running for the office. Not only that, but he appointed his own vice president. This is a bizarre syndrome wherein for 6 years we were ruled by lunatics and criminals, and for the next 2 years we're going to have to live with their appointees. Nixon was run out of town, but not before he named his own successor. Playboy, it's beginning to look as if Ford might be our most popular president since Eisenhower. Do you think he'll be tough to beat in 1976? HST, that will probably depend on his staff. If it's good, he should be able to maintain this Mr. Clean, Mr. Good Guy, Mr. Reason image for 2 years, and if he can do that, he'll be very hard to beat. Playboy, will you cover the 1976 campaign? HST, well, I'm not looking forward to it, but I suspect I will. Right now, though, I need a long rest from politics, at least until the 76 campaign starts. Christ, now there's a junkie talking. I guess I'll try one more hit. This will be the last, mind you. I'll just finish off what's here and that's it. No, I don't want to turn into a campaign junkie. I did that once, but the minute I kicked it, I turned into a Watergate junkie. That's going to be a hard one to come down from. You know, I was actually in the Watergate the night the bastards broke in. Of course, I missed the whole thing, but I was there. It still haunts me. Playboy, what part of the Watergate were you in? HST, I was in the bar. Playboy, what kind of a reporter are you, anyway, in the bar? HST, I'm not a reporter, I'm a writer. Nobody gives Norman Mailer this kind of shit. I've never tried to pose as a goddamn reporter. I don't defend what I do in the context of straight journalism, and if some people regard me as a reporter who's gone bad rather than a writer who's just doing his job, well, they're probably the same dingbats who think John Chancellor's an acid freak and Cronkite is a white slaver. Playboy, you traveled to San Clemente with the White House press corps on the last trip Nixon made as president, and rumor had it that you showed up for one of the press conferences in pretty rocky shape. HST, rocky? Well, I suppose that's the best interpretation you could put on it. I'd been up all night and I was wearing a wet Mexican shirt, swimming trunks, these basketball shoes, dark glasses. I had a bottle of beer in my hand. My head was painfully constricted by something somebody had put in my wine the night before up in LA, and when Rabbi Korf began his demented rap about Nixon's being the most persecuted and maligned president in American history, I heard myself shouting, "Why is that, Rabbi? Why? Tell us why," and he said something like, "I'm only a small-time rabbi," and I said, "That's all right, nobody is bigoted here. You can talk." It got pretty ugly, but then, ugliness was a sort of common denominator in the last days of the Nixon regime. It was like a sinking ship with no ratlines. Playboy, how did the press corps take your behavior? HST, not too well. But it doesn't matter now. I won't be making any trips with the president for a while. Playboy, what will you do? Do you have any projects on the fire other than the political stuff? HST, well, I think I may devote more time to my ministry, for one thing. All the hellish running around after politicians has taken great amounts of time from my responsibilities as a clergyman. Playboy, you're not a real minister, are you? HST, what? Of course I am. I'm an ordained doctor of divinity in the Church of the New Truth. I have a scroll with a big gold seal on it hanging on my wall at home. In recent months we've had more converts than we can handle. Even Ron Ziegler was on the brink of conversion during that last week in San Clemente, but the law of karma caught up with him before he could take the vows. Playboy, how much did it cost you to get ordained? HST, I prefer not to talk about that. I studied for years and put a lot of money into it. I have the power to marry people and bury them. I've stopped doing marriages, though, because none of them worked out. Burials were always out of the question. I've never believed in burials except as an adjunct to the Black Mass, which I still perform occasionally. Playboy, but you bought your scroll, didn't you? HST, of course I did. But so did everybody else who ever went to school. As long as you understand that. Playboy, what's coming up as far as your writing goes? HSD. My only project now is a novel called Gutsball, which is almost finished on tape but not written yet. I was lying in bed one night, the room was completely black, I had a head full of some exotic weed and all of a sudden it was almost as if a bright silver screen had been dropped in front of me and this strange movie began to run. I had this vision of Haldeman and Ehrlichman and a few other Watergate-related casualties returning to California in disgrace. They're on a DC-10. In the first-class cabin there's also a Secret Service man on board whose boss has just been gunned down by junkies in Singapore for no good reason and he's got the body in the baggage bowels of the plane, taking it home to be buried. He's in a vicious frame of mind, weeping and cursing junkies, and these others have their political disaster grinding on them. They're all half crazy for vengeance, and so to unwind, they start to throw a football around the cabin. For a while, the other passengers go along with it, but then the game gets serious. These crew-cut, flinty-eyed buggers begin to force the passengers to play, using seats as blockers. People are getting smacked around for dropping passes, jerked out of the lineup and forced to do push-ups if they fumble. The passengers are in a state of terror, weeping, their clothes are torn, and these thugs still have all their official White House identification, and they put two men under arrest for refusing to play and lock them in the bathroom together. A man who can't speak English gets held down in a seat and shot full of animal tranquilizer with a huge hypodermic needle. The stewardesses are gobbling tranquilizers. You have to imagine this movie unrolling. I was hysterical with laughter. I got a little tape recorder and laid it on my chest and kept describing the scene as I saw it. Just the opening scenes took about 45 minutes. I don't know how it's going to end, but I like it that way. If I knew how it ended, I'd lose interest in the story. Playboy, when you actually sit down to start writing, can you use drugs like mushrooms or other psychedelics? HST. No. It's impossible to write with anything like that in my head. Wild turkey and tobacco are the only drugs I use regularly when I write. But I tend to work at night, so when the wheels slow down, I occasionally indulge in a little speed, which I deplore and do not advocate, but you know, when the car runs out of gas, you have to use something. The only drug I really count on is adrenaline. I'm basically an adrenaline junkie. I'm addicted to the rush of the stuff in my own blood, and of all the drugs I've ever used, I think it's the most powerful. Coughing mother of God, here I go. More coughing creeping Jesus, this is it, choked to death by a fucking, poison Marlboro. Playboy, do you ever wonder how you have survived this long? HSD. Yes. Nobody expected me to get much past 20. Least of all me. I just assume, well, I got through today, but tomorrow might be different. This is a very weird and twisted world. You can afford to get careless, don't fuck around. You want to keep your affairs in order at all times. Loose Licks, Australia, Spring 1976. Interview by Peter Olszewski. Olszewski, many of your readers here are surprised that you're leaving the States so soon before the election. Why aren't you getting on the campaign trail in '76? HSD. Okay. I can answer that one. You want me to do it now? Olszewski. Yeah. HSD. I assume that the general election will be even duller than the primary election, and I could bet right now, a lot of money on Carter, and I don't see any point in going out there and suffering to cover it. Olszewski. So there won't be a Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail book for '76? HSD. No, it's too much work. And the work is too rotten. I told a New York Times reporter friend of mine that I went out and did it for about 2 months, and I couldn't handle it. It was just too depressing. And when he asked me why I was quitting, I said, well, Christ, you should know. He thought for a minute, and he said, yeah, it's not fit work for a grown man, is it? A perfect epitaph for covering campaigns. Olszewski. So you've still got your money on Carter? HST. Oh yeah, that's why I don't see any point in having it covered. As a gambler right now, I would bet on him about 3-2 over Ford or Reagan. Olszewski. I read a report the other day, the Australian, July 5th, that Carter is thinking of running for office with your old friend Ed Muskie. What do you think about that? HSD. I don't think he's going to do that. He's summoning one vice presidential candidate a day down to Plains, and he doesn't really tell you much about it except who is not going to be there. I hope he picks Church, Frank Church. Editor's note: since this interview, Carter has named his running partner. Thompson was right, Muskie didn't get it, but neither did Thompson's hopeful, Frank Church. The job went to Walter Fritz Mondale. Olszewski. Who do you think is the greatest president the U.S. has ever had? HSD. I would think Thomas Jefferson. Very easily. Olszewski. Why? HST. I suppose in the context of his time, I think he was, in terms of human quality, intelligence, and talent. Here's an example. I just remembered this. When John Kennedy had a bunch of White House dinners for poets and composers and writers, it was a vast assemblage of American establishment-like talent, and when he sat down for dinner at the White House he kindly observed that he thought that never before had so much talent been assembled for a dinner at the White House. Then he added, except for when Thomas Jefferson dined alone. So when I say Jefferson, it's no bizarre judgment. He was a very special person. Olszewski, you said in your Campaign 72 book that after you watched a TV rerun of JFK's head exploding, you went to your room and felt rather ill. Do you have any theory on Kennedy's death? Do you subscribe to any particular conspiracy theory? HSD, the only theory I subscribe to in total is that we don't know yet the full story of it. I don't have any favorite conspiracy theory, no. I'm convinced that sooner or later we'll hear the real story and it's going to be quite a surprise. Olszewski, so you don't think any of the conspiracies aired yet have been the real conspiracy? HST, no. I wouldn't know where to look right now. If I did, I'd be there. Olszewski, what was your immediate reaction when you heard that Nixon had finally resigned? HST, well, I've been on that case for about 15 years. I went down to the White House lawn on the day he left, and I was sitting right next to his helicopter. I was the last person Nixon saw in Washington. I stayed up all night. I just wanted to make sure the bastard looked at me. Olszewski, did he acknowledge your presence when he saw you? Maybe he remembered you from your car ride with him? HSD, he was so full of Clarzine and downers that they had to lead him to the plane. Olszewski, he was pretty drugged out, was he? HST, oh yeah, he was. They had him on tranquilizers. He was just about to crack. Olszewski, a broken man? HST, absolutely. And no man ever deserved it more. Olszewski, given the opportunity to mete out punishment to Nixon, what would you prescribe? HST, as punishment for him now? Let's see. For Nixon, I think he should be forced to hitchhike back and forth constantly across the country. Sort of like Philip Nolan. They put the man without a country on a ship, they should put Nixon on the road. Naked. Make him hitchhike back and forth from San Clemente to Washington. Constantly. Never resting for more than one night. He'd have to be on the road hitchhiking and people could pick him up and abuse him if they wanted to, beat him if they wanted to, they could do anything they wanted to, but I think he should be forced to come out in public. Olszewski, have you ever thought of running for the presidency? HSD, I've thought about it, but when you think about running for president you also have to think about what's going to happen to you if you win. And I think life is too short to do that sort of thing unless you're crazy. Olszewski, you think a president is a sure target for assassination? HSD, I wouldn't care about being assassinated. I think it's just the bullshit and living in a fishbowl atmosphere. I wouldn't like that sort of lack of privacy. I think you just have to be a little bit nuts to want to do that. Olszewski, just say, by some strange quirk of fate, you did attain the presidency. What's the first thing you do? HSD, if I attained the presidency? Olszewski, yeah. HSD, oh. The first thing I do? Well, if I behaved in such a way that I could attain the presidency, the first thing I'd do would be something I wouldn't be able to tell you now. Probably, in all honesty, I would take some immediate and terrifying vengeance on somebody. I would have to make some very serious enemies and I would punish them. Olszewski, if you were president, is there any instance in which you'd press the button and unleash the big one? HST, I don't think so. I don't see any reason to. Why blow up the whole world? If they're going to blow us up, what the hell, we can't save ourselves. So I'd rather not press the button. Olszewski, you don't seem over-enchanted with the present model of American politics, and you certainly don't seem to be the kind of person who could live comfortably within a socialist state such as exists in the Soviet bloc. Is there any particular political philosophy to which you adhere? HST, no. That's one of my problems. I'm essentially an anarchist. I think an anarchist party would kind of have a hard time qualifying for election. But maybe not. If I ran, I would probably run on some ticket that would be anarchism in disguise. But that's a problem. Nobody yet has quite worked out how to be an anarchist and keep the system running. That's one of the reasons I'm not running for president. Olszewski, what did you do on Bicentennial Day? HSD, Bicentennial Day? Let's see. Oh, I ate a lot of acid and set off a tremendous amount of fireworks and just wandered around and acted like an American. Like cowboys. Just played cowboys. Threw bombs into crowds, things like that. Olszewski, do you think America can survive another 200 years? HSD, probably so, but in a very altered condition. Something a bit like England. Like the coccyx bone of the spine of the world. You know the bone at the end of the spine? It's the remnant of the tail. This bone has no function except to give you a tremendous amount of pain if you break it. And in about 200 years I think America would be serving that kind of function in the world. A useless appendage until you break it. Then it causes a lot of trouble. Olszewski, let's leave the world of politics now and get onto your writing. You seem to have this strange obsession with what the murkier recesses of the human mind can unleash. Leaping out of the pages of your books are all sorts of monsters and animals one associates with darkness: Gila monsters, colored bats, hammerhead sharks, ravens whose droppings smell like dead flesh, and HSD. Hey, you talk faster than I do, you must be a speed freak? Olszewski, pardon? HSD, you talk faster than I do. Olszewski, do I? HSD, I hurry along myself, but you're really getting it on. Olszewski, okay. I'll slow down. HSD, yeah. Olszewski, anyway, you have all these sorts of monsters, and the subject of your first book was about one of the more monstrous forms of human life, the Hell's Angels. The point I'm getting to is that in one sense you follow the tradition set by Mailer, for example, in embracing the psychopath, and yet you're warier of what the unleashed human psyche is capable of. For example, you often refer to Charles Manson. Do you, as Mailer suggests, consider that the psychopath is the stepping stone to a newer and higher level of human consciousness, or do you think civilization will be stomped into extinction by the greatest psychopath of all? HST, yeah, the psychopath. The psychopath is really a sort of a synonym for politician in a way. So I don't agree with Mailer that the psychopath could be in advance. I think it's a sort of an inevitable state. Olszewski, but all the same you seem to be fascinated by genuine crazies, people who push the limit, you know? HST, oh yes, I like those people. Sometimes they can be dangerous, but I enjoy people who are crazy. I like to stay with my own kind, as it were. Olszewski, are you a psychopath? HSD, a psychopath? No. No. I look a little further ahead. A psychopath can only see to the end of his nose. Psychopaths are similar to a fly traveling towards a light. He becomes a different person every day. A very adjustable person. Olszewski, you don't seem to dwell on women in your books. HSD, women in my books? Olszewski, yeah. HST, now let's see, there is an answer to that, but I'm not going to tell you. Well, given the subject, you don't seem to run across women much. You don't seem to run across them as much as mamas. In politics you run across bimbos a lot. In Las Vegas you got hookers. I just haven't got to that subject really. I've just signed a contract, however, for a novel which will have a woman as one of the main characters. Yeah, I don't understand women. That's one of the reasons I don't write about them. I've given up the idea that I'll ever understand them. They're a different race. They fascinate me, but I'd be worried about writing about them until I learn to speak their language. Olszewski, are you surprised by your success as a writer? HST, I'm not surprised at being successful. I'm surprised that the success has come as it has. It's sort of peculiar. I didn't expect to be one of the most famous crazy persons of my time. Olszewski, well, you've done that pretty well. HSD, that wasn't my plan, but it happened somehow. Olszewski, you're credited as the Dean of Gonzo Journalism. HST, oh yeah. Olszewski, exactly what does it mean? HSD, I've never been really sure. I just thought if I'm going to be a journalist I may as well be my own kind. Olszewski, where does the word gonzo come from? HSD, it's some old Boston word meaning a little bit crazy and off the wall. Sort of a high crazy. Demented craziness. Olszewski, I notice another of your favorite words is khazard. What does that mean? HSD, that means run like a bastard, trouble is coming. You don't know where it's coming from, but the shit rain is about to start. Olszewski, what's the origin of that word? HST, I made it up. But it is now in the dictionary. Olszewski, is it? HSD, I lie to people and tell them that I did make it up. You'd be surprised what people believe. Olszewski, I've noticed that mass media journalists here, or straight journos if you want to use the term, are strangely fascinated by your writing, yet repulsed as though you are perpetrating some travesty of journalism or political writing. HSD, repulsed? Olszewski, yeah. HSD, are these people that are going to be covering my speeches? Olszewski, some of them will be. HSD, well, tell them to get ready. If they're repulsed by what they've read, wait until they have to deal with me in person. Olszewski, I notice occasionally references to you in things like Time or Newsweek. These people are aware of what you are doing to them, but they don't credit you as being a valid journalist, a writer with a capital WHSD. That's true. I have people like that all around. I have people who would like to kill me and have me locked up. I don't know what I do, but I make a lot of enemies somehow. I don't really care what they think. If they come into my yard I'll shoot them. If they don't come into my yard, they don't bother me. Olszewski, exactly what sort of doctor are you? HST, I'm a doctor of divinity, and a doctor of chemotherapy, and a doctor of gonzo journalism. That's 3 doctorates. Olszewski, how did you earn these? HST, you have no doctorates? Olszewski, pardon? HST, you fuckers have no doctorates. Are you one of these journalists who don't like them? Olszewski, oh, I don't care one way or another. I'm just interested in where you got them. HST, where I got my doctorates from? Olszewski, yeah. HST, well, I got my doctor of, let's see, of chemotherapy from Berkeley, my doctorate of divinity from the Church of the New Truth, and my doctorate of journalism from Columbia. Olszewski, from Columbia? HST, I'd like to bring my sheepskins down for you to have a look at, but they may be too heavy for the baggage. Olszewski, well, let's move from doctors to an area associated with them. Drugs. What's the most volatile drug you've experienced? HST, the most volatile? By far the most terrifying single experience I've had ever, was with an animal tranquilizer called PCPA. But in general the most powerful, well, among head drugs anyway, is LSD. You can get just about wherever you want to go on that one. Olszewski, let's just imagine you've indulged in some ultra-powerful acid and you start to get into a reincarnation thing. You know you can come back as any person, except yourself. Who would you come back as? HST, how can I come back as a person? Olszewski, I don't know. Let's just assume that it's the particular property of this batch of acid. HST, as a person. Shit. I'd probably have to come back as myself right now because I could manage that. Olszewski, yeah, but remember, with this acid you can't come back as yourself. HST, oh. Well, let's see. I can't think of anyone. I'm afraid to think. I'm working hard at it. There's some state I could come back in, but there's nobody there now, so I couldn't identify it by using somebody's name. I can't think of anyone I'd like to come back as. Can you? Olszewski, well, I would have thought, what with the way you whoop around on motorcycles, and with your attachment for your .44 Magnum, and the way you shoot your cars with it, etc., that you'd be more at home riding the range. I would have thought you might like to ride with the Jesse James gang. HST, I don't want to start any arguments, but till I'm convinced I'm going to stick with what I have now. Olszewski, let's move to future projects. I read in Playboy that you were working on a novel called Guts Balls. HST, that's in limbo right now. I haven't finished it and I might incorporate it into something else. Olszewski, earlier you said you were working on another book with a woman as, HST, that's a different novel. I'm just starting it. Olszewski, what sort of novel will that be? HST, it's going to have something to do with Texas, that's all I know right now. Olszewski, Texas? HST, violence, Texas, and drugs. Olszewski, I heard there are movie rights for Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas in the offing. Is this so? HST, apparently so. Nobody's really certain, but it seems to be on its way to being a film, yeah. Olszewski, how can such a book be translated onto the screen? HST, oh, I don't know. That's been one of the problems. I'm interested in seeing how they're going to solve it. Olszewski, yes, it will be interesting. About your forthcoming tour of Australia. Do you have any impressions of this place? HST, I have no impression of Australia. That's why I thought I might come down and take a look at it. I'm not totally ignorant about it. I know just enough about the place to make me curious. I know there's an outback, and there are several cities there. And most of the people I've met from Australia I like. So that's always a good advertisement, unlike South Africans. Maybe Australia's a monstrous place. I have no idea. Olszewski, do you lecture very often? HST, no. I don't like it. We could probably clear this up because this is a fairly major point. In truth, I don't even give lectures. All I do is appear and take a lot of abuse, and sort of maintain a dialogue. Olszewski, well, what sort of formats do your shows run to? HST, I like to get them up, get them moving, get them angry, but after that I just like to talk to people. Olszewski, is there any particular thing you like talking about? HST, whatever people want. I have nothing to say. I have no message. I'll talk with anyone who wants to talk. I want to make sure that people don't expect me to come and make a speech. New Times, December 10, 1976. The Hunter Thompson Interview. By Robert Sam Anson. Snow was beginning to fall on Aspen, when the great Gonzo made his appearance. He timed it beautifully. As he swept through the door of the Jerome Bar, togged out in parka, sunglasses, and safari shorts, the clock was just striking midnight. The very witching hour. What better moment to meet the Mad Dog Prince himself? He collected a bet the Cowboys had just defeated the Bills by 7 points, and Hunter was holding a 14-point spread, ordered a double margarita, adjusted his cigarette holder to a rakish angle, corrected a bartender who had called him Mr. Thompson. "That's doctor, and don't forget it," turned to me and uttered what I took to be a sound of greeting. Thus commenced a talk that, in different times, places and states of sobriety, stretched out some 16 hours, a conversation sprinkled with literary allusions, observations on the state of the nation, pro football, Rolling Stone, and the good doctor himself, who is feeling just fine, thank you. Some excerpts. On coming to Rolling Stone. HST. It was mutuality of interests. I was running for sheriff, and I wanted to write a piece where people would see it, kind of an ad for myself. Rolling Stone seemed like the best place. That's why it worked so well for so many of us, that mutuality of interests. We all got something out of it. Rolling Stone was the first place I had been where I could write exactly what I felt. It was terrific. On his writing. HST. I'd do the end first, and then the beginning, and then try to figure out everything that was supposed to go in between. I used to drive some of the 66. 03068165112 Thompson 1 SD pages April 29, 2009 1035 AM page 66. Rolling Stone people nuts. There would be all these excerpts 20, 30. They had to learn a whole new language. They didn't know that it was driving me nuts. I'd be just about finished, and Jan would call and say, "We just lost a couple of ad pages, can you give me 2 more pages?" So then things would get very long. I would write about what I had for breakfast, and how it tasted, and what I had for lunch, and how it tasted, and on and on. But it was like that. Basically, he paid by the word. The more you wrote, the more money you made. On his expense account. HST. Not nearly as much as everyone believes, I'll tell you that. Sometimes there would be these editor's notes about things I was buying. The $6,000 flugelhorns, for instance, they weren't true. They just added to the legend. Of course, if I thought I needed a $6,000 flugelhorn to communicate with Frank Mankiewicz, I wouldn't hesitate a moment. Expenses, for me, was sort of a way of evening the score with Jan. You had 2 choices. You could either be a cheat or be honest. I opted for excess. Jan saw money as entirely something else. In a way, it was the great equalizer for him. That was the way he could assert authority over people he otherwise had no control over. My God, Cruz had to get stubs for taxicabs he was taking in New York. This has an eroding effect on your sense of who you are, and what your relationship is to the magazine. Everyone has the wrong impression about Rolling Stone, that it's this luxurious, decadent place, where people are living it up. It's not like that at all. I remember the first time I went to a party at Playboy, and thinking to myself, hell, this is what I thought Rolling Stone was supposed to be. On working for Wenner. HST. When you deal with Jan, you think of the worst possible result of what you are doing, and the best possible result, and a lot of the time you end up with both. He has this capriciousness, a kind of dazed arrogance, like a cocoon case of John Mitchellism. He could be your friend at night, and then do something horrible to you the next day, and then ask you out to dinner again that night. He could never quite grasp why people were pissed at him. He'd say hideous things you thought were a joke and then he'd turn around the next day and do them. A lot of writers can't stand up to it. It's like he leads them down this long tunnel, and they discover too late that there is no way to go back up. He breaks people's confidence in themselves, by doing chicken shit things, like arbitrary salary cuts. It's like he's giving a guy a gig in the military for having something wrong at inspection. Jan's trouble is that he never paid his dues. Everything has been right for him from the beginning, so he can't understand the troubles he always causes for people who have paid their dues. On why he quit. HST. It just drifted away. I suppose you always think that people will learn, the Bobby Kennedy syndrome. And I was doing everything to make him learn except knocking his head against a wall. I was always the middleman explain to people why they had been fucked. That's not the kind of thing I want to do for the next 10 years. No amount of money is worth the constant haggling. I sensed that it would be a nice time to stop. I just kind of turned off the tap one day. It went as easily as it came. On Rolling Stone's future. HST. I don't know. I haven't read it in months. But there are a lot of bad signs. Jan's much more interested now in what goes on the cover, what will sell magazines, than whether what is inside is worth reading. The product has gotten very watery. I don't think it stands on its own weight. There is no second level there. I don't know who would run the place if one day Jan gets run over by a black truck. Which is a real problem. Since there are a lot of people I know who would like to run him over with a black truck. On what might have been. HST. Hell, it could have been great. After Elko, I thought we were going to run wide open. I had worked on a lot of bad trains, running on a lot of awful tracks. Being on Rolling Stone was like riding the Metro liner. I wanted to put my foot down to the floor. There was Heineken running in the taps. We could have done anything. I wanted to use Rolling Stone for political leverage, to bring on real change. I wanted to bring in every good writer in the country. And then Wenner sold the railroad. He was carrying the ball for all of us and he dropped it. And it was all over such small stuff. That's the real tragedy. Jan really could have had the world, he was that close, if he could have just reached out and been decent for a minute or two. Instead, he reached out for nickels and dimes. On his new book. HSD, it'll have to wait a while. I don't work during the football season. But it's about Texas and gun running and the American dream. That's what I've always been interested in. Whatever happened to the American dream? 90 Minutes Live, Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, April 12, 1977. Interview with Peter Guzowski. Peter Guzowski, welcome back. Even though a lot of journalists are acquiring a kind of stardom of their own these days, it's pretty rare when one of them becomes, even in the eyes of his most devoted readers or followers, almost more interesting himself than the people and the events that he writes about. One such person is my next guest. He's the author that went to live with the Hells Angels of California. In the pages of Rolling Stone magazine he turned the same kind of eye on American and world politics. Would you welcome him, please, Dr. Hunter S. Thompson? Guzowski, Dr., HSD Doctor, thank you, yes. Guzowski, you call yourself a doctor when you write, HSD, well I'm a doctor. Guzowski, a doctor of? HSD Divinity. Guzowski, who gave you a Doctor of Divinity? HSD, I worked for it in night school. Guzowski, did you really? HSD, yeah. The Catholic Church in Aspen challenged my authority to perform marriages but they lost, and the priests lucked out. Guzowski, so you have a license? HSD, oh yes. I can perform marriages. Guzowski, in the beginning of the program I said you were the king of the gonzo journalists of North America. HSD, well, there's only one. Audience laughs and cheers. Guzowski, where did the word gonzo come? HSD, it's an old Boston street word. It's one of those Charles River things that started when you were 12 years old on the banks of the Charles River. Gonzo is a word that Bill Cardozo, who's an editor at the Boston Globe, came up with to describe some of my writing. I just liked it. And I thought, well, am I a new journalist? Am I a political journalist? I'm a gonzo journalist, and why not? Guzowski, coming back to your background as a sports writer, if gonzo journalism, if the kind of gut feeling, it's so hard to put any labels and descriptive adjectives to the way you write or your style or your approach. HSD, I've never been able to explain it myself at all. Guzowski, is it possible to say, in a general way, that you come at politics as a sports writer? That you look at the taste and the feel of the event and look for people lying all the time, because everyone lies to sports writers and no one lies to political writers. HSD, well that's true, actually. There's a lot more freedom in sports writing, I would think, than any other kind of writing. You have a tremendous latitude with the use of verbs and adjectives and action. When you get forced into political writing, you miss that. In sports writing people are pounced on and stomped and whipped and torn. And then you get into politics and somebody loses by 400 votes and he is edged out. It just doesn't seem right. You want somebody pounced, stomped. And so if you bring that kind of vocabulary to politics, and the same kind of mind, as you say, they're all lying anyway. The stock market is very much so the same. There's a whole article, I guess you have to say south of the border here in Canada, about taking a company public. You kind of nurture it, get the profit picture up, cheat all the employees, fire half the staff, get the profit picture huge, then you go public and sell the stock just like you said. So then it's oh yes, of course. I must have that. Like me, and then bang. Zip. Guzowski, when you first turned your eye to politics during the '72 campaign, you were looked on by the establishment press corps as just a guy from Rolling Stone, this weird hippie magazine. Second, there were questions about what little background you had other than the Hells Angels and some sports writing. They did not accept you. HST, I miss that. I'd really like to get that anonymity back. It's a tremendous advantage. Guzowski, really? HST, oh yeah. To be anonymous. Everyone thought I was a dingbat and just sort of a piece of furniture on the campaign. It's a huge advantage. Guzowski, because people would tell you things they would not tell someone from the New York Times? HSD, yeah. They thought I was just a bag carrier. Guzowski, what kind of thing would they tell you? HSD, whatever I asked them. And if I'd ask them at 10 o'clock at night or 10 in the morning and they didn't answer, I'd call at 8 o'clock at night, then 10 at night, then 12, then 2, then 4, and then, eventually, they'd finally answer. Gazowski, and the fact that you weren't one of the regulars from the Washington Post made it all right for you? HST, that's what they thought. Gazowski, what did you do to Ed Muskie? HST, nothing. Ed Muskie did it to himself. Gazowski, what was the drug that you said he was on? HST, ibogaine. Gazowski, ibogaine? HST, it's a very powerful hallucinogenic root of trypantha ibogaine tabernanthe iboga or something. If you eat it, just a chunk of it, you can sit for 3 days in a very quiet stupor, without sleeping, and watching a water hole. Pygmies in Africa and South America have done this, and it helps them to outlast the beast. You can sit there with your blowgun at the water hole for 3 days. You're just frozen and all you can think about is killing the animal. There are other manifestations, such as sudden blind rages, unexplainable frenzies, but mainly you're after the animal, like Muskie. Gazowski, well, 2 things happened. The first was the rumor began to spread everywhere among all the people that were covering the campaign that Muskie was in fact on this bizarre drug, right? And the other one was you finally said you made it all up. HSD, well, I had to. I couldn't believe people took this sort of thing seriously. But halfway through the campaign, I suddenly realized all these poor bastards reading Rolling Stone believed this madness. It didn't occur to me until the very end of the book, at the end of the campaign, that people really believed that Muskie was eating ibogaine. I never said he was. I said there was a rumor in Milwaukee that he was. Which was true, and I started the rumor in Milwaukee. Yeah. If you look carefully, I'm a very accurate journalist. Gazowski, does being a little bit crazy yourself help reflect a world that is very largely crazy? HSD, well, this is either slanderous or libelous, one of the two, but, Gazowski, I just made it up, so I felt free to say it. HST, I'll see you in court. Yeah, it does help. It will help me probably sue you for $1.5 million. Gazowski, then you are crazy. You've come to the right place. Better you should buy some penny stock in Vancouver. It will go for $1.5 million for me. HST, I'll go right to my stockbroker friends in New York. I remember getting my first money I ever got from a book. I think it was an $11,000 royalty check, and I thought, man, Jesus Christ, I haven't paid taxes in 5 years. I didn't know what to do with it. I walked around Aspen for about 5 days with that thing in the pocket of my Levi's, and it got all moldy and weird. I was afraid to deposit it in the bank, and I didn't want to tell anyone I had it. I was embarrassed I had this money. Finally, some friend talked me into talking with a stockbroker who guaranteed he could double it within a year. And I charted it from then on down. The stock market peaked and dropped. At the end of the year, I just told him to get rid of it. And I said, if I ever see you again, I'll pull all your teeth with a pair of pliers. If I do see him again, I will still pull out all his teeth. Gazowski, in Colorado, you ran as sheriff and very nearly came quite close to getting elected. HSD, far too close, yeah. It was 4 percentage points. I'm now on the Sheriff's Advisory Committee. I hire and fire deputies, think about that. Gazowski, is it a good idea for a person who is an observer such as yourself to get inside the political arena and act from within? HSD, I used to think so, but I don't think so now. It makes working much more difficult. All the stuff you were saying earlier about a journalist being more interesting than the people you're writing about. It's really true, but it makes it very hard to work. When I went out on the campaign trail in New Hampshire and Massachusetts with Carter, I'd go to press conferences and the Secret Service was baffled. I'd come in there and have to sign more autographs than Carter. It's very embarrassing. The press resents it. Nobody knows what to make of it. Carter resented it. So, I quit. You do something once and it's better not to go back. Gazowski, you are known about doing drugs and all that stuff. Your book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a deep, some people would say bitter, exposition and look into the American psyche. Here's a quotation I've come across that fascinates me. It's Kurt Vonnegut Jr. talking about you. Hunter Thompson's disease is that he feels America can be as easily led to beauty as to ugliness, to truth as to public relations, and to joy as to bitterness. Can you respond to that? HSD, I appreciate that. It was a very elegant sort of tribute in a way. I'm not sure I believe that anymore. I went into politics thinking that, but I really doubt I think it now. I think the system is much more essentially rotten than I believed 4 years ago. Gazowski, what about, then, Jimmy Carter? I'm not going to use the word endorsement, although Rolling Stone used it on the cover. HSD, that was a real horror. Imagine writing the story, and then the cover comes back and says endorsement. Plus it left out the speech that I was talking about in the Carter tapes. What can you do? Gazowski, but it was written by someone who came away from a 6-hour conversation with Jimmy Carter and was sure impressed by him. HSD, well, I still am. I think he's one of the three meanest men I've ever met. The other two were Muhammad Ali and Sonny Barger, the president of the Hells Angels. Those three men are a whole cut above everybody else I've ever run into in terms of sheer functional meanness. Gazowski functional meanness? HST yeah, meaning the ability to get to A or B, C, Z, whatever you want. Carter would cut my head off to carry North Dakota. He'd cut both your legs off to carry a ward in the Bronx. He'd never apologize for it. He understands the system. That's why he won. That's really all I said. I admire that a person played the game as well as he did in the sort of Magnolia shade that he played in for a while. He was perceived as sort of a Southern dingbat. But I saw him pushed Eddie Kennedy around down in Athens and I'd never seen Kennedy pushed around in anywhere. I was stunned, and I thought uh-oh. This was 1974. I thought, oops, this is a bad one. I have to watch him. Sure enough, he announced he was running for president some 4 or 5 months later. When he did, I took a ride down to see him and wished him good luck. Gazowski, were you as impressed by his references to Bob Dylan and things as you appeared to be? Or were you doing another little bit of ibogaine writing? HSD no, what he did in that speech that I consistently referred to in the article, Gazowski the Law Day speech. HST yeah, which Rolling Stone did not run and left me hanging on some hideous limb, was just lay the whips, the serious whips, on all these lawyers at the Law Day alumni speech. This wasn't just all the alumni of the University of Georgia Law School, it was the distinguished alumni of the law school. All the state senators and judges. He just beat the hell out of them. He'd been governor for 3.5 years and they'd given him a hard time, the whole house had been against him, and he stomped on them, in public. I'd never seen a politician do that before. He just pushed Teddy aside and thought, out of the way, I got work to do. Move aside. Kennedy was stunned. I was stunned. I don't tape politicians' speeches normally, but about 10 minutes into it I went to the car and got my tape recorder and thought I've never heard anything like this in my life, and I still haven't, from Carter either. Gazowski, but what you're impressed by is the toughness and the naked, HST oh yeah. He will eat your shoulder right off if he thinks it's right. Gazowski, have you changed your original impression of him since he's come to power? HST no. That's what I thought he was going to do and that's what he's done. He's just eating Russian shoulders instead of Humphreys. He's a very hard person. He believes in exactly what he's doing. The question is whether he's right or wrong. He's going to walk as close to the edge as he can. Take it for what you want. Gazowski, that's a different impression than I got from reading the piece. I thought there was something else that you perceived about him or saw. HSD, what did you perceive? Gazowski, what I read you perceiving was a kind of openness and a kind of willingness to be with. HSD, he was totally open. They were looking for men that are devious Humphrey and Muskie type subterfuges and players. And I kept telling them, just look at the man. Listen to him. What he's saying is what he is. And that's exactly what he played. In terms of politics, he's one of the most open and dangerously honest and aggressive. Well, honest is a dangerous word in politics. Gazowski, isn't it less dangerous to have an open man than a devious swan? HST yeah, but not if you perceive him as being devious. If you understand him as being open, that's fine. But, the reporters on the campaign were so used to these hackball politicians that when Carter said, I'll tell you my foreign policy when I'm president, they would throw him weird reasons for this and strange strategies. That's what he meant. So when he became president, it was, I'll tell you my foreign policy. It was a thundering sort of statement to lay on a state like Massachusetts, the home to all these serious third, fourth, and fifth generation politicians. They couldn't understand it. It was just too direct. If he says he's going to put a cruise missile into Leningrad, he's willing to do it, and if you don't believe it, well, that doesn't matter, does it? High Times, September 1977. Hunter S. Thompson, The Good Doctor Tells All, About Carter, Cocaine, Adrenaline, and the Birth of Gonzo Journalism by Ron Rosenbaum. The first time I met Hunter S. Thompson was back in 1970, at the America's Cup yacht race where Hunter had chartered a huge power yacht and was preparing to sail at full steam right into the middle of the race course. This was shortly after his spectacular but unsuccessful run for the office of the Sheriff of Aspen, Colorado, on a mescaline-eating capitalist freak power ticket. When I arrived on board the huge yacht, I found Thompson ensconced on the command deck, munching on a handful of psilocybin pills and regarding the consternation of the snooty Newport sailing establishment with amusement. We never did manage to cross the path of the Cup contenders and Scanlan's magazine went bankrupt before Hunter wrote up the whole fiasco, but I did learn one thing: this is a guy who understands the importance of perspective. He rode the Hells Angels, and got himself a nasty beating in the process of getting a unique perspective on them. He leaded his car, his bloodstream and his brain cells full of dangerous drugs to cover a conference of drug-busting DAS and turned that experience into Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, a brilliant exploration of the dark side of the drug scene at the peak of Nixon's power. When he covered the 1972 presidential campaign as national affairs editor for Rolling Stone, Thompson's special deadline and drug-crazed gonzo journalism, his own patented mix of paranoia, nightmare, recklessness and black humor, would fill the nervous Secret Service agents with fear and loathing on the campaign trail. Ever since then, Thompson's become a kind of national character with millions of people following the exploits of Uncle Duke, in the Doonesbury comic strip. This year too, Thompson had another very special but very different perspective. He's widely reported to have become close to Jimmy Carter and to Carter's inner circle from the time back in 1974 when he heard Carter's no famous Law Day speech. But curiously, there have been more articles speculating about Thompson, his relations with Jimmy Carter and Jan Wenner, this year than by him. He's never put his own role into perspective until now. Ron Rosenbaum, how have your attitudes toward politics changed since you wrote about the '72 presidential election and Fear and Loathing on the campaign trail? HST Well, I think the feeling that I've developed since '72 is that an ideological attachment to the presidency or the president is very dangerous. I think the president should be a businessman, probably he should be hired. It started with Kennedy, where you got sort of a personal attachment to the president, and it was very important that he agree with you and you agree with him and you knew he was on your side. I no longer give a fuck if the president's on my side, as long as he leaves me alone or doesn't send me off to any wars or have me busted. The president should take care of business, mind the fucking store and leave people alone. Ron Rosenbaum, so you developed a tired of fighting the White House theory? HST I think I've lost my sense that it's a life or death matter whether someone is elected to this, that or whatever. Maybe it's losing faith in ideology or politicians, or maybe both. Carter, I think, is an egomaniac, which is good because he has a hideous example of what could happen if he fucks up. I wouldn't want to follow Nixon's act, and Carter doesn't either. He has a whole chain of ugly precedents to make him careful: Watergate, Vietnam, the Bay of Pigs, and I think he's very aware that even the smallest blunder on his part could mushroom into something that would queer his image forever in the next generation's history texts, if there is a next generation. I don't think it matters much to Carter whether he's perceived as a liberal or a conservative, but it does matter to him that he's perceived, by the voters today and by historians tomorrow, as a successful president. He didn't run this weird Horatio Alger trip from Plains, Georgia, to the White House, only to get there and find himself hamstrung by a bunch of hacks and fizzers in the Congress. Which is exactly what's beginning to happen now, and those people are making a very serious mistake if they assume they're dealing with just another political shyster, instead of the zealot he really is. Jimmy Carter is a true believer, and people like that are not the ones you want to cross by accident. I'm not saying this in defense of the man, but only to emphasize to anybody in Congress or anywhere else who plans to cross Jimmy Carter should take pains to understand the real nature of the beast they intend to cross. He's on a very different wavelength than most people in Washington. That's one of the main reasons he's president, and also one of the first things I noticed when I met him down in Georgia in 1974, a total disdain for political definition or conventional ideologies. His concept of populist politics is such a strange mix of total pragmatism and almost religious idealism that every once in a while, to me at least, and especially when I listen to some of the tapes of conversations I had with him in 1974 and 75, that he sounds like a borderline anarchist, which is probably why he interested me from the very beginning and why he still does, for that matter. Jimmy Carter is a genuine original. Or at least he was before he got elected. God only knows what he is now, or what he might turn into when he feels he's being crossed, by Congress, the Kremlin, Standard Oil or anything else. He won't keep any enemies list on paper, but only because he doesn't have to. He has a memory like a computerized elephant. Ron Rosenbaum, did you ever have any ideology in the sense of being a liberal, a conservative, or were you an anarchist all along? HST I've always considered myself basically an anarchist, at least in the abstract, but every once in a while you have to come out of the closet and deal with reality. I'm interested in politics, but not as ideology, simply as an art of self-defense. That's what I learned in Chicago. I realized that you couldn't afford to turn your back on the bastards because that's what they would do, run amok and beat the shit out of you, and they had the power to do it. When I feel it's necessary to get back into politics, I'll do it, either writing about it or participating in it. But as long as it's not necessary, there are a lot better ways to spend your time. Buy an opium den in Singapore, or a brothel somewhere in Maine. I'd become a hired killer in Rhodesia or some kind of human Judas goat in the Golden Triangle. Yeah, a soldier of fortune, a professional geek who'll do anything for money. Ron Rosenbaum, you've received a lot of flack for your enthusiasm about Jimmy Carter's Law Day speech in Athens, Georgia. Do you still like Carter? HSD, compared to most other politicians, I do still like Carter. Whether I agree with him on everything, that's another thing entirely. He'd put me in jail in an instant if he saw me snorting coke in front of him. He would not, however, follow me into the bathroom and try to catch me snorting it. It's little things like that. Ron Rosenbaum, in that Law Day speech, Carter quoted Bob Dylan. Do you really think Carter cares about Bob Dylan's music the way we do? HSD, I listened to Bob Dylan records in his house, but that was mainly because his sons had them. I don't think he goes upstairs to the bedroom at night, reads the Bible in Spanish while listening to Highway 61. Ron Rosenbaum, why haven't you written anything about Carter and the 76 campaign trail? HSD, I was going to write a book on the 76 campaign, but even at the time I was doing research, I started to get nervous about it. I knew if I did another book on the campaign, I'd somehow be trapped. I was the most obvious journalist, coming off my book on the 1972 campaign, to inherit Daddy White's role as a big-selling chronicler of presidential campaigns. I would have been locked into national politics as a way of life, not to mention as a primary source of income, and there's no way you can play that kind of Washington wizard role from a base in Woody Creek, Colorado. I'd have had to move to Washington, or at least to New York, and, Jesus, life is too short for that kind of volunteer agony. I've put a lot of work into living out here where I do and still making a living, and I don't want to give it up unless I absolutely have to. I moved to Washington for a year in 1972, and it was a nightmare. Yeah, there was a definite temptation to write another campaign book, especially for a vast amount of money in advance, but even while I was looking at all that money, I knew it would be a terminal mistake. It wasn't until I actually began covering the campaign that I had to confront the reality of what I was getting into. I hadn't been in New Hampshire 2 days when I knew for certain that I just couldn't make it. I was seeing my footprints everywhere I went. All the things that were of interest last time, even the small things, the esoteric little details of a presidential campaign, seemed like gibberish the second time around. Plus, I lost what looks more and more like a tremendous advantage of anonymity. That was annoying. Because in 72 I could stand against a wall somewhere, and I'd select some pretty weird walls to stand against, and nobody knew who I was. But in 76, Jesus, at press conferences, I had to sign more autographs than the candidates. Through some strange process, I came from the 72 campaign an unknown reporter, a vagrant journalist, to a sort of media figure in the 76 campaign. It started getting so uncomfortable and made it so hard to work that even the alleged or apparent access that I had to this weird peanut farmer from Georgia became a disadvantage. Ron Rosenbaum, you became a public figure? HSD, thanks to our friend Trudeau. Ron Rosenbaum, did Gary Trudeau consult you before he started including you as the Uncle Duke character in Doonesbury? HSD, no, I never saw him, I never talked to him. It was a hot, nearly blazing day in Washington, and I was coming down the steps of the Supreme Court looking for somebody, Carl Wagner or somebody like that. I'd been inside the press section, and all of a sudden I saw a crowd of people and I heard them saying, Uncle Duke. I heard the words Duke, Uncle, it didn't seem to make any sense. I looked around, and I recognized people who were total strangers pointing at me and laughing. I had no idea what the fuck they were talking about. I had gotten out of the habit of reading funnies when I started reading the Times. I had no idea what this outburst meant. It was a weird experience, and as it happened I was sort of by myself up there on the stairs, and I thought, what in the fuck madness is going on? Why am I being mocked by a gang of strangers and friends on the steps of the Supreme Court? Then I must have asked someone, and they told me that Uncle Duke had appeared in the Post that morning. Ron Rosenbaum, so all this public notoriety was a burden in trying to return to the campaign? HST, it was impossible because there was no way for me to stay anonymous, to carry on with what I consider my normal behavior, which is usually, in terms of a campaign, either illegal or dangerous or both. It was generally assumed that I was guilty, which I was. Ron Rosenbaum, so eventually you found that refuge in a kind of band of brothers? HSD, what? No, I have never had much faith in concepts like a band of brothers, especially in politics. What we're talking about here is a new generation of highly competent professional political operatives and also a new generation of hot-rod political journalists who are extremely serious and competitive during the day, but who happen to share a few dark and questionable tastes that could only be mutually indulged late at night, in absolute privacy, because no presidential candidate even wants to know, much less have to explain at the press conference why rumors abound that many of his speech writers, strategists and key advance men are seen almost nightly, and sometimes for 9 or 10 nights in a row, frequenting any of the 2 or 3 motel rooms in the vortex of every primary campaign that are known to be dope dens, orgy pads, and places of deep intrigue. They simply don't want to hear these things, regardless of how true they may be, and in 1976 they usually were, although not in the sense that we were running a movable dope orgy, right in the bowels of a presidential campaign. But it was true that for the first time, there was a sort of midnight drug underground that included a few ranking staff people, as well as local workers and volunteers, from almost every Democratic candidate's staff, along with some of the most serious, blue-chip press people, and it was also true that some of the most intelligent and occasionally merciless conversation of the whole campaign took place in these so-called dope dens. Hell, it was a fantastic luxury to be able to get together at night with a few bottles of Wild Turkey or Chivas Regal and a big tape deck with portable speakers playing Buffett or Jerry Jeff or the amazing Rhythm Aces, yeah, and also a bag of ripe Colombian tops and a gram or two of the powder, and to feel relaxed enough with each other, after suffering through all the daytime public bullshit, to just hang out and talk honestly about what was really happening in the campaign, you know, like which candidate was fatally desperate for money, which one had told the most ridiculous lie that day, who was honest and who wasn't. In a lot of ways it was the best part of the campaign, the kind of thing I'd only be able to do with a very few people in 1972 and 68. But in 76 we were able, because there were enough of us, to establish a sort of midnight till dawn truce that transcended all the daytime headline gibberish, and I think it helped all of us to get a better grip on what we were really doing. I could illustrate this point a lot better by getting into names and specific situations, but I can't do that now for the same reason I couldn't write about it during the campaign. We all understand that, and the very few times I even hinted at this midnight underground, I did it in code phrases, like tapping the glass. Ron Rosenbaum tapping the glass. I wonder if you could explain that? HSD. Well, that's one of those apparently meaningless code phrases that I use in almost everything I write. It's a kind of lame effort to bridge the gap between what I know and what I can write without hurting my friends, sort of working on 2 or 3 levels at the same time. Ron Rosenbaum. So if you go back and read your stories, a scene where you talk about tapping the glass with Carter campaign staffer X, HSD, right? That means chopping up rocks of cocaine on a glass coffee table or some mirror we jerked off the wall for that purpose, but not necessarily with one of Carter's people. The whole point of this wretched confession is that there were so many people tapping the glass in the 76 campaign that you never knew who might turn up at one of those midnight sessions. They were dangerously nonpartisan. On any given night you would meet at All and Shriver staffers, along with people from the Birch Bay and Fred Harris campaigns. Even George Wallace was represented from time to time, and of course, there was always hardcore press dopers. Ron Rosenbaum. That's amazing. You were covering this media-saturated presidential campaign during the day, and then snorting coke at night with all those hotshot politicos? HSD. They weren't very hotshot then. Ron Rosenbaum. Okay. But since we're talking about drug use during the 76 campaign, it's obvious we're talking about people who are now in the White House, right? HSD. Well, some of them, yes. But let's get a grip on ourselves here. We don't want to cause a national panic by saying that a gang of closet coke freaks are running the country, although that would probably be the case, no matter who had won the election. Ron Rosenbaum. Times are definitely changing, eh? But since Carter won the election, let's focus on him for a moment. HSD. Well, why not? Let's see how thin a wire we can walk here, without getting ourselves locked up, indeed, and meanwhile let's rent a big villa in the mountains of Argentina, just in case my old friend Jimmy is as mean as I always said he was. Anyway, yeah, we're talking about at least a few people in the White House inner circle, not Cy and Ziggy and that crowd, the professional heavies who would have gone to work for anybody, Carter, Humphrey, Brown. Shit, they'd even work for me, if I'd won the election. Ron Rosenbaum. The inner circle of Carter's people are serious drug users? HSD. Wait a minute, I didn't say that. For one thing, a term like serious user has a very weird and menacing connotation, and, for another, we were talking about a few people from almost everybody's staff. Across the board, not junkies or freaks, but people who are just as comfortable with drugs like weed, booze, or coke as we are, and we're not weird, are we? Hell no, we're just overworked professionals who need to relax now and then, have a bit of the whoop and the giggle, right? Ron Rosenbaum. Weren't they nervous, or were you nervous, when you first started doing coke together? HSD. Well, I suppose I should have expected the same kind of difference between, say, the 72 and 76 campaigns as I saw between 68 and 72. When I went to New Hampshire in '68 I was a genuine unknown. I was the only person except for Bill Cardozo who would smoke weed, ever. I mean in the press. In '72 it was a revolution in that sense and people in the press openly smoked hash and did coke. So I should have expected it in '76, but I hadn't really thought of it. It stunned me a little bit in '76 that coke was as common as weed had been in '72 and almost right out in the open, used in a very cavalier fashion. As I say, in 1972 it was a fairly obvious consistent use of the weed by McGovern's people, in '68 it was McCarthy, but this time it was across the board. Ron Rosenbaum in a way, what you're saying is that it was kind of truth-telling substrata of drug users, and that's why you couldn't write stories about it. HSTES, for the first time I was really faced with the problem of knowing way too much. Ron Rosenbaum, was this a good or bad thing? HST, I think it was good. It allowed people who would never under the circumstances have been able to sit down, get stoned and talk honestly about whether they should even be working there. Ron Rosenbaum people are always asking, how did you get away with it? Why aren't you in jail with all the stuff you write about drugs on the campaign trail? Do you feel that the Secret Service was specifically tailing you after you started writing these articles about all the dope you had taken? HST, no. I made my peace with the Secret Service in early '72 when I went to a party in the Biltmore Hotel here in New York after McGovern's primary victory, and there were about 10 agents in a room. 3 of them were obviously passing a joint around. The look on their faces when I walked in there, all of them turning to look when I walked in, it was a wonderful moment of confrontation. I didn't want to be there, they didn't want me in there. Immediately they just crushed the joint and tried to ignore it. But the room was obviously full of marijuana smoke. Ron Rosenbaum and everybody knew that you knew. HST, oh yeah, of course. But I decided not to write about it, at least not right away. Ron Rosenbaum, was there ever any kind of trouble with the Secret Service after that? HST, no trouble at all, except when they tried to bar me from the White House during the impeachment thing. I called the guards Nazi cocksuckers or something, and in order to get in the White House I had to promise not to call anybody Nazi cocksuckers. I just waved my hand at the White House itself, you know, with Haldeman inside. I kind of got off that hook. And then I promised not to call anyone Nazi cocksuckers, and they let me in. Ron Rosenbaum, some of your fans wonder if you ever make up some of the bizarre incidents you describe. You've said that all the outrageous drugs you did and things you did in your Las Vegas book were true, except the notorious incident where you supposedly paralyzed yourself with adrenochrome extract from live human adrenal glands. HSD, if I admitted that it was true, it was tantamount to admitting that I was a first-degree murderer of the foulest sort, that somebody would kill a child in order to suck out the adrenaline. Ron Rosenbaum, but in the book you didn't say that you killed the kid. You just said that you got it. HSD, that's right. I said that my attorney had gotten it from a client of his. What I was doing was taking what you normally feel from shooting adrenaline into the realm of the extremely weird. Ron Rosenbaum, have you ever had that feeling? Shooting adrenaline? HSDO, yes. Whenever it was necessary. Sometimes nothing else works. When you really have to stay up for the 5th day and 5th night, and nothing will work, not even black beauties. Then you shoot adrenaline. But you have to be very careful with it. First, don't ever shoot it into a vein. That's doom. But even then, you've got to be very careful because you can drive yourself completely berserk, and I'm sure it would be just the way I described it in Las Vegas. Ron Rosenbaum, I always thought you were talking in metaphorical terms when you said, I like to work on the adrenaline. HST, yeah, but usually my own. I'm really an adrenaline junkie. I never get anything done without the pressure of some impossible deadline. Ron Rosenbaum, how would you describe the adrenaline high? HST, at its best it's one of the most functional of all the speed sort of drugs in that it is almost no rush unless you overdo it, and almost no crash. I never considered speed fun. I use speed as fuel, a necessary evil. Adrenaline is much smoother and much more dangerous if you fuck up. I fucked up one time in a motel in Austin, Texas. I was very careless, and I just whacked the needle into my leg without thinking. I'd forgotten the vein thing, and after I pulled the little spike out, I noticed something was wrong. In the bathroom the tile was white, the curtain was white, but in the corner of my eye in the mirror I looked down and saw a hell of a lot of red. Here was this little tiny puncture, like a leak in a high-powered hose, you could barely see the stream. It was going straight from my leg and hitting the shower curtain at about eye level, and the whole bottom of the curtain was turning red. I thought, oh Jesus Christ, what now? And just went in and lay down on the bed and told the people in the room to get out without telling them why. Then I waited 20 minutes and all I could think of was these horrible Janis Joplin stories, you know, Oating in a Motel, Jim Morrison, Jimi Hendrix, Needles. And I thought, Oh fuck, what a sloppy way to go. I was embarrassed by it. But after 20 minutes nothing happened. Then I really began to get nervous and I thought, oh god, it's going to come all at once. It's a delayed thing, like those acid flashbacks they've been promising all these years. Ron Rosenbaum, when are we going to have them? HSD, I've been waiting for a long time. Ron Rosenbaum, once I asked a friend of yours why you are so attracted to Carter and this guy says, well, Carter's basically in a lot of ways a conservative good old boy and so is Hunter. Do you think that's true in some ways, or that you're a good old boy that's gone weird? HSD, that sounds better. Good old boy gone weird. That's a good line anyway. I wouldn't deny that, I would just as soon admit it. Ron Rosenbaum, you had a fairly straight upbringing in Louisville, Kentucky, didn't you? HSD, well, I was a juvenile delinquent, but a straight juvenile delinquent. The kind that wore white bucks, button-down Oxford cloth shirts, suits. It was a good cover to use to rob crowded liquor stores. I discovered then that it helps to have a cover. If you act as weird as you are, something terrible is bound to happen to you, if you're as weird as I am. I mean, if I looked like I thought, I wouldn't be on the streets for very long. Ron Rosenbaum, were you ever busted? HST, yeah, repeatedly. I learned about jails a lot earlier than most people. On about ages 15 through 18 I was in and out of jails continually. Usually for buying booze underage or for throwing 55-gallon oil drums through filling station windows, you know, those big plate glass windows. And then I was expelled from school once, for rape, I think. I wasn't guilty, but what the hell? We were in the habit of stealing 5 or 6 cases of beer on weekends to drink. That night was the Friday night after my expulsion. We did our normal run and stole about 5 or 6 cases. We took one of them and put it on the superintendent of school's lawn at 1 o'clock in the morning and very carefully put 20 whole bottles right through every pane in the front of his house. We heard them exploding inside, and they must have gone mad. You heard them in the bedrooms, in the living room, every window was broken. I mean, what kind of thugs would do that? 24 hand beer bottle grenades, to wake up and hear the whole house exploding. Which window is going to be hit next? We deliberately took about 10 minutes to put them through there because we knew they'd never get the cops there in 10 minutes. Ron Rosenbaum, makes you feel someone's out to get you. 24 bottles of beer, that's heavy. So you were into overkill when making statements? HSD, that wasn't overkill. It was massive retaliation, the court of final resort. I was expelled for something I hadn't done or even thought about doing. Ron Rosenbaum, what is your favorite drug experience? HSD, well, there are very few things that can really beat driving around the Bay Area on a good summer night, big motorcycle, head full of acid, wearing nothing but a t-shirt and a pair of shorts and getting on that Highway 1 going 120 miles an hour. That's a rush of every kind, head, hands, it's everything put in a bundle. Because first of all, it's a rush, and also it's maintaining control and see how far I can go, how weird I can get and still survive, even though I'm seeing rats in front of me instead of cops. Rats with guns on. Ron Rosenbaum, how do you handle something like that? HSD, I never know. It's interesting, always a different way. Mainly it's figuring out real fast whom you are dealing with, and what their rules are. One of the few times I ever got in trouble, I wasn't drunk or pumped up. I had a loaded .44 Magnum in the glove compartment, a bottle of Wild Turkey open on the seat beside me, and I said, well, this is a good time to try that advice a hippie lawyer gave me once, to pull down the window just a crack and stick out my driver's license. So I started to do that. I was just getting it out, when all of a sudden the door on the other side opened. I looked around, and here was a flashlight glaring right in my face, and right beside the flashlight was a big, dirty .57 Magnum pointed at me. They didn't give a fuck about my license. They jerked me out of the car and pushed me up against the side. I said something about my constitutional rights, and they said, well, sue us or something, and kicked my legs. So I gave it up and eventually I paid a $35 fine, because it's easier than arguing. I had just bought the car. It was a sob. The night before I had pushed my English Ford off a cliff in Big Sur, 400 feet down to the ocean, to get even with the bastard for all the trouble it caused me. We filled it with gasoline and set it on fire just before it went over the edge. Ever since then I have made it a point to be polite to the California Highway Patrol. I have a National Rifle Association sticker on the back windows of my car, so that any cop on the driver's side has to pass that and see it. I used to carry a police badge in a wallet, and that helped a lot. Ron Rosenbaum, I reread Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas last summer. I loved it, but I felt it was really a sad book filled with regret for the passing of the San Francisco scene. HSD, no, not really. But I think almost any kind of humor I like always has a touch of melancholy or weirdness in it. I seem to be alone, for instance, in considering Joseph Conrad one of history's greatest humorists. Ron Rosenbaum, were you also down on the drug experience in that book? HST no. I kind of assumed that this was sort of a last fling that Nixon and Mitchell and all those people would make it very soon impossible for anybody to behave that way and get away with it. It wouldn't be a matter of a small fine. Your hand would be cut off. Ron Rosenbaum, so it's a real exploration of terminal paranoia. HST well, it was kind of a weird celebration for an era that I figured was ending. Ron Rosenbaum, maybe you can tell us the true story of the birth of gonzo journalism. It was the Kentucky Derby story you did for Scanlon's magazine in 1969, right? HST I guess it's important to take it all the way back to having dinner in Aspen with Jim Salter, a novelist who had sort of a continental style. It was one of those long European dinners with lots of wine, and Salter said something like, "Well, the Derby's coming up. Aren't you going to be there?" And I thought, well, I'll be damned. That's a good idea. I was working at the time for Warren Hinkle at Scanlon's magazine. So I immediately called Hinkle and said, "I have a wonderful idea, we must do the Derby. It's the greatest spectacle the country can produce." It was 3:30 in the morning or something like that, but Hinkle got right into it. By that time I had learned to hate photographers. I still do. I can't stand to work with them. So I said, "We've got to get an illustrator for this," and I had Pat Oliphant in mind. Hinkle said, "Fine, do it." In an hour's time the whole thing was settled. Oliphant wasn't available, but Ralph Steadman was coming over on his first trip to the US and it was all set up that I would go to Louisville and do the advance work, and Ralph would meet me there later. I think I took off the next day. The whole thing took less than 24 hours. I got there and of course found that the place was jammed. There were no rooms and it was out of the question to get a press pass. The deadline had been 3 months earlier. It took me about 2 days to get 2 whole press kits. I'm not sure exactly how I did it. I traded off the outrage, which was so gross, that somebody from a thing called Scanlon's, which we told them was an Irish magazine famous all over the world, was sending a famous European artist to illustrate the Derby for the British Museum, weird stuff like that. They agreed to give me 2 of everything except passes to the clubhouse and the drunk tank, I mean the blue blood drunk tank at the center of the clubhouse. That's where Goldwater and all the movie stars and those people sit. The best seats in the house. They wouldn't give us those. So I think we stole those. In any case, we got total access to everything, including a heavy can of mace. Now this is bad, this is ugly. The press box is on the roof, directly over the governor's box. And I had this can of mace, I'm not sure why, maybe for arguments. Mace is a very efficient way of ending arguments. So I'd been fondling the can in my pocket, but we couldn't find any use for it. Nobody threatened me. I was kind of restless. Then just before the Derby started we were standing in the front row of the press box, up on the roof, and just for the hell of it I blasted the thing about 3 times about 100 feet straight down to the governor's box. Then I grabbed Ralph and said, "Let's get out of here. Nobody maces the governor in the press box. It's not done. It's out of the question." I have no idea what the hell went on in the box when the stuff hit because we took off. That was the end of the story. About 2 days later, Ralph had all the drawings done, and I stayed on to write the story, but I couldn't get much done. That goddamned Kent State thing happened the Monday after the Derby. That was all I could think of for a while. So I finally flew up to New York, and that's when the real fear started. Most of the magazine was either printed or on the press out in San Francisco, except for my story, which was the lead story, which was also the cover story, and I was having at the time what felt to me like a terminal writer's block, whatever the hell that means. I would lie in the bathtub at this weird hotel. I had a suite with everything I wanted, except I couldn't leave. After 3 days of not writing more than 2 pages, this kind of anxiety/depression syndrome builds up, and it really locks you up. They were sending copy boys and copy girls and people down every hour to see what I had done, and the pressure began to silently build like a dog whistle kind of scream, you know. You couldn't hear it but it was everywhere. After the 3rd day of that horrible lockup, I'd lie in the tub for 3 hours in the morning drinking white horse scotch out of the bottle, just lying in the tub, feeling like, well, I got away with it for a while, but this time I've pushed it too far. But there was no alternative, something had to go in. Finally I just began to tear the pages out of my notebooks since I write constantly in the notebooks and draw things, and they were legible. But they were hard to get in the telecopier. We began to send just torn pages. When I first set one down with the copy boy, I thought the phone was going to ring any minute, with some torrent of abuse from whoever was editing the thing in the New York office. I just sort of sat back and watched TV. I was waiting for the shit to hit the fan, but almost immediately the copy boy was back and wanted more. And I thought, what's this? Here's the light at the end of the tunnel. Maybe they're crazy, but why worry? I think I actually called Hinkle in San Francisco and asked him if he wanted any more pages, and he said, "Oh, yeah. It's wonderful stuff, wonderful." So I just began to tear the fucking things out. And sometimes I would have to write handwritten inserts. I just gave up on the typewriter, sending page after page right out of the notebook, and of course Hinkle was happy as 12 dogs. But I was full of grief and shame. I thought this was the end. It was the worst hole I had ever gotten into. And I always had been almost pretty good about making deadlines, scaring people to death, but making them. This time I made it, but in what I considered the foulest and cheapest way, like Oakland's unclean touchdown against Miami, off balance. They did it all wrong, 6 seconds to go, but it worked. They printed it word for word, even with the pauses, thoughts, and jagged stuff like that. And I felt nice that I hadn't sunk the magazine by failing to get the story done right, and I slunk back to Colorado and said, "Oh fuck, when it comes out I'm going to take a tremendous beating from a lot of people." But exactly the opposite happened. Just as soon as the thing came out, I started getting calls and letters. People were calling it a tremendous breakthrough in journalism, a stroke of genius. And I thought, what in the shit? One of the letters came from Bill Cardozo, who was the editor of the Boston Globe Sunday magazine at the time. I'd heard him use the word gonzo when I covered the New Hampshire primary in '68 with him. It meant sort of crazy, off-the-wall, a phrase that I always associate with Oakland. But Cardozo said something like, "Forget all the shit you've been writing, this is it, this is pure gonzo. If this is a start, keep rolling. Gonzo." Yeah, of course. That's what I was doing all the time. Of course, I might be crazy. Ron Rosenbaum, is it sheer intelligence? HSD, well, it's more than that. Let's not forget now I've had at least 10 years of paying dues. I know I have some talent, whatever that means. Some people are good at money and some people are good at basketball. I can use words to my advantage, which is a great trick to have. Ron Rosenbaum, are there some things in your notebooks you can't put in your stories? HSD, all the best stories are unwritten. More and more I find that I can't tell the whole truth about events. I have one book I'd like to write, and the rest will have to be done to pay the fucking rent. That'll be the one where there'll be no question if anybody's lying. Well, there will be some question, but the truth is usually a lot weirder than anything you can make up. I'll make sure that it dooms as many people as possible, an absolutely true account, including my own disaster and disappearances. To hell with the American dream. Let's write it off as a suicide. Lecture at the University of Colorado Boulder, November 1, 1977. Interviewer Seb, an affiliate of UCSU, is proud to present Dr. Hunter Thompson. Applause. HSD, that's not enough. Did I apologize for being late? Host, we're very sorry for being late tonight, the plane was a little bit late. HSD, we're not in jail. Really, what the hell are they for? Who controls those things? Turn those lights off. Lights turned off, thank you. HSDO, you're apologizing for being late? Host, yeah, we're apologizing for being late. HSD, some Nazi held us up at the gate down there. We had no permit to park and we weren't on the list. Host, yeah, we were on the list. HSD, they weren't there though. No, we were out there for 45 minutes held up by some local Nazi. Looking at the host after a pause, you're supposed to get this thing going. Host, oh, I see. Applause. HSD, in other words, we're trying to determine the nature and the meaning of the crowd, as it were. If we start on the wrong subject it will take us a long time to get back to the right subject. Is there any dominant curiosity here that could deal with you? Yes. Host, we have some mics back there. Does anybody have a suggestion? Or a question? Audience, okay, I'm not going to ask you what is reality now, okay? What I want to know is, do you think that the authorities on Earth, be they what they are, have been contacted by extraterrestrials, intelligent? 93. 0306816512 Thompson 1 SD pages April 29, 2009 1035 AM page 93. Creatures from another planet? Crowd laughs. I really want to ask you this, man. HST, which authorities? Who? Audience, whichever ones are in charge. You know, depends on where you're at. HSD, well, probably so. Audience, thank you. HSD, why not? Okay, is that the subject we have to deal with tonight? Audience, have you ever, since Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, do you think you've ever found the American dream? You know, that disco you're looking for? HSD, I found it right there, that's a great American novel. Audience, that's it? HSD yay, that's it. Audience, Hunter, a lot of the questions that we came up with is like, when you're writing about the American dream and fear and loathing, we weren't really quite sure what you were talking about really. HSD well, what puzzled you, what bothered you? Audience, well, the whole idea of the American dream, is there really something out there that you were looking for? As college students here, that's something we're all here to find out, That's why we're all here, right guys? HSD well, it's like the golden streets of heaven, and US Marines that patrol them, or guard them. I was always going to ask a Jesuit why, if heaven was as fine and organized place as it's supposed to be, they need a bunch of goddamn Marines to guard the streets. Yeah, we've been taught, whole generations of people in this country, we've been taught that the American dream is the sort of the guiding ethic for enterprise, democracy, honesty, truth, beauty, things like that. And if the myth exists, it's like a rainbow, it's a worthwhile thing to chase. There are worse ways to spend your life than chasing the American dream. But once you've found it, like I did in Vegas, what's called the old psychiatrist's club, then it is kind of puzzling. You feel kind of naked and alone out there, because once you've found the dream, it is generally just a slab of burned-out concrete in Las Vegas called the old psychiatrist's club, then it's kind of hard to go on from there on the same. You don't have the same kind of dedication to journalism. I flew out here from Chicago, Tex Coulson, our old friend from the White House, who is, apparently for the first time I listened to him for a few hours, and I think he probably is serious about Jesus. But he was framed sitting next to a guy. I noticed he was wearing a yellow French cuffed shirt, and I noticed he had his presidential cufflinks on. And, as we got off the plane, I was going to tap him on the shoulder and say, "Those are nice cufflinks, I don't have any myself, but last time I saw the ones you're wearing, you bastard, you were pointing at me saying you were going to put me in jail for the duration." Which is true, the last time Coulson spoke to me was the time he put me in jail for just being a degenerate bad person, ha. The record should show that, since then Coulson's been in jail and I haven't. And I don't need Jesus yet, I might keep Jesus in reserve. Did we answer that question? No, we didn't. Yeah, we did. Audience, Dr. Thompson, are you still a bigger football fan than President Nixon? HSD, you know what, I used to think that was the only time Nixon spoke the truth to me. And from what I've learned since then, I suspect he even lied about that. No, actually he gave me a serious crack back the first time I talked to him about football, when he knew the name of a second-string Oakland flanker who played 7 plays and won Super Bowl, never showed up again. Next I knew who he was, what he had done, and I knew where he'd gone to college. I'm not sure what it tells us, except that at least he can tell the truth on that one thing. No, I guess that Nixon and I must share one thing in common, that we are serious football fans. There's no shame in that you have one thing in common with Richard Nixon. We both were adults, we spend American money. So it's eerie to find out that I could get along with Nixon and actually have a ho-ho conversation about football, because I was told he lied about everything and that was the one thing he caught me on. But we caught him in the end, on a much bigger thing. Audience, earlier tonight you talked about Vietnam, and how you felt that more things should be said about Vietnam that haven't been said. Do you care to talk about this at all? HST, we were talking about books. The best books that I've read recently have been books on Vietnam. And they're not just good books about Vietnam, they're good books period. Dog Soldiers by Robert Stone has been out now for about 2 years, that's the best novel by an American writer that I've read in about 10 years. And Michael Hare, I think, who is a freelance journalist who would write long things for Safer Esquire and other publications, has a book out just about now called Dispatches, which probably is the best book, not only about Vietnam, but the whole generation and the fixation that we all, in the end, had to have about the damn place. That's why I went over there. In the last 2 weeks of the war, the place had been causing so much trouble for 10 years I thought I should see it. But I saw this fence. Audience, in the end of one of your books, I think it was 72, when you went over to Vietnam for the final days there, you went to Cambodia and you said you experienced the fear and the loathing. HSD, no, Cambodia, no. That went down about the time I got lost. Audience, what? HSD, if I said I went to Cambodia, I lied. Audience, I have a question up here. HST, I can't answer any questions about Cambodia, I was not allowed to go there, the Khmer Rouge had taken over and they were vicious little bastards. Jacques Leslie, who works at the LA Times, is one of these inaudible confirmed agent freaks who cannot come back to this country. The culture shock has been too heavy. To him New Delhi is home, and Hong Kong is sort of like what we think of here, it's his version of New York. To go from New Delhi to Hong Kong, you're going to the big city. And a lot of people like that, correspondents who get so locked into Asia or places, They can't come back to this country. But Leslie, he carried magnetic chessboards, so the men will stick on the chessboard for, maybe until the next war. You can keep a game going when you're always in jeeps or on planes and in the chess would never, there's no way to knock them off. And, what was I saying? About Leslie? I don't recall. We get lost. Audience, in your book Hell's Angels, you described a Hell's Angels gangbang at a Merry Pranksters party up in San Francisco, I think it was. HSD La Honda. Audience, La Honda, yeah. In Tom Wolfe's book, The Electric Kool-Aid Acid Test, he described a scene that was very similar. HST, it wasn't just similar, I sent Tom my tapes, the exact, he asked if I would send him the raw data. It's a horrible phrase, I mean an ugly, vicious scene. And any similarity is explained by the fact that we both described them from my tapes. Audience, whatever happened to Tom Wolfe? Where is he now? HSDO, you know, he's alive and well in New York. He's turning into a royalist of sorts. He thinks that I'm turning into a brain-damaged geek. Tom's idea of a progressive decade is camel hair coat in every closet and Gucci's on every other foot. But he didn't really agree that the country is into what I call the grim slide. I think it is. But he's a good person, good writer, he doesn't hurt anybody. He gets by without causing the kind of damage that Colson does, or Nixon. I don't think people understand just how rotten and wretched and sick the trait of being a writer is. I would prefer to never run into him again. But since I'm not into crime deeply enough that there's nothing else that seems worthwhile doing except maybe hunting sea snakes in the Great Barrier Reef, I'd prefer to do that. Yay, I'll write what I must write, it's either that or I'd have to go to work. I haven't had a job in about 21 years. You pay dues in some odd ways when you have to entirely make up for not working for 3 or 4 years. It catches up with you, it hurts, it's hard. That's what I'm doing now. Audience, do you make enough money handing out talks at colleges like this than you would going on writing anyway? HST, I could make $10,000 a month doing this. But you have to take this kind of thing very seriously and work at it. Like Julian Bond, I saw him on Tom Snyder the other night, saying that 3 months out of the year he goes out for 90 straight days. He probably makes about $5,000 a day off of that. I figure, if I can make $2,000 a month at it, that pays for my cocaine. We keep a separate account for this, it's a very frivolous account. I think the money could be spent going out the same way it came in, for no reason at all. You want to talk again? Audience, yes. HST, go ahead. Audience, have you ever met Trudeau? HST, I've never met Trudeau. Every time he gets the chance to meet me, he gets sick. It actually happens once a year at the Normal Parties, the annual Normal Convention in Washington. He sells cartoons to raise money, and I'm his national strategist on the extremist side. I actually am on the advisory board, the National Advisory Board, which is eerie. After being a criminal for 20 years, to look down and see your name on the bottom of the stationery of the advisory board with the ex-director of the DEA Drug Enforcement Administration and the same people that have been trying to lock you up for 18 of the last 20 years, you're now on the board of directors with, it's wonderful. I'm not sure who's using who in that situation. The only constant reaction I have to it is it's very strange to be a cartoon character. When you're trying to get around in the world and still make a living and get by, and if you don't believe it, try it sometime or even try to find someone to ask what it feels like, there ain't none around. It's a very strange thing to be. And it happens all over the world, in Perth, Australia, in Mystic, Connecticut, anywhere that goddamn comic strip constantly pops up. Waco, Texas. It robs me of a very valuable human part of my life, which is the progress you assume. Some people want to grow up and be firemen and some want to be president. Nobody wants to grow up and be a cartoon character. And there's no precedent. Nobody tells you how to handle it. I might someday. Never mind, let's get off the subject. Audience, will you ever run for an office again, say in Aspen? HSD, I would say no, unconditionally, an honest no. This is the closest I've been to being insane, except for maybe last summer, when I actually considered running for the Senate for Colorado. I seriously thought about it, and I feel full of shame and grief when I look back on it and realize that I was serious, but only for a while. My friend Gary talked me out of it, we flipped a coin. Audience, how do you feel about Carter? HSD, the same way I always did. I haven't changed my mind about Carter. What prompted you to ask that? Do you have any specific? Audience, we just wanted to get your general feeling. HSD, no, I feel the same way ever since I first met the man. Audience, what's your opinion of David Rockefeller and the Trilateral Commission? HSD, well, let's see, we know first they're rich people. And second, They're powerful people because they're rich. They're not necessarily smart. And to me not necessarily dangerous. But they're just smart enough to be embarrassed about the kind of stuff that would make them dangerous. Audience: They first interviewed Carter to see if he was acceptable for the Trilateral Commission. HSD He was acceptable before that. He was acceptable back in 72 or 73. Why shouldn't he be? You know, when they're gray and liberal, what the hell? Or be a conservative that comes out a fascist libertarian. Excuse me. Audience: Did you say fascist libertarian? HSD Well, I'm just trying out phrases. I don't get a chance to use microphones that often and hear what it sounds like at home like this. Audience: No. More along the line of the Trilateral Commission in West Germany, Japan, and America, and they are just trying to maintain capitalism. HSD It's like the Bilderberg Society. It's sort of these boogeymen, like the communists, in a sense, say in South America, or among low-level American diplomats or soldiers, who attribute massive and unnatural strength to the enemy, in order to justify their own existence. I don't really hate the Trilateral Commission. Those bastards can barely keep their banks afloat, much less, and for all the presidential candidates last time, and President Carter was not the choice of the almost pure establishment kind of people, who are and run the Trilateral Commission. Audience: Yay, only because he didn't know. HSD Well, they had all their own people, and the incumbent President Gerald Ford, you know, a dingbat Republican with no brains at all. You see, I don't think it was in the interest of David Rockefeller and those people to risk electing Carter when they had the choice, if they were smart enough to get them elected, of almost any of their own people. Audience: I have a question. You keep mentioning cocaine, but I read an article you had where you called it a watered-down drug for the masses. HSD Oh, that's a treacherous, useless fact. Audience: What did you say again? Do you remember what you said? Something about going to a party and, HST I'm serious. Just because you read something in a magazine that said I said it, it has no goddamn relation in the world to whatever I said. Audience: Do you remember what you'd said in that article? HSD Well, at first you hadn't mentioned the magazine. Where? What are you talking about? Why don't you get your facts down and we will talk about whatever it is you want to talk about? Audience: Never mind. It's just that you had an opinion about cocaine, that you would like to go to a party with cocaine users and give them methadone, acid and saltpeter. HSD Since you don't recall where you read that, there's no point in my even thinking about why I might have said it. That's one of the luxuries of living this way, you can say whatever you feel like saying. Audience: I just wondered something. Why is your name still on the staff of the Rolling Stone magazine when I read an interview that you expressed displeasure with it? HST I don't know why I did explain. I don't understand these things. I've got some weird friends. It's kind of fun to play around with them. I never asked that my name be taken off. I didn't see any point in that. And for some reason, I never thought about asking about it. I'm a firm believer in making life as easy as possible. And why should I have my name taken off of there? If he wants to keep it on, that's easy. Audience: Are you planning on writing for them again? HSD Well, I wasn't, but right now I am. I'm not sure how it happened or why. I haven't slept now this is the 4th night. And we spent probably all last night at the offices over in Central Park, in the Plaza Fountain. Jesus Christ, that's such a bizarre shift. Yesterday was the first time I've been in the offices and it actually intimidated me. It was weird. So we had a kind of celebration last night for the first time. Winner not only had access to the best kind of sound equipment, but he understands it. Or he somewhat understands it, because his office is full of really elegant machinery. And last night we wired it all together and really cranked it on with the old Rolling Stones albums. Audience: You know, I think it's a real honor to have your name on their magazine. Inaudible talking in the audience: Wouldn't you want the better city to be the winners in the World Series like Los Angeles? HST I think having a favorite baseball team is like having a favorite oil company. Audience: Are the rumors really true that they have Rin Tin Tin's brain in suspended animation in Fresno? HST I think so. Why shouldn't they? What the hell? Audience: Last time I heard you speak, you were talking very vehemently opposed to what Rolling Stone was doing. Now you're talking about writing for them again. What changed your mind? HSD What makes you think there's a contradiction in that? Well, I used to. Inaudible: I don't write anymore in journals for anybody. Audience: Weren't you good friends with Ken Kesey back in the early 60s? HST Yeah. Have you heard rumors that we were no longer friends? I think Kesey has done probably the most honorable thing a writer can do in this country, which is head out and retire and just refuse to say any more than he wants to say. Unfortunately his family has a dairy farm and mine doesn't. So I have to work for my money. There are no trust funds, there's nothing, If I had 1,500 dairy cattle, believe me, you'd never hear my name again except on Doonesbury. But Kesey, that's what he does. He told me in 66 or 67 that he was never going to write again because he thought it was a bad way to communicate. At that time we were all nuts and this sounded like one more piece of talk. But he sort of carried out his threat. Still, there are very few American writers that have written 2 books as good as The Cuckoo and The Great Notion. Those are 2 very good books. If you can get 2 out of 2 like that, you deserve to have dairy cows in return. Audience Hunter, can you tell us if there's anybody left in Washington as evil as Nixon? And if so, are they in a position of responsibility? HSD, if there was, I wouldn't be here, man. I'd be in Washington. Audience, do you name names? HST, no. That's what I mean, there's nobody. That's one of the problems in writing about politics now, or even political journalism. You gotta have real ugly bastards to crank you up. Who are the boogeymen now? I would say that when I flew out from Chicago I was sitting next to one of the great boogeymen of our time as far as I'm concerned. A truly evil person, Colson. When he was in the government. He was the one said, once you get them by the balls, an election might as well follow. That's what he had above his desk in the White House. Audience, this is not political, and it may sound really naive, but how do you escape structure the way you do? You're incredible, you're wonderful in your degeneracy. HSD, I have a feeling that I didn't hear enough. I heard enough to know it's a dangerous question but not enough to answer it. You have to tell me again. Audience, I'm impressed by your ability to escape structure the way I feel like I'm a prisoner of it. It seems in some of your writings you've been able to do that, you express yourself that way. I hate to use the word degenerate, it's the only word I can think of. HST, joking with girl answering question, HST, why do you feel like, I'm paraphrasing you, since I can live outside structure, that I must be degenerate or insane? You have to write real fast and never sleep much. Audience, I was wondering when and how you met Ralph Steadman, and also to what extent do you believe his pictures portray your views? Do you feel they portray them accurately? HSD, I would generally endorse almost any artistic expression Ralph made. He was probably one of the most completely articulate people I've ever met and one of the best people in terms of his own head and his life. He does better with his pens and his paper than I do with a typewriter. Steadman, they should make more like him. Audience, how did you meet him? HST, it was a total accident. I was actually, when Pat Oliphant was here as a cartoonist for the Post, here in whatever this town is down here, when I decided that I should go cover the Kentucky Derby, it was all back to the land of my youth, that sort of thing, and dig up one more bone. I called Pat at night and said, look, I don't want to work with photographers, and I wanted Pat. I knew he was a good artist, and at that time Pat was the best and closest person I could get. But he had it in his contract that he couldn't take outside assignments, and it was Warren Hinkle, who was the editor of Scanlon's. He had been the editor of Ramparts for a few years. He's run about 7 magazines into the ground, and he's still the best editor to work for. As long as you don't have to pay him. But Hinkle got Steadman. Well, that's one of my favorite developments in the story. He said, I know a guy in England who is very good. Nobody had ever heard of him, including me, and there was really no choice. I just had to accept Hinkle's judgment, and he sent him to Louisville to meet me at some weird hotel on the outskirts of town. That's one of the best presents I ever had. It was really a nice accident. He was kind of underground, not notorious but known in England at that time. Now he's almost as respectable as Oliphant is. Audience, where do you want to be when you're 50 years old? HSD, down with the maggots, with the sharks. If I ever got to be 50 years old, I'd be so confused I'd probably have to go into ESD or something. To have lived this long has seriously disoriented me. Audience, what do you mean by gonzo? What does gonzo mean? HSD, most people like you ask me questions like that in shock. I don't know, I really don't know. It was a good word that I liked at the time and it separated me from, say, the new journalist, or I didn't feel I was a part of any group or type of journalist, and gonzo was a good word. I could have called myself a sand nigger at the time, you know. Audience, what does that mean? HST, nothing, nothing at all. Well, it means what I do. That's what I gather from people who've tried to do it. But it's the same reason I always insist on having my own weird corner, like National Affairs Desk, or Global Affairs Desk, or Foreign Manager. It's a perversity. Audience, when Ken Kesey said that he thought the novel was not a good way to communicate, was that just an offhand remark, or did he think there was a better way? HSD, apparently he was right because he hasn't written another one since then, and he's obviously capable of doing it. There's some people we have to take at face value. Kesey's one of them. Audience, does that mean that he's just given up trying to communicate, or that he's trying in a different way? HST, that's a heavy judgment. Kesey has appeared to have worked out a life for himself which is many jumps ahead of what I've worked out. I think he's come to some kind of adjustment in his own world that I haven't. So that's why I said he's probably ahead of me. Just because he's quiet doesn't mean that he wants to talk. A lot of times it's a lot more fun to be quiet. Audience, you said you like to make life as easy as possible, and you also said that for the past 18 or 20 years you've avoided going into jail. I was wondering if you could give any of us peons out here on how to avoid that unfortunate circumstance, you know, 1 or 2 things we could jot down on the back of our driver's license or something? HSD, that would be very dangerous to do that. Sure as hell whatever I told you would not work for you next time you tried to use it. Well, I could. There's no such thing as paranoia, but the menace is really worse than what people tell you it is, even your most paranoid friends. And I just never assume that anybody around me is anything but a potential menace. That goes for a lot of my best friends. Those people I know, my friends that have been busted for that reason, was that they just got dumb about what they were doing. The minute I say that, I'll get busted tomorrow, probably in Steamboat Springs. Audience, is your $50,000 offer for Idi Amin's head on a silver platter still in effect? HSD, that's a kind of thing to get me into journalism. I could get involved in a project like that, if you could combine it with journalism. I could get paid for the story and also paid for the head. But, I say that now and that is one more strike against me when I go out of the country. For the same money I'd actually prefer to go after Idi Amin's head than I would having to suffer writing another book. Audience, I guess it's a lot easier to stay out of jail if we all had a $300 an hour lawyer around us all the time. HST, not if he's dead, which he is. Audience, oh excuse me. You mentioned earlier the Great American Slide and I'm wondering what you meant by that? America being in a slide, if you could be more specific. HST, I think this was a nice idea we had in this country and a nice landscape to experiment with. But I think there comes a time in almost any experimentation or idea, where you have to evaluate it. Maybe our time has come. In the context of the real world, not just the American world but all around, we haven't done too well. We are not a very good advertisement for the idea we represented. Audience, do you think there's a hope, or are you pessimistic for us coming out of this slide, or what? HST, no. If you lose one wheel of the car, you might be able to get to the side of the road, and some freaks can make it on 2. But if you lose 3, man, you're in serious trouble. I think we've lost 3. Audience, so we might as well go out and snort as much coke as we can, right? HST, I didn't say that. Audience, well, it would be a good way to go down. HST, well shit, do you have any coke? Audience, inaudible question. HST, when McGovern was beaten in '72 worse than any losing candidate since whoever first ran against George Washington. It's getting more and more painful for a lot of people to remember who beat him. His name was Richard Milhouse Nixon, and he was a fucking rotten bastard and a dishonest pagan. And he got not nearly enough what he should have gotten. You talk about losing battles and degrading the system, nobody has done more to discredit the idea that democracy can work and that decent people can be elected and run it than Richard Nixon. He shamed us all. But not so much. As that's 62% of people in the country who did vote for him in '72. And those bastards have it on their consciences and they should. Audience, it sounded disconcerting to hear you say that, with the removal of President Nixon. You feel that a lot of the big evil has been removed from Washington and you feel the same way about Carter. HSD, I didn't say that now, you people have a tendency here to kind of wander. Audience, okay, say you feel the same way about Carter, which you did say, and I believe the title of the Rolling Stone article was an endorsement with fear and loathing but endorsement. HSD, all that proves is that when a 12-point headline on the cover is worth 20,000 words inside. Audience, I'm saying that shouldn't you be doing something more? It's fine that you've got a little circle of friends that, I'm sure, supply you with the best drugs possible, but for the person on the street getting arrested and put in jail. HSD, calm down. You're getting excited. Audience, well, it's fine for a national figure. But don't you feel you should be endorsing a candidate who, instead of having a lot of people killed, that you should be endorsing somebody who inaudible in psychedelics? HSD, pick one of your complaints. Audience, I'm just saying that, instead of saying you're going along with Carter, it's fine with his policies against the big oil companies, but shouldn't you be moving towards where everyone could use the drugs that you obviously have got so much out of? HSD, you're just a natural fool. At first you set yourself up for, I can't answer questions like that. Audience, I just wondered if there was any substance behind the have a good time, let's all get high? It only gets us so far. HSD, why are you people looking to me for a justification for what you want to do, anyway? Why don't you just go ahead and do it? My not endorsing that is a matter of self-defensive politics. No, I wouldn't tell anybody to go out and get into drugs or a madness. But if you can handle it, it's a nice way to go sometimes. Audience, you made a statement in your interview in New Times magazine that without the use of drugs, you would have the mind of a 40-year-old accountant. Do you really believe that, and do you suggest it? HSD, did I say that? Without the use of drugs I might be working for Time magazine perhaps, or the New York Times. Audience, if you didn't say that, then I have another question. HSD, why do you believe everything you read in magazines? You must be crazy. Audience, I was asking you. I don't believe it. That's why I came, to ask you. HST, I don't know if I said that. It's possible, but if I was wrong, I know what direction you're getting at. The part of the question was, what effect have these drugs had on your life? These kind of questions people are always asking me. And it's obvious, you can't maintain a total duality of lifestyles that would allow you to work as the managing editor of, let's say, Ithaca Daily News and also be an acid freak, somebody who steals airplanes at nights and zooms over Pittsburgh and comes home to his wife. No, if you're into drugs and you try to maintain a functioning role in society, yeah, they're going to be a factor. If only because people will make them a factor. Audience, one more question. They have a picture of you passing a sobriety test by flipping your glasses off the back of your head and catching them. Can you really do that? HSD, only under extreme pressure. Which I did then. I did that and I beat the CHP twice in 4 nights. Both times I really should have been locked up. No, I shouldn't have. The evidence suggests I was as harmless as I claimed to be. I didn't hit anybody, I caused no trouble, but I was extremely drunk. Audience, in 1977 we came down. Given your actions and your attitude as demonstrated here and reported in the media, I got one question. Okay, to preface it, what I am talking about primarily is the way you acted when you first met Carter. You were drunk, you were loud, you were all those things. HSD, I was the same way I am now. Audience, exactly. How do you maintain your credibility and your contacts with people like Ted Kennedy, who introduced you to Carter, who was your ticket to Carter? How do you maintain your contacts with those people that you seem to have so much fun putting down, you seem to have so much fun taking apart? HSD, they like me. That's an honest answer, I don't know. That is a fact, that Carter worries about me. He's told people that he thinks I'm a bad advertisement for the human race. But he thinks I'm salvageable. People all looked at my life and felt that way. That if I could just be brought to see that I would be different, but they were just dumb. I saw the light. Audience, if I were to grant you 3 wishes right now, what would they be? HSD, one of them would be we would have to end this thing, quickly. That's not really a wish, I can do that. Let's see, Jesus. Someone says dairy cows. Well, if you think of it, they'd be a lot of trouble, dairy cows. I don't think we can have the mobility and whatever internal it'd take to just get into a degenerate lifestyle. I don't think I'd get into a sort of white trash trip just to make a fool of myself and not have to worry it will show up in Time magazine the next week. Audience, you've got 2 more. HSD, 2 more, that's it. Some sleep right now. I'd like to have, shit, I'm trying. I don't work for the Prison Fellowship Committee. I wish I could answer your question. Think about that. Audience, I'd like to know if that chain you have has any mystical significance to you, and I'd also like to know if you think fascism is doing well in America today. HSD, better than ever. Fascism always does pretty well when people get lazy and pissed off. Almost any solution you come to when you figure, oh, fuck, I'm tired of that, let's kill those bastards. Anytime things get the best of you, that's a natural drift into a fascistic kind of solution. So in a country where there are no solutions and many problems, I think it has a tendency to adopt fascistic solutions. Audience, what would you do if you were 25? HST, just what I'm doing now, except I wouldn't be getting paid for it. I was broke and not quite sane. I'm still broke and not quite sane, but the former has changed somehow. I was rejected and ejected, it's the only. Audience, I just decided maybe I would ask you, is reality a pickle, a prune, or a 3.2 joke? HSD, that's the question I've been waiting for all night. What do you think? Audience, Hunter, you seem to be kind of a basic hedonist like most of us. I imagine, is that a true statement to begin with? HSD, well, you said it seems that way and I would just leave it that way. Audience, okay, just to get on with my last 2-part question, I would like to know what you thought of the Grateful Dead, and what are 6 of your favorite things to do? HSD, the Grateful Dead has been for a long time one of my favorite bands, and favorite things to do, I like to look at my watch, see, to me it's 12 o'clock, that's what my watch says. Commonwealth Times, Richmond, Virginia. November 28. The Hunter Thompson Saga. By S. M. Jackson. Part I, Der. Gonzo and the Traveling Flim Flam Band. Hunter S. Thompson, alias Dr. Gonzo, the mad wizard of Baroque journalism, has finally been lured into the city of Richmond. He has not come, fair children, out of love for Virginia, nor from any altruistic concern for his fellow man. He has come dancing to the tune of $1,500, and if you cannot deal with that simple fact, then too bad for you. For as Hunter Thompson makes abundantly clear, idealism is a fool's profession when money is the only game in town. And so he arrives, nestled in the back of a 40-foot Winnebago, cloistered to the rear like a dutiful nun while Nick the Creep wheels and deals, hunkered down over the steering column, redolent eyes flashing fire. Part 2, the Banshee comes to Richmond and screams nevermore. General applause and whistles from crowd. He moves across the stage like a man on wooden legs, glances at the audience, then finds his chair and sits down. He has been drinking heavily all day, and God only knows how many hard drugs are in his system. But despite everything, he continues to function. HSD hello. Test. Let's see, it takes me a few minutes to calm down. In particular, I've never done one of these things in daylight. And it seems unreal. And, well, it is, the whole thing is unreal. Yeah, you get out of some giant bus with strange windows, and see yourself in the comic strips, and coming here, and it's hard to really decide what you're doing. I have to catch a plane to LA and be at the Playboy Mansion in LA at 800. Yeah, life has become very strange. And maybe we should just talk about it. Thompson looks to his left where a young student with long hair sits, obviously uncomfortable and confused. Do you have any idea what we're going to do? Scattered laughter from audience. Now it's going to take me a few minutes to settle down. Or, I maybe never settle down. I may run completely amok, and begin to bleed from the mouth and gums, piss all over myself and have to be taken off. But that's the risk you run when you do public. Light chuckles from crowd. One of these days it'll probably happen. But we should have some sort of general attack at least, some rationale for being here, outside the fact that it's a wet and ugly day outside. What shall we talk about? Treachery? Thompson glances at person on his left, who is sort of acting moderator for the occasion. Didn't you have a question? I could sit here and wander a while. Or we could talk about herpes, or mad dogs, peacocks. But, would you moderator okay? HST I think we should have a formal start here so we have some sense outside. The only sense of reality we have right now is this blazing light on me, which I have done everything possible to cut down but I can't. So, let's focus on something here. Moderator okay. I'll open with a question, and after Dr. Thompson responds, if anyone else has a question, just feel free to ask. Formal interrogation begins. You have said that great writers should be larger than life, and you've talked of the psychology of edge work. In one of your books, you mentioned your own experience of going over the high side of a curve. You have written of the Hells Angels and how they live on the thin edge of mortality, something Ken Kesey referred to as guts balls. You seem to have lived in this manner all your life. Why do you believe in guts balls, and does it get harder to play this game as you get older and more financially secure? HSD no, it gets easier. It gets easier because I never figured that I'd last this long anyway. And guts balls is really an ancient football expression. And I think it dates back to probably Let's Win This One for the Gip. I sold a novel called Guts Balls, which I never wrote. It's getting much more lucrative for me to sell ideas than it is to sell writing. That may say something about me or the market, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I like it, or if it's just that I've lived that way all my life. I mean, well, there are different ways to do it. I thought I was fairly close to the state of the art until I talked to Muhammad Ali for a while, and this was after he beat Leon Spinks the last time. That maniac was talking about losing the fight, losing the title again, just so he can win it the fourth time. Now, he's already pulled off a miracle. That is edge work. That is almost a generic commitment to edge work that will leave him battered, and bleeding, and wondering why the fuck he was ever there in the first place. He should have quit. But a man that crazy who would go out and lose a title and then win it again for the fourth time, after being the first man in history to do it for the third, that is edge work. It's a commitment. And it's fun if you can get away with it. It's probably a better way to live than any other way I've lived. I was once committed to a life of crime, but then I found Jesus. General laughter and carrying on, etc. From audience. Actually, I found jail for about 30 days. And it's interesting, but I don't want to go back. And I haven't, knocks on wood, been back. It's a hard thing to talk about. I seem to be advocating a kind of life that only one person in 1,000 could probably live though, and then by luck. So, it's hard to talk about it without calling it almost an insane way to live, which it probably is. But there must be something to it, or I wouldn't be paid to sit here and answer questions about it. And I never did understand that either. To find myself in Richmond on a rainy afternoon explaining why I don't have any real sense for what, for money. It's just an odd way to live. I'm adjusting slowly. But I plan to die at the age of 27, and I've been confused ever since. And certainly when you think about being an American writer, and being successful, what it means opening up a paper anywhere from Perth, Australia, to somewhere in Finland and seeing yourself in the comic strips, there is no precedent for that. It may be a good thing. I have the feeling that it's sort of like an icebreaker wandering through fields that someone else will eventually make sense of. And I only went into it because I can't do anything else. I'm too old to learn, and I make too much money to quit. I'd rather fight than change right now. So I'm stuck with it, and so are you, for the moment. So, do we have any questions? Maybe some hostile and aggressive questions, something challenging almost everything I stand for, believe in or said. Audience, what's your favorite color? HST, my favorite color is puce. Audience, do you have any idea what the 80s might have in store for us? HST, for you or for me? Big laugh from the crowd. I would say, seriously, probably a general and overall prevailing condition of either war or imminent war and certain disaster following that, which will begin with a first-year recession, then depression, then several disastrous small wars, and then the king hell bitch war that we've all been waiting for. It'll happen in Africa. I'm not sure we'll ever make it to the year 2000, and I'm not sure we should. I don't think we deserve to. But I think that, yeah, the 80s will hold massive and destructive war for us, which is really our destiny, to be a very short-lived warrior state, and the only great piece of terrain in the world which nobody can afford to lose is Africa. There are a lot of people, at least half the people right now in the government, who figure we can afford to lose anything else, even a quarter of the size of some destroyer cruising the North Sea, so to lose Africa is out of the question. We must fight for Africa, and you know what is going to happen when we do that, don't you? No? What do you think? What would you guess? Audience, California falls into the sea. HST, that's guesswork. Africa is certain. Audience, civil war. HST, in this country? Audience, yeah. HST, where are you from? Think about civil war, the South shall rise again mentality. If you want it, you'll have to battle over New York City or Boston. Audience, you're just afraid. HST, afraid? Audience, tired. HST, I'm not afraid. God damn it. I wouldn't get up. Hold up your hand. I just want to see, have a sense I'm talking to a moron. What do you think? Audience, what do I think? You can't fight 'em. HST, no, I'm curious. I really have come out of a completely different furnace than most of you people. Audience, industrial confusion. HST, in what sense? What is going to happen is the labor force is going to shrink drastically, and if we last 90 more years, the unions will run the country because we'll be shrinking in the amount of skilled workers. That's pretty broad, and that's pretty presumptuous. But I think you're probably right in a very rough, abstract way. One thing is, there's nothing that menacing and tangible to grab right now. I can recall almost all through the 60s, I'd wake up every morning in a black rage every time I saw a newspaper, and spending sometimes half the nights either throwing rats at things or running from cops, or sending telegrams to the White House threatening to slit McNamara's throat. There was a sense, and I don't think it was just me in the 60s, not only was it very important to be right and to react, because there wasn't much time if you didn't react, but there was also a sense of being right. If 1 and 1 made 2, and you sensed that, and the president said 1 and 1 made 3, then he was wrong. Now, we know better, don't we? That was a very often, I think a very rare time of only once in every generation to go for 5 or 6 years thinking that we really were the wave of the future, and that all we had to do was act in order to make it so. I think it was a very important illusion, and without it life sure has been and will be a lot duller. It was also a time when you had to react to get any sense of politics, when every time you turned around, the candidate you were counting on to save the world had his head blown off right in front of you. I'm not sure who would react right now if Carter was shot. Scattered applause. I like Carter, but there's not that sense of Armageddon that we had almost every day in the 60s. You had just a little bit of rest before someone else was killed. And 1968 was a year, looking back on it now, that I'm sure it'll be 500 years before another thing like that comes. It was like a war that lasted 365 days. But I think that it was the Vietnam War and the draft. By the way, I'm for reinstituting the draft, just in case anyone here wants to think about that. Audience, well, there's stuff going on right now that a lot of people would probably get crazy about. HST, well, what bothers you? What bothers you enough to? Audience, disco. Complete roar of approval, applause, cheering, wildness, etc. This remark obviously strikes the common spiritual denominator of the audience. HST, that's easy. That's like being bothered by herpes, or something. If disco bothers you, you can settle all your scores in one night. I'm not going to tell you how, and if you did it, I'd be indicted for some sort of conspiracy. But people have settled their scores with horrors in very unusual ways, usually involving gasoline. Increased laughter. I wouldn't advocate the burning of discos, but at least we got herpes and disco, but really, that is small. What would happen to you if you solved all your disco problems? It would take you about 3 days. What after that? Seriously. Audience, when was the last time you tripped? HST. I'm under the influence of LSD right now and have been for about 3 days. Sympathetic applause. Cheers. I've learned to handle it. I think drugs are good for me, and, I say me, I don't mean that for most of you. I've found over a period of years that most people are dangerous to take acid with. Audience. Dr. Thompson, on your travels with the Carter campaign, did you ever meet Peter Bourne, and if so, did he ever write you a prescription? HSD. Dr. Bourne? You mean, Pete? No. Pete never wrote me a prescription. I never asked him for one. I never really trusted good old Pete like the others did. He was supposed to be our link with the White House and, you know, almost a fifth column, and then that freak goes in and does everything but write lewd scripts for the secretary and also for Hamilton Jordan, Carter's chief of staff. Nothing should be given to Hamilton, even coffee. He's one of those people who should be kept on a diet of soup and speed. No, Bourne just causes a lot of trouble. He's set back marijuana reform legislation at least 2 years. Hello? Is Peter up there? He's probably up there with a 30-6 sighting down on me. No, we trusted the White House to be rational about marijuana, instead they hit us with that paraquat policy. And Bourne, he's not a bad guy, a fool, but not a bad person, went along with it. Audience. Didn't Nixon decide paraquat policy before Carter and the war on drugs? HSD. Bourne worked for Nixon before he worked for Carter. Bourne tried to get me to work on a National Drug Abuse Council in about 1973 or 4. And here's a letter from the White House while he even worked for Nixon. And can you believe it said they needed input from unusual sources, or something like that? And I wouldn't go near that thing for $1,000 a day. Imagine, working for Nixon. Pat Buchanan said that the reason he's one of Nixon's primary speech writers for most of his political life, said that the reason I called the president a thieving pig fucker and a lying swine and all that, was that I had a character defect. And that is possibly true, but I have to wonder how you explain what is wrong with a man who wrote speeches for Nixon for 10 years. And what the hell do you see when you look in the mirror in the morning? So, I can live with a character defect, I couldn't live with that. But Richard Nixon will be back, hopefully. And as long as that possibility exists, my work is not finished, and I can look forward to audience. In 1984, Winston Smith says that if 2 + 2 = 4, then all else follows. You made a similar comment just a few minutes ago. Do you believe, in fact, that 1984 is already here, and that the entire 1960s were just a passing fantasy of Jimmy Carter's, a fabrication, for example, Rockefeller's home plan? HST. You mean the 60s was just a last great crash of illusion before this case of reality has come down to us? Audience. No, they were just a passing fancy to please the masses. HST. Last charge of the Light Brigade sort of thing, a doomed, but noble purveyor of chaos. Audience. You just made that statement. HST. I'm just trying to agree with you in some way. Are you asking a question or are we trying to define the 60s? Audience. No. I asked you. I'm trying to define the 1984 of George Orwell. You just made HST. I think it was Mao Zedong who said all political power grows out of the barrel of a gun. And whoever owns that in 1984, if he says that 2 and 2 = 5, it will equal 5. Audience. What do you think of the Sex Pistols? HST. Not much. A sudden, one might say tremendous, response. Audience. Did anything important happen politically in the last elections in November? HST. You mean last week's? For me it did, yeah. I'm into local politics. We took on John Denver and a fascist sheriff in Aspen and beat them. But I think few candidates being beaten who probably deserve to anyway was to set up a really serious dumb nervous tension concerning 1980 because no one knows what's going to happen. Audience. Do you think the Youth International Party, the Yippies, have any future, any role to play in our political protest? HST. No. Audience. Do you think the post-Watergate morality is just a facade in that you're just exploiting it, or are you just waiting around for something to happen again to someone and are you just sitting on the can? HST. If I were exploiting anything at all, what would it have to do with the post-Watergate mentality? Audience. Say that again. HST. If I were guilty of exploiting or innocent, or could be proud of exploiting some things. But what does what I'm doing have to do with the post-Watergate mentality? Audience, in that you helped shape the post-Watergate mentality by being the first to criticize the Nixon administration. HSD, well. Okay. At the time they called me a dumb fool and said I should leave the country or be locked up. Audience, tell that to your audience. That's your whole bag. You like to cut your own cake, I've seen you before. HSD, well, my whole bag is being right. And if I'd been wrong about what I wrote in 1972, I wouldn't be either here, or I wouldn't have written much after that. Audience, you don't think there are things worth writing about? HST, no. I have retired from that kind of journalism. I don't see how I can take it much further. I'm not retired from politics because I know, it's a weapon I can use in self-defense. Journalism is, was in a sense, a fad. So much beastly reality was laid on you every day in the newspapers and in the newscasts in the 60s. Audience, is your doctor a fad? Does that mean anything to you anymore? HSD, Gonder? Audience, you are a doctor of journalism, is that right? HSD, a doctor of divinity. Scattered laughter with a pervading sense of euphoria. Audience, that's not what I understood before. HSD, well, you get your facts, or at least your rumors, straight before you argue. I'll argue with you all you want, but it's really kind of hard to argue with somebody whose mind is wandering. Really, I'd love to know what, if I were guilty of criminal fraud, it would have to do with the post-Watergate mentality, which I assume you identify with in some way. Audience, I just think that you're sitting back on your reputation, and just gathering the laurels. HSD, that could be. And if that's gathering laurels, I wish to hell it would happen to you someday, and you'll figure out, you'll never say that kind of thing again. Audience, are you working on a project now, and is it going to be on Gonzo-type journalism, or is it going to be straight fiction or fantasy, whatever? HST, I'm working on 2 films now. One that's based on my life, and this is how strange things have become, which I imagine I'll end up writing a screenplay for. And, plus, I'm putting out a collection of my work to press. I feel like I'm almost embarrassed to be in the way of the myth. I think a lot of people would be much happier, everybody from Trudeau to my publisher, all my lawyers and probably my family too, if I were just to blow up in a puff of smoke someday, 'cause it is hard to walk around and have this legend following you. It's impossible for me to work at press conferences. I can't work with the normal journalists. This notoriety has gotten out of hand. And sure, there are some benefits to it, but there are tremendous disadvantages. One of them is that there's no precedent for it. I have to be very careful how I handle it. And now my judgment is that I should stop journalism. I never understood what Hemingway meant when he said that journalism was good for a writer as long as he knew when to quit. Now I do. I think I have taken journalism way past what most people who get into it on an individual basis could have or would have taken it. And, there's not that much room. For good journalism, you need bizarre reality, and our reality has become very mundane right now. Audience, do you think that the street use of acid is on the increase in our society? HST, just hold your hand up so I can get a sense of yeah, okay. Oh, it's you again. Medium brood laughter. Audience, do you think the use of acid is on the increase in general in the United States today, and do you think the clandestine factor in the use of LSD is perhaps on the increase too? HSD, no, I think that LSD has become almost a connoisseur's drug now. Almost all psychedelics have become so out of style that they're not economic to make anymore. Really brutal downers now are what's in style. Yeah, like PCP, where you get down and fall. I've eaten PCP and I would not recommend it at all to anybody. It's a different kind of drug. It's one that takes you away from reality instead of heightening it. Audience, pig tranquilizers. HSD, it's a large animal trank, yeah. Pig, if you want to call it that. Ketamine is a nice one. It's for, let's see, subhuman primates and small cats. If you're going to get into animal tranks, it's probably better to get ketamine than it is to get PCP. You can probably run right through a Plymouth with a head full of PCP. Several questions are asked, overlapping one another in a blur of sound. Hang on for a minute. We have a man here who's fought for a mic. Charles Manson is going up for parole today. Just in case I wondered why you didn't want to complain about the news. I guess the papers are not down here yet. Okay. Audience, with party platforms between the Democrats and Republicans being pretty much the same thing, nebulous, politics in America seems to be sliding toward individuals, and not parties, such as, taking a party for convenience and not for the party's policy, just for elections. What do you think will be the outcome of this trend? HSD, well, I think it's both inevitable and almost meaningless. Well, You see what the fate of someone like Michael Dukakis of Massachusetts, who rode that horse as fast as he could and has got suddenly knocked off for reasons as puzzling as the ones that put him where he was in the first place. That could happen to Jerry Brown. When there are no major ideological wars going, it's much safer to run the politics on personality. And right now, it's very dangerous when personality becomes the governing factor of the failure or success of a politician's career. Audience: is Carter guilty of that? HST: yeah, I think much more so than I expected him to be. I thought Carter would take care of business just because I knew he was such an egomaniac that I figured he cannot afford to fail in his own mind. Audience: is he a Jesus freak as much as he pretends to be? HST: that worries me, because it just occurred to me the other day. I guess I was listening to some weird radio broadcast. 18 people had jumped off a balcony in Salt Lake City. Those that survived the fall were eaten by bystanders, or something like that. And somebody said, "That's God's will," and it suddenly occurred to me that, my God, Carter may think that. And if there is a logic that's undeniable that a person believes very firmly, a born-again Christian who believes that God controls everything for the greater good, then whatever happens is God's will. Well, that's a very spooky way of looking at the president, to think if he looks up at night, sees a giant rocket shooting overhead and heading for St. Louis, then he'll just go back to bed, and read the Bible in Spanish and figure it's God's will. Murmur of assent: I don't think we should talk about that too much. Because the logic is there. I'm not sure of what Carter would say if he were asked to explain that. There's no way you can get around the fact that whatever happens is God's will, if you really believe that sort of thing. Audience: you mentioned seeing yourself in the comic strips a lot. What do you really think of Trudeau and his kind of portrayal? HST: I really don't know what the hell to think about it. Audience: have you ever met him? HST: no. I've never run into him, never talked to him, never seen him. Audience: do you want to? HST: not particularly, because if I do I will set him on fire. Just big laugh. Really is a bad thing to have to cope with. Audience: what do you think the world situation would be if Kennedy hadn't been assassinated? HST: which Kennedy? Audience: John F. Kennedy. HST: John Kennedy different. No, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be flip there. I think that was the first shock at the time to the 60s generation that maybe things weren't going the way we thought they were, but when Kennedy beat Nixon in '60, it was a serious landmark in politics. And there was a feeling for several years, even things like the Peace Corps. Apart from Kennedy's dealing with the Congress, he dealt really well with the people, and there was the feeling that he really was going to do something, and it was kind of nice to be an American. I think since then, that feeling has been diluted and dissipated and pretty rightfully put where it belongs. It's no longer an honorable profession to be an American. Audience: in the Rolling Stones 10th anniversary issue, you wrote an article entitled "The Banshee Screams for Buffalo Meat." Whatever happened to Oscar Zeta Acosta, and can you tell us about any recent brown buffalo sightings? HST: I think I can honestly tell you that Oscar was killed. He's dead. Audience: from the cigarette boat? HST: no. From a .45 slug in the stomach on a different coast. Audience: I'm sorry to hear that. HST: he was shot in the stomach in the Pacific rather than whatever that alleged story was. No one knows exactly for sure, or can say or will say what happened. I lose about 2 friends a year now, but Oscar was very special. And I think I can say, and I'm sorry to say it, but I think he's been killed. Matter of fact, I've been told that by people I would bet on. Audience: by whom? HST: Oscar pissed a lot of people off. He never passed an opportunity to do it very quickly and in any circumstance. In his case, he was running drugs. And it's not a good thing to piss off 4 people in the middle of the Pacific if they're armed and you're not, and they can put you overboard, which they did. That's the kind of life he lived. He would not want to have died in an old age home. I'm not sure he would want to die from a bullet in the stomach, being kicked off a boat off of Mazatlan, eaten by sharks, but those things happen pretty fast. I'm sorry to say, yeah, he's dead. Audience: Dr. Thompson, do you yourself feel you're in danger from some kind of threat because you've revealed many problems in the system like strange rumblings in Aslan and later in the Banshee Screams for Buffalo Meat? You were threatened? HST: I'm always threatened, continually. Yeah, but I don't see what good it would accomplish by getting rid of me, but I'm not sure there aren't people who wouldn't feel better if I were cut in half or my head cut off or worse. Yeah, I think I would probably be nervous if I didn't feel that sense of menace. I think unless you stir something up somewhere, there's either something very suspicious about you or you're not doing your job. If everyone agreed with me or liked me, I'd be very worried. Audience: Dr. Thompson, what do you think of the media kind of manure where the Bee Gees are on the front of every cover? HSD. That's usually just a result of a very high-powered PR effort. When you happen to see a Lily Tomlin on the cover of Time or Newsweek at the same time, or Bruce Springsteen, that's no accident, for the writers from Time or Newsweek did not all wake up one morning at 4 as some strange moonchild passed by the window, and recognized Bruce Springsteen as a great genius. It was because those things are organized and paid for very lavishly. In dull times, that's why People magazine is such a great hit. It tells you something when New Times folds and People magazine becomes a great hit, or the New York Times starts a gossip magazine. So it doesn't really tell you anything but that there's a lot of really good PR people in this country. And with the right kind of handling, just about anybody can get on the cover of Time. It takes a little more work to get on the cover of Newsweek. You have to have a gimmick of some sort. I don't really know. It happened so fast, and there was no reason for it. Audience: why did New Times fold? There was no going downhill sign about it. HST, you know, it was sold to one of those giant corporations, like MCA or something, about a year ago. And when they sold it, I think George A. Hirsch and Jonathan Z. Larson, who started the magazine, promised bigger and better things. There was no reason at all to my knowledge for it to fold. I see the results of poor editing, and forget about that. It was one of the best political magazines in the country. I was very disappointed and shocked to see it fold. I imagine it was corporate economics, that's my guess. Audience: you don't think they could have kept it going, though? HSDO, sure they could have. Audience: well, that seems really stupid. If HSD, in any event, it was sold to one of those multinational things about a year ago. I'm not even sure who owned it. It wasn't the original people. Audience: do you think anybody will be able to replace it, you know, come up with something better along those same lines? HSD: possibly. Good magazines seem to spring up in response to situations. And right now we don't have any situations that really generate the publishing of a daily newspaper, much less a new magazine. Perhaps it just made sense to fold New Times. Maybe the editors were more into its reality than the readers were. But it was a very good political magazine, and I'm sorry to see it go. Audience: Dr. Thompson, you said in 1971 that one of the basic laws in politics is that action always moves away from the center, that the middle of the road is only popular when nothing is happening. Can you expand on that? HST: my God, I have a feeling I've been doing that for quite a while. But I think that's the situation we're in now. I think that living right now, it's not a safe position to take, but in situations where there's either no necessity, or sometimes you just take a position because that it's fun, or you get pushed into it. But I feel that the basic arguments now are so hopeless, like how to deal with the dollar, or how to deal with the Arabs, whether to tear up the entire West for coal or for oil. It's hard to get these issues that are as clear-cut as they were in the 60s, which boiled down to whether you were either going to be drafted and killed in Vietnam immediately, or maybe have your legs blown off for no reason at all, or get paralyzed by some cops truncheon in front of a draft board. I'm not sure right now, if I were forced to take a position, a terminal position against anything, which one I would choose. I would say yeah, just to hark back to a scab, if they would reinstitute the draft, that would probably pep up the political dialogue pretty quickly. But what it does is involve a lot of people who otherwise. Audience: you're saying that moving away from the center means either taking one side or the other. HSD: well, I think that only happens in situations where you or I are forced to take positions like Vietnam. It took a long time for even McGovern to take a position on Vietnam, but once you took that position, you were locked into it. There are very few things like that now. Energy is perhaps the most, well, the Panama Canal was probably the most volatile issue. And that was totally meaningless. It was like debating the size of marbles. But I think the reason we have that is because there are no issues that force you to say which side you are on. That time has come, it's just that we're not there now. I think we are in that condition of limbo. What do they call it? Malaise? Angst? Audience: why doesn't the Rolling Stone take a moderate politically active role? A la Patrick Buchanan. HSD: well, that was a dumb goddamn article and it was my idea, but they blew that. What would you prefer to see Rolling Stone? Audience: more consistency. HSD: well, what positions, anyone, would you prefer to see brought into some? Give me one issue you would like to see them take on. Audience response: inaudible. HSD: well, the only serious editorial Wenner has written in 5 years was the one he wrote against Paraquat and Peterborn. Rolling Stone is not interesting even to the editors anymore. Audience: yeah, I was wondering, I think it was 1969 you ran for mayor of Aspen. HST: 1970, yeah. Audience: on the freak power thing. I was just wondering how it went. What did you do for a campaign and who ran with you for office and whatever? HST: we threatened to jerk the rug right out from under them, period. And we ran against the incumbent sheriff on a very serious ticket which got labeled freak power. Well, yeah, I suppose it was freak power when I had to sit next to the incumbent sheriff in debates like that and say, when we run your rotten corrupt ass out of office, we're going to sit in your office and eat mescaline on a slow night with the deputies. And you got to keep in mind that I won the town, that I won 3 out of 6 precincts with that program, and one of the points was to tear up the streets the next day, all the streets. And what I found out about 2 years later, it was not my program at all, it was the language. When we changed tearing up the streets to malls, everyone thought it was wonderful. Now we have malls everywhere, too many malls. Once again, it was sort of an ice-breaking thing. 2 years later we won almost every office in the county, which we've controlled ever since. And we almost lost 2 of them last week because we had gotten lazy and complacent. We had forgotten how it was when you could get arrested, locked up for 90 days, and fined $300 for blocking a sidewalk. That doesn't happen anymore. Audience, there's a lot of research being done right now as far as alternative energy sources, sun power, wind power, breeder reactors. Obviously, the future in energy is not in fossil fuels. Do you see any other alternative source, or do you think that one of the sources I named would more apt to be feasible? HST, I think we're going to stumble or be dragged into the ultimate realization that solar power is all that's going to save us. Unless we can figure out some way to make the ocean work. But as you say, when we run out of fossil fuels, we'll be out of them. Whoever has the most of them will be able to see it. That's why Africa is so important. Audience, do you think we'll find a way to make solar collectors and solar batteries more efficient than they are now? HST, oh yeah. But I'm not sure that's going to be consistent with a healthy economy, because we've developed an economy that is a sort of a disease-ridden form of free enterprise, which involved price fixing and in total control, not just industry, but whole resources like energy. And you can see the kind of anarchy here, economic anarchy, that would result when you get everybody using their own solar power. So I think we'll have that, but we'll have it in the middle of chaos. Audience, can we keep it out of the hands of cartels like VEPCO, or Appalachian Power, so we don't get charged through the ass for what's coming down free? HST, if you want to you can, yeah. Audience, how? What do we do? HST, eventually, they'll own it. I'm not sure how those bastards will figure out how to own the sun, but they will. They'll own the technology, they'll patent the technology of it somehow. Solar power is a very definite possibility right now, solar heat with a little imagination and a little money. It's easier than heating your house with propane. Audience, do you believe knowledge is being repressed by the oil industry, knowledge of free energy sources like the ocean and solar energy? HST, by the oil companies? Wouldn't you be a little concerned about something that might put you out of business forever? I'm on your side, but let's face it, we're dealing with a very serious economic reality. 5 generations of mobile, and they're very unsettled by the idea that they can no longer pull the switch if they want to. And there's no real interest on their part unless they get a patent on some device using the sun and the sea. It's in their interest to shoot down the kind of technology and stop it. And they use lobbies for that in Washington. Audience, Dr. Thompson, do you think there's any hope for a young person to feel that he's effective individually in a large society? Do you think he can be effective actually through a career or through his job, through drugs or astral travel? HST, no. I think it's much harder to feel that you are effective or successful within the system now because nothing seems to be going anywhere. I think the bottom line on all that is that if you can get away in this life with doing what you want and be proud of it, that to me is effective. If nothing else, it tells one other person anyway that it's possible to live without having to get in line, or clip coupons. I think it's very important for people to successfully live in tense opposition to the system. As Dylan Thomas said at one point, it's a writer's first duty to attack his country and assault everything it stands for. There comes a time when you can't do much else. There would be no way I could go back and work for Time magazine now. I mean, you really make your own bed after a certain period. And if the times are on your side, you're a hero. If not, you're a fool. Look what happened to Tim Leary. The tide came in and went out, and he went out with it. Audience, Dr. Thompson, what are the main goals of your writing, and what is it that you've been trying to achieve throughout your career? HST, money, applause, laughter and so on. No, I don't want you to leave thinking I'm kidding. Because it's true. What would you think I'm trying to achieve? Audience, something besides money as your main goal. HST, like what? Look what fame has done for me. You can have the fame, and I'll deal with the fortune from now on. That confuses you, doesn't it? An answer like that. Audience, yes, it does. HST, what did you expect me to say? Audience, I didn't know. It's just that when you say your main goal is money, it sounds so contradictory. HST, why? What else is there? Washington Journalism Review. November-December 1979. Interview by Jane Perlez. Jane Perlez, a reporter for the Soho Weekly News, met with Hunter Thompson September 19 in New York while he was on a promotion tour for his recently published book of collected writings, The Great Shark Hunt Summit Books. The interview in his suite at the Sherry Netherland Hotel was his first of the day, 2 p.m., Thompson's, breakfast time. 6 slices of uneaten French toast lay on the room service table. Thompson took to the iced Heineken stashed away in his hotel bathroom. He wore a white t-shirt, white shorts, bare feet, and he talked for 90 minutes about Jimmy Carter, who he supported in 1976, Eddie Kennedy, who he is supporting in 1980, Hamilton Jordan, drugs and the upcoming political campaign. Known as the craziest journalist in America, this interview will surprise many who have never heard Thompson speak with such clarity. The interview is run in its entirety. Jane Perlez: I thought I'd start by asking where you've been. You told Ron Rosenbaum of High Times magazine 2 years ago that you'd get back into politics when you found it necessary, but that there were better things to do, like buying an opium den in Singapore or a whorehouse in Maine. You haven't done either of those 2 things. HSD: No, Hollywood has taken care of that for me. I didn't realize you could also go to Hollywood. So I've been out there playing around for about a year. It's interesting to see what you can do there. I want to see if I want to stay with it or not. Seems that it could be fun to do. But on the other hand, it's so different. You have to work with so many people and the politics are so weird, I'm not sure I could handle it. Then you figure, what the hell? There's a lot of money out of it. Jane Perlez: more money than an advance for a campaign book? HSD: another campaign book would be impossible. I don't see any point in doing that either. That would be backsliding. Jane Perlez: do you think that it is impossible for you, or do you think campaign books per se are a thing of the past? HSD: no, somebody should do it. But not me. You can sort of sneak up on them, the campaign people like Teddy White in 1960. Then they know what you're doing, then either you become absorbed into it, you become a part of it, or else they get hostile. Or both. In my case, some people got hostile, and some people tried to absorb me. Then when you go back to write another book, they're watching for you. The first time is nice, because they really don't know what you're doing at all. But once they know, you become trapped into playing the game. You, the book writer, the chronicler, and they treat you like that. You get invited to things that you would have been put out of before, and they know, for one thing, that the book doesn't come out until the campaign is over. So if you're writing a book, in theory, you have a lot more access than somebody who is writing for next week or tomorrow. There are a lot of crimes people will admit later on, but not during the campaign. Jane Perlez: how much of the 1976 campaign did you cover? And why did you give up? HST: I got through the Florida primary. I knew right away I wouldn't be able to make it all the way through. I was looking for enough so I could do one piece and then get out. The Florida primary seemed to me where Carter was clearly off and running. So I quit. Then by the time I wrote the thing, it was almost convention time. Jane Perlez: in the decision to get out, how important was the fact that you felt crippled by knowing too much which you couldn't write? HSD: that's very inhibiting, something I'd rather not have to cope with again. It sneaks up on you, so that all of a sudden you know too much. It isn't as though they give you a choice of do you want to know too much? And then you decided. All of a sudden you realize, ye gods, what am I doing here? You've got 2 options. 1, you can remind them by writing something, or you can step all over them. Depends whether you like them or not. That's what it all comes down to, whether you like them. Jane Perlez: did you find that you liked the Carter people too much? HSD: they were the loosest. Like the McGovern campaign in 1972. Right away you find out where the fun is, where the dope is. People really try and enjoy campaigns. When you find the campaign so dreary, and then you find people you really like to be around, it hardly matters whether you like their politics. It gets so god-awful dreary, that anyone who can make you laugh is welcome. Jane Perlez: how long ago do you think the Kennedy campaign started? When did the plot start? HST: you mean when did the train leave the station? I'd say about 6 months ago. That's when it became visible. When it started would be 2 years ago. The minute Carter started looking weak and incompetent, the instant it appeared that Carter was not going to be able to handle it. You get interested, right? You get hungry, and the worse it gets, you think, I've got a job. That's where it is now. Carter created the vacuum that sucked Kennedy into it. Jane Perlez: looking back on the Carter Law Day speech in 1974, you went down to Atlanta for that speech in the company of Teddy Kennedy, which seems somewhat ironic. How do you look back on that day now? HSD: that strikes me, come to think of it, the day the plot started. Because Carter was so rude to Kennedy, deliberately. He got away with it that day. You hear rocks fly, and you hear things move, and I could tell that Carter was going to pay for that somehow. Kennedy the whole day was in kind of controlled funk. Carter first of all offered him his plane and then took it back, so Kennedy had to drive to Athens and was late for his speech. Little things like that got him really cranked up. Carter's paying for fucking with Kennedy. Jane Perlez, you seem to have no doubt Kennedy will succeed. HST, I'd be surprised if Carter survived the first 3 primaries. Jane Perlez, but you were one of the first to tell us that he was a zealot and no one should underestimate his tenacity. HST, well, tenacity is one thing, but what I didn't realize was that he was incompetent. I'm surprised that he conned me on that point real badly. I have some tapes of him telling me, it's very sad. It sounded like a high school civics major telling you how he's going to run the country. I've got 8 hours of tape of him in '74, talking about worms in the ground and how the grass grows, driving around with him in a thunderstorm. I might even believe it again. Listening to the tapes, he sounds like a different person, the voice is different, he seems 20 years younger. I just thought it would be nice not to have to fight the White House for a while and have somebody mind the store. After 10 years of being gassed and all that shit, I was just tired of it. And then the choice comes down to Humphrey, Ford, or Carter, then you can't hesitate too long. But he just proves to be an incompetent. He just can't do it. Jane Perlez, can you delineate the incompetence? HST, it would be hard to separate the incompetence from everything else he does because they seem to be intertwined. Jane Perlez, do you think it's the people around him? HST, oh yeah, that's part of it. Jane Perlez, Powell and Jordan and Kraft ? HST, yeah, mainly that his advice comes always from the same people. They began paranoid, and now they're real paranoid. So when you get your advice from all those people, all the time, you get like Nixon. It's the bunker mentality. He doesn't trust people enough to consult people outside his inner circle. Jane Perlez, how do you perceive Kennedy? HST, I think he's a very able and effective senator. In terms of who's competent and who's not, Kennedy is demonstrably more so than Carter. Just as a general rule, Teddy has always had, I'd say, the best staff in Washington. To travel with Kennedy is almost like traveling with a very polished presidential campaign, even though he's a senator going to make a weekend speech. Jane Perlez, are they fun to be with? HST, the candidates are never fun to be with. The Kennedy people are all business. There wouldn't be much hanging out, getting stoned at night. Jane Perlez, looking back on it, don't you think the Carter staff were somewhat naive? HST, yes, very. I think they thought that once they got into the White House they'd be immune, like Nixon, or like Nixon thought. I think once you win, you think we got past that. They didn't seem to learn much, once they got to the White House. They acted as though they were still running a campaign out of Georgia. As it turns out, getting elected president is pretty easy. It's being president that's tough. Jane Perlez, do you think Carter knew about the after-hour habits of his staff? HST, oh yeah. Remember, you're still working in a campaign at 4 in the morning. For Carter it worked out nicely that the most influential press people got along so well with his staff. Until it backfired, it was good to have. It's been A+ until now. Jane Perlez, how much do you think that the clubbiness between the blue-chip reporters and the blue-chip assistants helped Carter get the coverage he wanted? HST, a tremendous amount. It gave Carter credibility. Once you're sympathetic to a candidate, it's easy to see why he might be better. Jane Perlez, in the 50s and 60s, it used to be drinking. What's new, I suppose, is that it's people doing dope and coke. HST, don't ever forget sex in there. That would be a nasty can of worms to open. Well, the coke ain't so bad, but man, the sex, oh. Let me tell you about that. You could drop a few things that would make Chappaquiddick seem too boring to talk about. Jane Perlez, if you were going in to cover this campaign, what angle would you take, how would you go about it? HST, you'd have to say what I was working for. Jane Perlez, let's start with the daily newspaper. HST, you don't have much choice in those situations. The more often you have to publish, the more you're locked into the routine of the campaign. Jane Perlez, let's talk about pieces for, say, Esquire, which might be put into a book. HST, that's an odd area, where you're writing stuff that appears during the campaign and you might also be writing a book, then people really don't know what you're going to do. Like Daddy White. He gets so much more access because he's not writing during the campaign. I'd go into this to write a book. First of all, there's a lot more money in a book. I thought about that last time. I wasn't going to write during the campaign. I was going to write a book. Jane Perlez, but how would you approach the book? HST, it all depends, you never know what's going to happen in a campaign. A campaign develops its own personality as it goes along, unless it's like a Nixon-Kennedy campaign, then you know ahead of time. Jane Perlez. Let's talk about the newspaper reporters. You've talked about the invidious situation that the reporters get into by knowing their sources so well, that they don't want to hurt them because they want to keep access. How do you get over that double bind? HST. I don't know. First of all, you have to make sure you don't value friends in Washington. You should not live in Washington. If you live and work in Washington, there's no way you can get over it. Sooner or later you're going to want something and they'll say, "You son of a bitch, remember that thing you wrote back in March," which gives them an excuse forever not to talk to you. So you really have to make your choice early. It works out if you make the right choice and humor the right people. Jane Perlez. Things don't seem to change much. Already in New Hampshire there are reporters who've been covering campaigns the last 3 or 4 times. HSD 5 or 6 times for some. For a while there seemed to be a new kind of reporter covering campaigns. But they didn't appear much in '76. I don't know exactly what happened. I thought Timothy Cruz and I cut out in a whole new direction with the books we did in '72. But no one really picked that up. Jane Perlez. You think Carter might take a vacation for 4 years? HST. That'd be nice. He'd learn something about the economy and come back in 4 years and there might be this great reservoir of good feeling for this person who'd admitted he couldn't handle it. That might be a good calculated risk. Nobody tried that before. Teddy Roosevelt, maybe. It would be a ballsy move to decide that you needed a little bit more study and to promise to run again in 1984. And actually to plan for it. Campaign all around the goddamn world. I don't know who'd pay for that. It would be a real trip if he did that. People would be impressed. Jane Perlez. He's always prided himself on ballsy moves, like cabinet shakeups. HSD. He has to have a little more intelligence than to know that that's not enough and that you've got to have something more. Anyone can be ballsy. It's trying to make it work that's hard. Jane Perlez. Let's talk about writing. You've said that gonzo journalism is, in a way, simply first draft journalism. If you'd done second drafts, how would they have been different? HSD. Quieter. I very rarely add crazier things in a second draft. Jane Perlez. What have you done second drafts on? HSD. It's been a long time. Jane Perlez. The National Observer pieces? HSD. There may have been 2 drafts. The Vegas book was the last time I did a second, third, sometimes fourth, draft. Jane Perlez. The Vegas book? Seems that's the book everyone perceived as being the most undrafted. HSD. That's why I like the book. It's finely crafted in the way it's put together. There are only about 15 words in there that shouldn't be. I like that. Drafting is a very fine tool. I miss that. It usually makes it better, though you can worry a piece to death. It gives me a chance to get out the craziness of the night before. I figure the night before, I can write it up, write anything, then the next day when I come back and look at it, I knock out parts that are too crazy. Jane Perlez. It's interesting that the new piece by Norman Mailer in Playboy on Gary Gilmore's Back to Basics, and straight reporting. Have you read it? HSD. No, but I heard that. Kind of flat, it sounded good. Jane Perlez. Do you see that as a trend? Perhaps the interjection of the reporter in stories has run its phase? HST. I don't see any real reason for it, either way. I think in Mailer's case and in mine, you get tired of doing the same thing after a while. Jane Perlez. Isn't it a tremendous effort to keep yourself involved in the piece? HSD. I don't find that so much. It's just all first draft stuff. The whole book The Great Shark Hunt is a collection of first drafts. I haven't changed anything since I put them in Rolling Stone, except for typos. It would all be about half as personalized as it is if I had time to do a second draft. I've finished that one thing being a gonzo journalist. It was fun but it gets real old. I was a straight journalist for a while. So maybe what Norman is doing may be back to straight reporting. If Mailer had time to do a second draft, or I had, neither one of our styles would be what they are now. I think what it comes from is trying to do too much on a deadline that didn't allow for it. What it does is produce that crazy, frantic tone to it that if you don't do a second draft, it comes through in the writing. People call it gonzo journalism, but it's carelessness, that's what it is. Jane Perlez. Born out of the situation? HST. Yeah, it's unavoidable. If I'd had more time, I'd probably have cured myself. I don't know what that would have done for it or for me. But when you get on deadlines you can't get back to it the next afternoon. It has to go off. You pull it out of the typewriter, put it over the mojo wire and bang, it's gone. I've even stopped editing pages, much less the writing. Put it in the typewriter and don't even bother to correct the typos. Try to call it in. Very slowly I'm getting around the typewriter and the printing pages. I believe sometime soon I'll be able to take it straight from babbling gibberish to some kind of photo display. I was one of the first journalists to use a tape recorder. Jane Perla's when? HST The Hells Angels book. That was the first time they had cassette recorders. Before that you had to use the reel-to-reel stuff. But once they got it down to that size, I saw a whole new world beckoning. Jane Perla's The Hells Angels guys weren't intimidated by it? HST they didn't see it. They saw the reel-to-reel stuff earlier and threatened to kill me. But this, I just wore in a shoulder holster, all of a sudden you don't have to write notes anymore. The worst thing about tape is listening to it. Jane Perla's how do you manage that? HST what I try to do is, I appreciate the remote pause. I try to be real conscious when I'm taping something that I'll have to listen to it, so I use the remote pause so that if you have 5 minutes of the waiter coming into the room, then I just cut it off. Listening to 4 hours of tape after listening to a candidate can be real interesting one day, but boy if you have to do it constantly, it can drive you mad. Most things you hear, they don't make any sense anyway. You have to separate the wheat from the chaff, and the more you have, the harder it is to do it. So what you end up doing is trying to edit on the spot. I used to put my mic in my watch band, down my sleeve so that it would be aiming out, so anytime you had your arm pointed at someone you'd pick it up. When you put your hand in your pocket you're in trouble. Jane Perla's when you're listening to the stuff at night, how do you write from the spoken word onto the typewriter? HST I usually go back over it and listen and write down the things that I like exactly as I heard them. You get to listen to it, write it down in legal pads, then you go over it and get totally accurate notes. You'd be amazed how just about impossible, if you're going to listen to somebody in a volatile situation, to get say a 5-minute, even a 2-minute, quote right. From a tape recorder you can get all kinds of asides. If you tape it right and write down exactly what was said, it makes a big difference. Jane Perla's do you think you could have written anything after Hells Angels without a tape recorder? HST it would have been different. Because I saw what the tape recorder could do. I could just drive around in the car and keep the tape recorder out on the seat and you'd hear all of a sudden some horrible ripping sound, a fence being torn down, and you hear screams. There's no amount of memory that can bring it back to you that perfectly, that you can hear the sound of a fence being ripped out of the ground and hear what it sounds like. What I do is tape it on the smallest unit, but when I play it back I have 80 speakers in my living room so when I play it back I pick up everything. It's like being in the scene. There's no way that notes can bring that back to you. I have 20 speakers in every corner, so I can just sit in the middle. Jane Perla's so there is a reason why you go back to Colorado, aside from the mountains and the clean air. It's to be near your equipment. HST I've got so much equipment now I can carry it around anymore. I used to be able to carry it with me. Jane Perla's do you see Bill Cardozo the Boston Globe editor who first called Thompson a gonzo journalist? HST he's out in San Francisco writing a book on some murder in Palm Springs. Some freak up in Boston invented the term. Some 8th generation of street kid, but it was Cardozo who tied it to journalism. I thought that's a good word. I'll be one of those. It worked. Rolling Stone College Papers May 1980. Interview by David Felton. Felton, I have here a copy of your best-selling anthology The Great Shark Hunt, and I notice above the title it says, Gonzo Papers, Volume 1. My question is, who's kidding who? HST what do you mean? Felton, I'm wondering where Volume 2 is going to come from. I mean, I think it's generally agreed that you're pretty much washed up as a writer and a thinker and, to some extent, a human being. HST Jesus. Well, then there's really no point in doing this, is there? Felton, oh, I think there's a lot of point to it. For example, this anthology. It's probably the worst edited and most self-indulgent book since the Bible. There doesn't seem to be any order. 1/4 of the book is either stuff that's been in previous books of yours or old, hack, pre-Gonzo stuff that reads rather flat and uninspired. HST that's the way I wanted it. Felton for what reason? HST I just thought it should be a permanent record. I thought it would be pretty fun to see the development from the Air Force to the Ali piece. It seems like I've been writing the same thing since I was 18 years old. Looking back on it, I was surprised at the consistency of even the style, in terms of the attitude. I never even thought about Volume 2, frankly, I decided it would be nice to have Volume 1 on it. Felton I think you said earlier that at $15, you thought the book was a good bargain. HST yeah, I like it. Felton it just seems like the book was slapped together. HST well, you're right. Felton I'm sure some people would say, well, so what? It's making a lot of money. But this is your textbook, this is what you'll go down in history with. HST I'll stand by this. It's messy, it's fucked up, it's not a bad book. Felton, well, let's talk a little about the Buffalo movie that's about to come out. How did you get involved in that? HST, I got a call from Lynn Nesbitt, my agent. She said there's this person who wants to buy the magazine article about the brown buffalo. The Banshee screams for buffalo meat, a eulogy for Oscar Acosta for $100,000, and make a movie where the buffalo roam. I thought, well, shit, that's wonderful. They wanted to make a movie about whatever they perceived to be the relationship between these two characters. It was a weird idea. Actually, it was weird that it never occurred to me that it would be made. Felton, but didn't it cross your mind that if the movie did get made, it would reflect on you and your legend or your personality? HSD, probably. Yeah, if I'd thought about it. But, you know, I probably would have done it. I don't know why people are so concerned about my image. I'm an egomaniac. I should be the one concerned about my image. Why are you and Gary Trudeau so worried about this film hurting me? I'm not. Felton, so at the time, without seeing a script, you signed the contract? HSD, I've been dealing with these yo-yos buying options on things for years. Options have been essentially paying the rent. The Las Vegas book has been optioned several times. So to me, at the Buffalo story was just another option job. Then all of a sudden there was some moment of terrible horror when I realized they were going to make the movie. Last summer, when I actually saw the fucking set on the lot, I thought, whoa. Good God. Felton, but way before then, hadn't John K., the scriptwriter, talked to you? HST, yeah. He seemed to understand a lot more than came through in the script. I was very disappointed in the script. It sucks, a bad, dumb, low-level, low-rent script. Felton, well, in this contract, do you have any kind of control or leverage? HST, no. That was the first thing we agreed on. I just thought it would be safer not to have any. Felton, I don't quite understand the reasoning, but, HST, well, if you have 1% leverage, you might be blamed for 80%. Since I have none, I can't be blamed for any of it. I signed away all editorial control at the beginning. I am executive consultant, which means I wandered around, fired machine guns on the set, drove a boat. Felton, yes, you can't be blamed for the script or the direction. Except that were you to say, at the beginning, this is shit, I won't give my permission, then it couldn't be done, right? HSD, Hunter bolts up and storms over to the fireplace, shouting. Have you ever tried to deal with these motherfucking lawyers and agents in Hollywood? Felton, all you have to say is no. HSD, angrily, he pokes at the fire. And you're sitting there telling me, broke as you are, that I'm fucking dumb for not getting more money or less money out of this? Felton, no, I'm certainly not telling you you're dumb because you got more money or less money. HSD, I find it a little hard to take. At least I've cheated the fuckers out of $100,000. He returns to his chair. Well, that's not cheating at all, that's just routine for down there, another scam. Felton, but regarding the Buffalo film, if it involved a character that might even be related to me, I think I would have checked to see who was behind it. I mean, you already have a public image, and HSD, fuck yes. I've been in comic strips for years. Felton, and for years you've been incensed about it. HST, well, I don't like it, no. I'm not incensed, I've gotten used to it. Felton, maybe incensed is too strong a word, but you've certainly been concerned with Doonesbury, with what you felt was Trudeau's invasion of your privacy. HSD, that was my original bitch with it. Then I began to realize how much money he was making off me, off my image. Felton, fine. But I think what we're really talking about is, either you are or you're not concerned about your image. HST, I can't afford to be, man. I'd go mad. I don't even know what my image is. I have a feeling it's always been bad. Ever since I was a teenage criminal, I've always been doomed, a person clearly headed for hell. Felton, I wouldn't say that. You're admired by enough people to make your book a bestseller. HSD, Hunter refills his glass with wild turkey. Look outside. Look around you. I have to take care of an 8-room house. I have 5 peacocks to feed. I spend maybe $10,000 a month on just simple fucking airfare. I have a huge ranch, another house, books, movies, weird gibberish happening. How in the hell could I afford to take the time to sit here worrying about my image? I'm trying to think if I should be concerned. No, I don't think so. Why should I be? Felton, only because, as you've mentioned yourself, in the last year all this stuff's come down where your image is unavoidable. HSD, it's a nightmare, yeah. When at almost the same time your collected works are coming out, a movie's being made about you and then you're in the comic strips, yeah, somewhere along there, I'm not sure where the line was, I became a public figure. I'm not admitting that legally. Legally right now it's quite critical if I'm a public figure. If I am not, Mr. Trudeau will be working in my yard for the next 10 years, trimming the grass. But in a rough use of the word, I became a public figure. Somehow the author has become larger than the writing. And it sucks. Felton, do you think you've contributed to that in any way? HSD, well, yeah, I probably have. Felton, what kind of trouble was there recently at the College of Marin? HSD, well, that was just a broken down sound system and a bunch of loadies, very young, what I believe to be the second generation of Marin County. A grim comment, it chills you to see what the children of paradise look like. Felton, what happened? HST, nothing. It was just chaotic. It was a low-rent operation. People were yelling at me, and the questions were weird, and kids were asking for whiskey. I never had kids come up and beg for drinks out of my wild turkey bottle. Felton, doesn't that give you the willies? HSD, well, it didn't fill me with confidence. And the questions were so dumb that I just abandoned everything. When I start calling the crowd beer hippies and thumb fuckers and loadies and shit like that, it usually breaks down. I usually only lose my temper at schools of the rich. Felton, a couple of years ago you appeared at NYU, and while you eventually answered questions, you spent the first half of the evening placing bets with the audience that night. And at some point I yelled at you from the balcony, how can you lower yourself to speak in front of a group of people that would pay money to watch you make a fool of yourself? HSD, that's when I threw a piece of ice that hit you in the chest, right? 200 yards from the balcony. Felton, that was a great shot, I won't quarrel with you on that. But you expressed disgust at people sucking your whiskey, yet it seems to me it's part of the same fan phenomenon. Do you feel any responsibility for that? HSD, suddenly cold and serious, no. Not the slightest. It's a problem, but I don't feel responsible. Felton, okay, well, let's try another image question. One piece in the anthology that disappointed me was The Great Shark Hunt itself. It seemed like a pale imitation of FLLV, but it was written several years later. HST, let's not compare this stuff to the Las Vegas book. Vegas was like 4 or 5 drafts. Probably the further back you go in time, the more rewrites we get in each piece. The newer stuff, almost without exception, is essentially journalism, as it was written on the day, sent in for a deadline, not edited, either then or now, and published. You tell me another journalist who would put his collected works in book form as he sent them in from some motel or wire desk in Zingaling, Missouri, Bangkok or Rio. Felton, do you think that's admirable? HSD, yes, because it's taking an insane chance at being right an abnormal amount of the time, a high percentage. Felton, well, one charge is that in the last few years you've had a lot more trouble writing. And it's getting harder and harder until it's practically ceased. HSD, it's always been hard. But it rarely pays. And I never do it unless I'm broke. I've said that many times. Why should I work on deadlines? We're dealing with journalism. And it's ceased to be fun. Just by answering my phone, I can make 4 times as much money as I do by writing all the time. Hemingway said that journalism was good for a writer if you knew when to get out of it. I think I stayed way too long. Felton, have you gotten out of it now? HSD, I hope so. But it's hard to get out of. I've always viewed it as a sort of a left-handed thing, sort of a ticket to ride. Journalism has always been my way of going to a place to see if I wanted to see what was going on. And you get addicted to that. It doesn't mean that writing the story interests me, I hate that. I don't like to write. I don't care what happens after I write. Once I've gotten the story in my mind, the rest is just pain. And to cure the pain, we put it together between covers and call it The Great Shark Hunt and sell 100,000 copies at $15 apiece. It helps ease the pain. D.O. Magazine, Toronto, November 1986. 36 Manic Hours in Toronto with Dr. Hunter S. Thompson, Guru of Gonzo Journalism by Paul Kala. We whip around Bayview Avenue where it drops into the Don Valley, only to come upon a police roadblock. I glance nervously at my passenger, but he seems oblivious to the law and annoyed at this unexpected inconvenience. I don't understand how a little bit of rain can completely paralyze a city of 3 million people, he mumbles through a sniffling. It's 9:05 by the time we arrive at the music hall. Several ratty-looking fans are milling about menacingly outside. 6 patrol cars are on call apparently because the police fear an all-out riot if Thompson fails to show a second time. 2 unshaven kids in shorts drinking Budweisers greet us backstage. The audience is carrying on an oral riot beyond the curtains. Let's go. Thompson throws down his stuff, grabs an Upper Canada Lager and a whiskey out of the dressing room and steps out. Applause. Thunderous, full house applause, screaming, and waving fists. It was as if the world's greatest rock band has just come on stage. Thompson is not just a writer to these people. He is something more, a living legend. During the past several months Thompson has been working at San Francisco's notorious O'Farrell Porn Palace, doing research for his upcoming book, The Night Manager. Thompson has always been drawn to outcasts, underdogs and the strange. As strobes glitter and a nude albino woman puts on her seductive prowl a few feet away, I think about the strange relationship Thompson has with his fans. At the music hall show that night a pudgy, boyish man in his mid-20s, stoned and piss-drunk, had seized the microphone. In a crude attempt to imitate Bill Murray's slapstick portrayal of Thompson in the film Where the Buffalo Roam, he wore a surgical vest and stethoscope. Later, he sat in the front row mouthing gibberish into a journalist's mini-recorder while Thompson signed autographs 10 feet away. I wanted to explore this in the interview. I see an opening to ask my first question. Thompson's fixated on the albino. HSD, that guy at the hall was an asshole. But he didn't really bother me. I get used to it. Do you get upset at the way the media have portrayed you? HSD, well, I don't mind being portrayed as a dope fiend or a sex fiend as long as there's something else in there. He sighs wearily. You know, I'm more concerned with the Supreme Court than I am about rock and roll, or with the war in Nicaragua than I am about drugs. Can you have it both ways? Does it really surprise you, given the persona you project, writing about drugs, guns, and motorcycles, that you would be sensationalized as America's outlaw journalist? HST, looking back at it, it doesn't surprise me. But you don't expect that kind of attention as a journalist. All my professional life I've been used to standing at the back of the room. Even at the White House press conferences, I didn't want to sit down in the front with Dan Rather and those people. I viewed it from the distance, which gave me my ability to work with it. Once you're part of the club, you're locked in and they have you. It's when you don't owe them anything that you're dangerous. But I noticed around the time of the Carter campaign that it had gone too far. I'd become a public figure, even by a lawyer's definition. During the primaries I was giving more interviews and signing more autographs than Carter was. I had become an actor in the drama I was supposed to be covering. That's why I quit covering politics. Have you been able to prevent your personal life from being consumed by the public image? HSD, that's why I live in Woody Creek, goddammit. I can't keep them separate on the road. I used to figure that whatever I did myself was mine. But what else can you expect when you parade your private activities so much in your books? HSD, well, I've slowed down on that. I've become quite self-conscious about including my personal life in my writing. Is that a retreat from gonzo journalism? HST, I think it is. I think it takes an element of fun out of the writing for me and for other people. When you realize that any small thing you might do could turn up in Doonesbury the next morning, it takes all the fun out of it. When you realize that everything you write, like at 4 in the morning after you've been up for 3 days, will end up in libraries and your children will read it, it makes you much more cautious. It takes the fun out of it, being a perpetual public figure. Interview interrupted for signing of autographs. God, that girl at the show tonight, did you hear her question about whether I'm the only person who seems to stand up and endorse this way of life? He asks no one in particular as he empties a small pipe on an oak bureau. That's when the big moments of applause came. HSD, God, I haven't thought of it that way. Thompson grins. Then I started to think, I don't hear many people, I see Frank Zappa down there fighting the rock and roll route. Yeah, I might be talking about survivors, rather than leaders of a movement. I hate to think I could be the last of the what do you call it? Last of the counterculture? HSD, goddamn. Me, be the last surviving dinosaur. That's horrible. If it's true, they'll get me soon. He roams the room, shaking ice through his 6th Glenfiddich. I've always thought of myself as basically the reasonable journalist. The others, they were the wild people. I got out of hand a few times, but only in the way I presented it. I don't go around advocating the use of drugs, particularly not now, goddammit. He suddenly turns nostalgic, talking about San Francisco and Haight-Ashbury. There is something charming and heroic about a man as roguish as Thompson who still remains faithful to the idealism of a nobler era. HSD, the whole definition of the drug culture was that we were in it together. If you got something nice, the instinct was to share it. You could live 1,000,000 years in this country, or any other, and you would never have as much fun as you would have in San Francisco in the middle 60s. The 60s were a time when the clouds broke and people like Oscar Acosta, the Samoan attorney who appears in Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, could actually get involved in the process. Christ, he'd have a hard time getting a job in a car wash today. The crack dealers and street corner pushers have turned the drug culture into a mockery. The lack of honesty is shocking. The people who deal drugs now aren't survivors of the counterculture, they're a new generation. The generation of swine? HSD, well, that's a provocative term. Smiles, I use that to make them jump. It's a generation epitomized by a poll USA Today did of college students. 87% thought that making money was the most important thing. 79% thought it wasn't what you know, but who you know. This is the time of fear and loathing, really. This is the generation we've been waiting for. Fear and Loathing on the Trail of Hunter S. Thompson and Ralph Steadman. By Simon Key. What am I going to do, and is it going to be fun? This is Hunter Thompson on the phone to Jacqueline Graham, his British press agent. He's coming on condition he can play golf and shoot grouse, she tells me. It's putting 10 years on me. 1 week before he's due to turn up at the Edinburgh Book Fair to give a talk with Ralph Steadman, he's having trouble renewing his passport. I meet Jacqueline Graham and Sonny, a former pen publisher, for a few drinks. It's obviously clearly on Sonny's mind that Thompson has a predictable tendency to behave in a quirky manner. I don't know if I want to shoot grouse with Hunter, I might get killed. Ralph Steadman doesn't play golf. I say I know a good golfer. Is he weird? Asks Jacqueline Graham. Weird enough, I say. Apparently Hunter Thompson doesn't necessarily like people that are too strange, and the straight and the sensible keep him on track, it would seem. Saturday morning arrives, but Hunter Thompson doesn't. There is a big sign by the marquee in red ink about him missing the plane, and I feel a bit of a dork, being loaded up with a microphone and tape and with a photographer due to arrive in 20 minutes. Unsure of what to do to salvage my fast-sinking article, I charge into the lobby of the Roxborough Hotel and ring Jacqueline Graham's room to try and get Hunter Thompson's phone number. She sounds frayed at the edges, having been on the phone since 2 in the morning trying to piece together what went wrong. Over my shoulder I notice a large silver-haired man in a light plaid jacket talking to some drunks. I check this description with Jacqueline Graham and, sure enough, it's Ralph Steadman, so I plow through a couple of chairs and set up my bag full of equipment. Ralph Steadman is very apologetic and very disappointed and speaks to me largely in anecdotes for an hour and a half. Hunter was on the phone negotiating for this trip for ages. Okay, Ralph, let's see what we've got now. We've got the suite in the Caledonian, right? We'll go to St. Andrews? It's worth coming just for St. Andrews. Well, that's 2 things. What else have we got? We got shooting? Definitely shooting? What is it, Ralph? Pigeons, rabbits, or what? Grouse. Grouse. Aha. I'll teach you to shoot your own meat, Ralph. You'll love it. He was going to get this extraordinary bogus reference or something about his golf handicap so he could get into St. Andrews, so he's very serious about his golf. You know, I'll bring my putter. So he was going to come? Oh, no doubt about it. That's why I can only put it down to this peculiar mental hang-up, you know, knowing that at the 11th hour something will go wrong. In the back of his mind there's always this massive dragging of feet. He tried to come, he got out of the front door, he got in a car, a taxi, albeit driven by a drunken taxi driver, made his way there as best he could, but it never happened. I mean, fancy getting a drunk cab driver? Only Hunter could manage that. Typical. I hate being here on my own. I hate being the organ grinder's monkey. He's always doing this to me. Whatever trips we've been on, he's always landed me in it somehow. I ask about the curse of Lono. It was really terrible getting him to work at the typewriter. He just wasn't interested once he got to Hawaii. Thompson and Steadman had been sent to Hawaii by Running Magazine. A letter from Thompson is reproduced at the front of Lono. It states, "Dear Ralph, I think we have a live one this time, old sport. Some brute named Perry up in Oregon wants to give us a month in Hawaii for Christmas, and all we have to do is cover the Honolulu Marathon for his magazine, a thing called Running. But just how were you going to do the talk with Hunter? I was going to read the origins of Welsh humor, and play the bagpipes, but not now. If you could put a percentage figure on how much of a book like Lono is anywhere near accurate, it was worse than the book. You know, it is reality. We did have those terrible stories when we did have rocks thrown at us out of the water. He did nearly tread on my little daughter's head coming to get the bloody TV set. It isn't always the way with Hunter, but that time the reality of the situation was more extreme than his written interpretation. Were you involved in Silk Road, one of Hunter's new books? No, he's only just told me about it. I read the synopsis of the book and it's basically about drug smuggling in the Gulf of Mexico. It's a weird idea, it's all politics. It's really a satire of current politics and the dope trade, and Silk Road is a wonderful title for it. And this other book he's doing, the one about this sex club, apparently it's as full of lots of girls doing unspeakable things to each other. He told me the publishers have a problem with it because they think it's pornography. He also told me it's a way of paying the rent. Would you say Hunter Thompson was afraid of anything in particular? Straits. Really? I should think so. He's got a very noble side to him, has Hunter. He's not scared of dying? Well, He thought he was going to die at 30 and so he says he's living on borrowed time. I figured it'd be over at 30 but I lived on. I can't believe it. But he probably wouldn't admit to that either. So you're pretty angry he hasn't shown up? Yeah. I was on the phone, shouting at anyone who'd listen. I suppose Hunter's still with this drunken taxi driver somewhere between Aspen and Denver. It's probably not worrying him though, is it? What are your favorite memories of Fear and Loathing? Hitting the fear, getting right to the edge. I think the same goes for Hunter. Do you think he expected to become such a celebrity? I think it's inevitable that he became one, being a man who does life to be an energetic force like being in a hurricane. I think he expected it, too, because he always wanted to be in the center of the hurricane, in the eye of the storm. It's a necessary part, otherwise he's asleep. It's a matter of movement, he said. Movement is energy, energy is life, that's all you need to know. I remember him saying that on the road to Las Vegas. Hunter Thompson is dealt with by those who know him as both a human sandstorm and a child. They are reluctant to give out his number, partly to punish him, partly, I think, because he's there. I tell him that I was looking forward to seeing him play some golf at St. Andrews HST. So was I. That was one of the great disappointments of my recent life. I embarked, I took off, I thought I would be there. But you know, I got hijacked. What happened? You got swept up by a drunken taxi driver, didn't you? HST. How did you know that? I felt terrible then and I feel terrible now. I really let Ralph down, and he was very, very mean when I last spoke to him. He'll get me back, I'm sure. We weren't sure if you'd get a golf pass. HST. I got a letter from the golf pro about my handicap. I did everything right except miss the fucking plane. I had gone 255 miles over the mountains to Denver and then back. It was a terrible ride with this vicious shit-eating fuck, you know. That's a long ride when you've missed the plane. Never trust a taxi driver. Have you been to Scotland before? HST. No, I never have. I was genuinely looking forward to it. It would have been fun. Fear and Loathing in St. Andrews would certainly have made a good feature. HST. Oh boy. Well, that was it last weekend. That was Fear and Loathing just trying to get to the airport. I don't like to think what would have happened if I would have gotten to Scotland. What are you writing at the current moment? HST. Well, what I'm writing and what I'm publishing is different. I've just done a book, it's called A Generation of Swine. I don't want to go into it because if I do, it might not get published, if you see what I mean. Thompson recently wrote in his San Francisco Examiner column, "Huge brains, small necks, weak muscles, and fat wallets, these are the dominant characteristics of the 80s, the generation of swine." What do you make of the Reagan administration and this year's Irangate scandal? HST. Well, that's why I called the book Generation of Swine. The Reagan administration is one of the worst we've ever had. Worse than Nixon? HST. To me, yes. Nixon was an outright criminal, a shameless beast. But he was a good character, somewhere between, you can't say King Lear, but you know, Iago, and not even that good. But Nixon had some character. These people are oily and greasy and way too smooth. They're worse than Nixon, as all modern right-wing greedheads are. They're fascists and they get away with it, which is a strange, strange thing. Who could take over at the White House? HST. Well, almost anybody, I'm afraid. Unfortunately, I think it's gonna be George Bush. That would croak the hopes and dreams for a whole generation to a Bush follow after Reagan. There are many conflicting stories about how much of Fear and Loathing actually happened. HST. Well, a lot of time has passed since it happened, but I reckon about 90% of it is true. I read it now and I think, my God, that was me, I did that. Do you still live life at a fast pitch? HST. Well, people say I do, I guess, so I don't brag about it. I would probably rather live more calmly. I keep thinking, well, it's bound to slow down sooner or later. There's that passage at the beginning of The Great Shark Hunt where you're in the hotel building, 24 floors up, debating whether or not to throw yourself into the fountain. So what keeps you going? Why didn't you jump? HST. The truth is I don't know. You know, right now I have to call a lawyer right now, because the sheriff's putting a restraining order on me. I'm all in the papers for shooting at golf balls with a shotgun. IDIC. Due to your hedonistic misbehavior, do you find it hard to discipline yourself to write? HST. Always, always. I hate to write. But you either do that or you get a job. I've been 25 years without a job and 23 without sleep. I'm quite proud of that. I'm a hillbilly from Kentucky. I'm lazy and I hate to write. I hate to work, but you've got to do it. Did you expect to become a cult figure? HST. Hardly. What did I expect? Well, You were the first journalist to put yourself center stage in your work, so do you think you're your own man? HSD Well, I think it was really just laziness. That way I don't have to create a character. That's one less character I have to create. I really just try and get by and write what I can. Did you much prefer America in the 60s or America in the 80s? HSD Well, at the risk of sounding like an elderly termite or something, yeah. The 60s were a lot more fun, and the reason it was a lot more fun is because people believed it was going to be fun. What we have now is a generation, that's what this political book is referring to, a generation of swine. I don't think it's too much fun to play the stock market. Maybe it is. What do you think of the growth of yuppies in America? HST Yeah, well, you had a generation once full of angry young men, and their phrase was, "I've got mine, Jack." That's the same password that the yuppies have. They're dull, they don't expect much, they don't expect the president to be honest, they don't expect him to be clever. It's 2 o'clock here, what time is it there? It's about 9 o'clock. HSD Well, it's 2 o'clock here and the sheriff is coming back from lunch, so is my lawyer, I hope. I must make this connection. I just can't have police out here, it makes me feel real nervous. If you can figure out some way that I can make this up to your people, I wish you'd tell me. Ralph will figure out some way to get me back, but it'll be horrible, you know, to land upside down in a vat of scum. But that's what he'll do to me. What's next for you, Hunter? HSD Well, I'll have to write a column about the day, called Last Taxi to Scotland. It'll be a very sad piece, a hideous piece, a very dreary, shoddy, shameful piece. Apart from that, I don't know, maybe I can come over to London and star in a musical. Right now I'm going to star in jail unless I get my lawyer. I'm sorry I didn't make it. I'll leave earlier next time. Rolling Stone, November 25, 1987. Interview by P. J. O'Rourke for the 25th anniversary of Rolling Stone magazine. O'Rourke, a lot of people thought you were making your stories up as you went along, that gonzo journalism was more fiction than truth. HST I'm a great fan of reality. Truth is easier. And weirder. And funnier. Not all the time, but you can fall back on the truth. You can't fall back on a story you made up, because then you start to wonder if it is good or funny or right. I'm lazy. If I have a fact, I don't have to worry about if I've made the right move or said it properly. O'Rourke, you can safely embroider up on it. HST exactly. If you don't have it down in the beginning, then you're just putting on a weird dance. The only way I can get away with the gonzo thing is by telling the truth. Take Muskie in the 1972 presidential campaign. Muskie's weeping in New Hampshire, going crazy in elevators in Florida, bitching and whining. I happened to pick up a pharmaceutical newsletter. There was a report on ibogaine. O'Rourke, ibogaine? What is it? HSDO, it's a wonderful African drug. Natives in Africa use it when they want to sit by a watering hole and wait for beasts. It freezes you in a catatonic stupor. But it also makes you subject to sudden rages. This was what I'd been watching with Ed Muskie, and I thought, by God, that's what he must have been eating. So I wrote that a mysterious Brazilian doctor appeared, and the word was that he had brought in some ibogaine. Which explained all of Muskie's behavior. If I'm going to go into the fantastic, I have to have a firm grounding in the truth. Otherwise everything I write about politics might be taken as a hallucination. O'Rourke, the fantastic with its feet in the truth. Is that your definition of gonzo? HST I give the ibogaine as an example of the gonzo technique. It's essentially a what if. If Ed Muskie's acting like this, here's an explanation. But I had to have his behavior down, talking with his innermost staff people. They were telling me things they don't tell other reporters. Like, ye gods, man, how did I ever get involved with this campaign? O'Rourke, does it bother you that a lot of writers try to imitate you? HST you notice there are not a lot of gonzo journalists working. I get all kinds of things in the mail, from journalism students, from kids trying to be gonzo journalists. If it doesn't work, man, it's horrible. O'Rourke, isn't your writing different from the work of most other so-called new journalists? I thought they were trying to get inside other people's heads and use the techniques of fiction. But you don't do that. You're a participant in the story, as opposed to just some fly on the wall. HST I'm the only writer in Tom Wolfe's book about new journalism with 2 pieces in it. I like Wolfe. We talked a bit on the phone. I asked him, just what is it, Tom? I never did understand it. O'Rourke, not at all? HST it was a leap forward from the old wire service type of journalism. Mark Twain, in that sense, was a new journalist. O'Rourke, what you do is something like Twain's Innocents Abroad. He's there. He's part of it. He's telling the story like he would to his friends. HSDC, Wolfe is not a participant. He's a hell of a reporter. But being a part of the story is critical to me. Because that's where I get my interest in it. Wolf gets his interest from backing off. And I get my interest from the adrenaline that comes from being that close. Rook, when I do Lebanon or the Philippines, what I'm trying to do is what the regular grown-up journalists do at the bar at 10 o'clock. I want to tell the readers what these people tell each other at 10 o'clock when they've had 11 drinks. HSD, I have a theory that the truth is never told across a desk. Or during the 9 to 5 hours. Even on the telephone. I call people at night. And if you were there, you have to tell what happened to you too. HSD, that's what gets me into stories. When Wolf did the book on Kesey the electric Kool-Aid acid test, he wasn't there for a lot of it. He recreated it. Whistle of admiration. I can't do that. It's too damn much work. It's easier to be there. Maybe it's more of a risk. Like when you got stomped in Hell's Angels. It's an amazing part of that book. What would the ending have been without your being beat up? HSD, I'd finish the book. Shit, the book was already in type. I didn't like the cover. I told Random House, you fucking pigs, I'll go out and photograph it myself. It was a Labor Day run. I was showing the Angels the cover. They hated it. And I said, hey, I agree with you. I'm showing them the dust cover, and it said $4.95. Phew, $4.95, that must have been a long time ago. And the Angels said, Jesus, $4.95. What's our share? We should get half. And I said, come on. I was getting careless, see. I said, it takes a long time to write a book. Nothing, that's your share. The next thing I knew, I was waking up in the back seat of a car, and my nose looked like putty. My head was the size of yours and mine put together. It was morning, and a cop was looking in the window. He said, my God, what happened to you? And I said, I went to a Hells Angels party last night. Rook, every article I've ever seen about you, there's a lot of shit about how crazy you are. Why do you have to carry this freight around of being America's premier maniac? HSD, well, it's that fucking Doonesbury, for one thing. What possessed Gary Trudeau to make you Uncle Duke? HSD, his other characters were kind of stupid, I guess. But I've never understood how your character was cast. You're actually pretty close to Trudeau's political opinions. HSD, people think it's a joke. Like I get paid for it or something. You know, me and Gary must be big buddies. Well, fuck that. I've never even seen the little bastard. All this stuff avoids coming to the point that matters, which is what I turn out. Funny, I almost never get questioned about writing. Okay, a question about writing, why are you a journalist? HSD, I would not be anything else, if for no other reason than I'd rather drink with journalists. Another reason I got into journalism, you don't have to get up in the morning. I'd rather hang out with bad writers than good accountants. HSD, exactly. Imagine hanging out with lawyers. Now everybody wants to be a lawyer or a banker. Jesus Christ, isn't that strange? Because that is all our generation didn't want. We wanted anything else but. I wanted to work on the railroad. HSD, I wanted to go to Brazil. Well, let's make one quick pass at this and not brag at all. What we both wanted, a long time ago, was to be happy, successful, crazy writers and get paid for it. Right? How old were you when you decided to write? HSD, about 16. That was all that really interested me. That's the main thing about journalism, it allows you to keep learning and get paid for it. Who were you reading when you were in high school? HSD, well, this might sound trite, but I was immensely impressed by Faulkner, by Hemingway, by Fitzgerald. But I didn't read any of them in high school, really. You decided to be a writer at 16. There must have been somebody you were reading. HSD, I was a vicious JD. I used to cut class and read things like Plato's Republic. A weird kind of JD. HSD, we'd go out and read that stuff all day and drink beer and, rob gas stations? HSD, yeah. I talk about that in Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. The arrogance of the criminal mind. The Fountainhead was one of the things that really impressed me. That was my politics. I've never really been a liberal. To me, politics is the art of controlling your environment. If you don't get into politics, somebody else controls your environment, your world. Why do you think the 60s were worth a shit? Did you have fun in the 60s? HSD, yeah. A lot of fun. I had fun in the 70s. I have fun now. Do you think the 60s actually meant anything, or was it just some bohemian aberration? HSD, well, it meant something to me. It enabled me to begin what's turned out to be, like, 25 years without a job and 23 years with no sleep. A lot of shit to go through to make a living. HSD, in the 60s, I learned it had to be done. You really have to participate in your life. That was the most powerful thing about the 60s. If you wanted to run a president out of office, you could do it. But this generation today near college age, I miss in them the sense of possibility. Or they do have a crabbed outlook, don't they? If they don't get into dental school, it's the end of the world. HST a BMW and a wife who's a lawyer. Everybody's wife's a lawyer now. 5 of the 7 Democratic candidates have wives who are lawyers. Or they're going to be in trouble when it comes around to divorce time, aren't they? You've called the kids of today a generation of swine. How come? HST you call them fruit bags, that doesn't work. You call them yuppies, that doesn't work either. I found that generation of swine makes them jump. Or recently you told a college audience at Marquette University, George Bush should be killed. He should be stomped to death, and I'll join in. HST okay, that's 2 federal crimes of 5 years each. Or will you get indicted now, because we put that on tape? HST no. No. I explained it all to the Secret Service. See, I know about guilt, and I know about politics, and as I told the students, the guiltiest man in politics today is George Bush. He's at the root of this whole Iran-Contra thing. Rook, how did the students react? HST hey, they cheered. Then I called for a voice vote. It was 2/3 to stomp him. Meanwhile some fucking maniac recorded it and took it to the Milwaukee Journal. And the U.S. attorney in Milwaukee was about to indict me on 2 felony charges, 5 years for threatening the vice president and another 5 for inciting others to do it. I was on my way to cover the Iran-Contra hearings for the San Francisco Examiner, and I started getting calls from the Secret Service. Or did you answer any of those calls? HST not at first, because I thought they were cranks. If it was important, they'd leave a message. And then the Secret Service showed up at the Examiner and at my lecture agency. I realized they were serious. So I called the Secret Service guy in Denver, Larry Hoppy. And he was very nice. And I said, "What's going on here, man?" And Hoppy said, "Dr. Thompson, let me tell you one thing. I would advise you not to go to Washington without talking to me first." So I said, "Come on over." What the hell? Well, we talked for a while, and by that time Hoppy knew it was a joke. I said, "Have times changed? I've threatened to drag people around Washington by their nuts behind Oldsmobiles at 100 miles an hour. I've advocated the slaughter of all politicians. What are the guidelines now?" He had a pretty good sense of humor. He said, "Well, you can't say that he should be strung up. If you say that to people, whop. 10 years. You can say he should be tarred and feathered." And I said, "Wait a minute. I don't grasp it. I would almost rather be strung up than tarred and feathered. What's the difference?" And Hoppy said, "I don't know. That's the way it is. Don't go out anymore and threaten to string George Bush up or stomp him to death." Or now to what level of public figure does this extend? Take somebody I really hate, like Mies. Mies is not an elected official. Can I say that somebody should slice Mies open and wrap his intestines around a phone booth? HST no, you probably can't. He should be flogged, just not to death. Or what if we said Mies should be fucked by an elk? HST that's apparently harmless as hell. I believe that Ed Mies, being a person without any honor, a fat bastard, really a congenital cheap pig in the style of and on the level of Richard Nixon, should be locked in a large concrete basement with an elk. And the elk should be ram-fed full of acid before he's put in there. Or an angry, horny, acid-crazed elk. HST Mies is naked, and the elk is huge, maybe 800 plus. Or elks can be ugly customers. HST and once they're full of acid, and they're really horny, oh yeah, all night long. Studio for Men February 1989. Thompson on Thompson. Interview with Jack Thompson. Note this is not a complete transcription. Jack Thompson, you've been over here before, haven't you? HST yeah. I had a good time. I really did. It was a crazy trip. I came down to make a speaking tour and suddenly found myself in the Sydney Town Hall. I've got a picture of it right across the room from me here, with organs around the stage. Then I went to Melbourne and did the same thing. JT, you got a civic reception here? HST. Then I went to Canberra and spoke to the National Press Club. Every place I went, the people were crazy as loons. JT, do you like that? Do you like people to be as crazy as loons? HST. Well, I like to be the craziest man in the room usually. There's great comfort in knowing that nobody else is as crazy as you are. Let me ask you, what made you become an actor? JT. What made me become an actor? It was the easiest thing to do. HST. Actors have to get up really early in the morning, don't they? JT. Yes, they do. When you're working on a movie it's like, at 10, 12-hour day and then home. It's very monastic. For a brief period of time you have a lot of respect and interest in your fellow writers, your fellow craftsmen. HSD I use quotes like little jewels. I steal from other writers, but at least I admit it. I hope it shows my good taste. Well, we're just a very small band of brothers. Joe Conrad, Mark Twain, Sam Coleridge. Let me think now. Scott Fitzgerald, Hemingway. I like Hemingway, but I kind of worry about being identified with him. JT Why is that? Because you keep your prose refined? You know what I mean, minimal? HST Well, not nearly as clean as Hemingway did. JT No, of course, but nevertheless it's clipped, isn't it? Do you think that's true of your own writing? HSD When I do it right, it is. On the other hand, I just got the British version of Generation of Swine, and one of the things I'm in protest of is that in the introduction there's a paragraph about heaven and hell, and they've changed it. You know what it's like when you tell a writer how to write? As an actor you get the same thing. Anyway, this thing about heaven, they took out every piece of punctuation in the whole goddamn paragraph. I've already lived a lot longer than I planned to. I'm 51 now, minus 27 really. I've already lived 24 years past what I really planned to live. I thought I would die at the age of 27. Well, I planned to. I worked at it. JT And to your surprise you survived it. HSD No, to my horror. Well, you can imagine what happens to you when you live 24 years past your deadline. JT Past what you were planning for. Does this affect your writing? HSD To a certain extent, yeah. JT So you're more a romantic than a cynic, are you not? HST Jack? I think you went straight to the point there. Yes. That's a problem. That's a horror. To be a romantic, and you know what people say, only the good die young. Well, where does that leave me then? JT And me, since I'm about the same age. HSD How old are you, Jack? JT I'm 48. HSD Well, we're together then. JT We are indeed. We've been through about the same period of time. I didn't know how long I was going to live, but I certainly set out from a very young age to live as long as I possibly could. HST Oh Jesus. I set out from a very young age to live as short as I possibly could. JT Well, where did it go wrong for you, Hunter? Laughs Why are you still living? You are enjoying life, are you not? HST Yeah, I'm enjoying it. The reason I live up here in the mountains at 8,000 feet, deep in the snow and woods, is because when I go out in life it's a confrontation at all times, it's a war. JT I understand that. I have a farm which is home to me. I'm in town at the moment doing some work, but my home, like your home, your retreat, is a little farm about 1,800 feet above sea level and about 14 miles from the coastline, 300 miles north of Sydney. HSD That's nice, one of the really elegant places in the world. I like Australia. JT It's a beautiful part of the world, the east coast of Australia. So maybe when you come back here we should get together and go look out over the Pacific Ocean from one of those beaches. HST I'm supposed to come down and write a book about Australia. JT Fantastic. Would you write your book about Australia? I was going to say the same as your other books, but that's an absurd question. You would write about Australia, whatever you observed of Australia. There's a thing that I'd like to ask you. I spent quite a bit of time in America, and years ago when Nixon was impeached, I thought that maybe there would be a sense in which the office of the president itself is not infallible. And I just wondered, because it's not entirely clear from your writing, I just wondered how you feel about the fallibility of the office of president. HST With Watergate, what we took great pride in here was that it didn't really have much to do with the president himself, or the office. It was more the fact that the people, and the press, actually did run the country, and that we could throw out a crooked president, and there was a great amount of pride in that, not that the president was infallible. We've had some real bastards, and I'm sure you have too down there. We took great pride in that we could throw him out. You know, chase the bastards out of Washington. And somehow there was a great celebration of the power of the people after Watergate. Hell, I did it myself. I was proud of all of us. And somehow that is not carried over. There was a great celebration, but it was honored more in the spirit than the reality. JT Don't you think that whatever forces there were that you exposed simply closed their ranks? HST I'm not sure they closed theirs. I think we got lazy and we congratulated ourselves. Goddamn, weren't we, JT? Yes, and now what are we going to do? HST More powerful. It's hard to throw a goddamn president out. Hell, I participated in throwing 2 of them out. 3 actually, if you count Ford. What we've lost in this country now, I think, is that sense. Being able to throw them out, chase the president in the White House if he's crooked. JT Yes, participatory politics. HSD. Well, politics is a thing that everyone can participate in. Hell, I'm a politician. I hate to say that, but in a democracy, you have to be a politician. JTS. If the democracy is working, surely everyone is involved politically. HSD. What I've been really disappointed in here is that we had the first under 50% voter turnout this time since 1920. Less than half of the voters care enough to vote. And that doesn't work in a democracy. Primetime Live ABC News February 27, 1992. Down and Out in Aspen. Interview with Judd Rose. Note this is the raw, transcribed text from a conversation between ABC News reporter Judd Rose and Hunter S. Thompson. The final piece, titled Down and Out in Aspen, aired on February 27, 1992 and also included interviews with notable Woody Creek residents George Stranahan and Sheriff Bob Broudis. Judd Rose, let me start off by asking you the sort of central question to all this: who do you like better, Negroes or Jews? HSD. Why would you ask me a question like that? Rose. Because David Rosenthal told me to, as sort of an icebreaker. HSD laughs. Yeah. It figures. How about you? Rose. Me? Well, Jews. I'm related to a bunch. HSD. Okay. No comment. Rose. That doesn't mean I like them. All right, let's at least get a little serious here. Rose. Let me read you something I think you'll recognize. You wrote, Aspen is a place where absentee greed heads are taking over the town like a pack of wild dogs, reducing the once proud local population to shame and degradation. Tell me about that. HSD. That pretty well says it. Rose. What's the problem with Aspen? What's happened to it? HSD. Well, that's a long story. Rose. I got time. HSD. I can blow my own horn and say that when we had the Freak Power uprising, I lost the sheriff's race, thank God, but, at the same time, we really won the control of the local politics. Politics is the art of controlling your environment. This is my environment, so I have to be into politics. Nationally, so does the Democratic Party. The New York Times Magazine last year blamed me for this outburst of $26 million homes on the hillside. Rose. Blamed you? HSD. Yeah. Rose. Why is it your fault? HSD. You should have done your homework. Because I, with my henchmen Joe Edwards and Mike Showman, there were only 3 county commissioners in those days and all you had to get was 2 of them. I wanted to be the lightning rod. I'd seen the hate vote the year before. That's politics. In 2 years, we had the sheriff in 2 of the 3 seats, so we held back development. They're blaming me for when the dike broke. But we held it back about 10 years. We preserved our environment to whatever extent you can in a jet-set booming glitz. Suddenly Aspen was Hollywood crazed. It's a resort now, not a town. Rose. Meaning? HSD. People have second homes here. A friend of mine took his daughters through the West End, the elegant core of the old town and where all the new houses are. He could go for that whole block and there wasn't even one light on or one person at home all through 2nd Street, Francis, and Lake, because all these are second homes and nobody lives here. People do live here, but the second home crowd, like Prince Bunder, who looks down on George Stranahan when he milks his cows. You know George, he's not a dairy farmer. George and I have turned Woody Creek into a hell of an Alamo. Rose. How do you mean Alamo? HSD. Well, it's pretty dark. Rose. I mean I get the historical reference. HSD. Goddamn, man. Yeah, right? I hadn't thought about it that way before. Is there a cigarette out there? Goddamn. Rose. You wrote that Aspen had become a service community. You said a slavish service community of pimps and middlemen where the only real question in politics is how much money do you have? HSD. We try to keep it from becoming that. We had a reason to brouhaha about the elk. We had an incident recently where people with a lot of money tried to buy their way into the wildlife corridor, the part that makes the place a mountain place to live. People wanted a zoo here. We already have a zoo, which these bastards with the second homes wouldn't pay for. The football team didn't have enough money for jerseys. The town is underfunded because of second homes and the absentee landlord class. Rose. They give nothing back to Aspen? HSD. When they want something, they do. Prince Bunder gave about $500,000, maybe more. Shit, if I had that kind of money, I could find a lot of things to do. Rose. So Prince Bunder is one of the good guys? HSD. One of these days, one of these bastards will come along and propose to fund a zoo. We'll round up all the animals up here and put them in the zoo, 2 by 2. And then the Hollywood rich can move into the animal territory, which they can't now. We just recently got a case where the Planning and Zoning Commission was influenced a bit. You could say bought, yeah. Boss Tweed went to jail for worse things than they did. But they tried to create an exemption and overruled the Wildlife Commission. So they became wardens and all that and said, well, that may be elk country, But who the hell will notice? Just this little bite. Other person in room, that's the Tony Yurkovic deal you're talking about. HSD, it's funny you should mention that. Rose, why don't you tell us about the Yurkovic deal? This is a guy who's one of the Hollywood crowd. HSD, yeah. He's an old friend of mine. Rose, oh, you're friends? HSD, oh yeah. It makes things difficult. I introduced him to the community. Rose, but you're feuding, right? HSD, not feuding. He just happens to be the one who influenced the planning and zoning to overrule the wildlife officers, the guys who make the maps. I don't need any maps. You can look off the porch here on the hill almost any day and see it's an elk highway. Here is what you call the seeds of a story. Rose reads from newspaper. The creator of Miami Vice and his Woody Creek neighbors have convinced planning officials to override a Division of Wildlife recommendation not to build in a designated critical elk habitat. In other words, they're going to despoil the natural environment. HSD, if you somehow persuaded the Planning and Zoning Commission to make one exemption, one here, one there, the next is to make exemptions for whole subdivisions. I thought we should hold a line there. Rose, let's call it what it is. What's going on here sounds like Hollywood money is spreading all over Aspen, and part of what's happening is they're buying their way into the natural environment and spoiling it. HSD, that's a very broad stroke, but yeah. Rose, I'd like you to tell me in your words what is going on here. And not just in this case, I mean in general. Quoting again from your book, you said, there are two types of people now in Aspen, the users and the used, and the gap between them is getting smaller every day. HSD, I wrote that about 2 years ago, 3 maybe, Community of Whores, the San Francisco Examiner column. Boy, I miss that Examiner, that ability with a column. I'm going to have to do it again in an election year. But it's wonderful to have the illusion of the weekend's news and be able to smack the bastards overnight and have it published on Monday and see it. God knows if it really changes anything. But it's no wonder that people, I mean, here I am, a column, I have all kinds of access to media. The whole Elko thing began and I tried to influence CNN on a devious plug. But we got wandering off on that. Rose, tell me what you mean. The users and the used and the gap is getting smaller. HSD, the middle class has been driven out, and the people who really created this town, the ones who came here to get away. I came here on the way from San Francisco to New York. My first book was coming out and I was all hot damn. I'm on the way to New York. Gonna swim in the Plaza Fountain and all that crap. And I stopped here because the book was postponed for a few months cause Esquire ran a big excerpt. So I was stuck and I rented a house just down the road here for a few months and I got to liking it. That was about 67. I just stayed here, because it's a nice place to live. Rose, you felt like you'd found your paradise here? HSD, I never have thought it was a paradise. I keep meaning to move on. Rose, one of the reasons we wanted to talk to you is because, as you talk to people who lived in Aspen and Woody Creek for a long time, a lot of people say, for all your outrageousness, you are pretty much the soul of this area. But, walk down Main Street in Aspen and you see Peters, Marvin Davis, movie stars, rock stars, and captains of industry. They seem to be the heart of Aspen now. HST, I think maybe it's like being the ghost of Christmas past in terms of politics and being able to control your environment. I get very angry that even a friend of mine would try to buy, influence, and work behind my back. The county commissioners felt they worked behind their back to the extent where they canceled the whole planning and zoning authority to make these exemptions. Rose, so is everything for sale around here? HST, well, not any longer. Not the Elk territory. I appealed the Yurkovic exemption. We got the law changed because the county commissioners voted 5-0 to withdraw the power of these realtors who work with the planning and zoning. This valley's not for sale. Little pieces of Little Woody are, ye gods. Boy, if the dike broke here, those bastards would figure out some way to build on this side hill over here, even though it slides every time you get a torrential rain. They'd still build and sell them spec houses over there. This is home. This is my fortress. Rose, so the valley would be covered with homes if they had half a chance. HST, yeah. People buy homes here to come here for Christmas. Rose, so Hunter, you say Don Henley's a friend. Don Johnson ''S a friend. Are we being fair and indicting the Hollywood crowd? Are they all bad guys? HST, well, there's a difference between friendships in the Hollywood sense. That doesn't mean I won't turn my back if they want to build in the Elk corridor, and that was kind of a shock to Tony. Until yesterday, in fact, I was blackballed from all the Hollywood guest lists. Rose, you were blackballed from which list? HST, the Hollywood people, though not all the Hollywood people. Just the glitz level. I went over to Jack Nicholson's house on Christmas. He's a totally different breed. He's been here for years. He came here as a hideout and went skiing here. There were no Hollywood parties on Christmas. What does he make, like 30 million a year? Jimmy Buffett and Jack Nicholson used to be the richest millionaires in Aspen. What's happened now is the billionaires have moved in on top of the millionaires. I'm the white trash on this road here. Rose, do you ever go into Aspen? HST as seldom as possible. It's become a nightmare with the police presence and the sheriff is one of my best and only friends. Rose, you say this is your fortress, so I HST. Well, it was until those bastards came in my house last year with a bogus warrant and meddled around in here for God knows how many hours with 6 people. Those stupid swine. There are some lines you have to draw, and that was one of them for me. I have a lawsuit pending against the county and the DA's office now for $22 million. This is a national situation. The police state mentality is brought on by 12 years of one-party rule, and things get pretty weighted towards one side. Rose, I assume you have no particular sense of affection for what Aspen has become. You probably don't spend any time there and probably avoid it at all costs, right? HST. Yeah, it's become dangerous. The federally granted police funds have swollen all police forces in the country with federal grants and money they get back from seizing people. That's one of the problems. We have a hugely swollen bureaucracy here now. I think the DA's budget in this county alone is like $38 million. It used to be $2 million. I'm crying about the good old days, but the police bureaucracy is around everywhere. This should be a haven from it. Yeah, I engage in politics here because this is my home. Rose, let me ask you. You ran for sheriff once. If you ran again, let's say you ran for mayor or you ran for sheriff, and you got elected, what would be the first thing you'd do? HST. Probably go to prison. I ran on the freak power ticket and the only compromise I would make was my deputies would only eat mescaline on duty. We had a pair of stocks built that were going to be on display at the county courthouse for dishonest drug dealers, as well as real estate brokers and drunken people of any kind. That's where the Hollywood mentality went wrong here. It's like drug dealers, drugs are no excuse and being a star and money is no excuse to move into the Elk corridor. We have to be a little responsible. They kind of forgot that, and you have to draw a line somewhere. As for George and the county commissioners, we've just paid attention to politics. When you don't pay attention here, or anywhere else, someone else does. And that is what's happening to the second home crowd. Huge money is here. Prince Bunder is one of the royal family from Saudi Arabia and an ambassador to the US. He has a fortress up here. He's a wonderful guy. I admire Bunder, and he's been a decent neighbor. But, nonetheless, he has radar tracking of all the roads around here for security, and the State Department is practically in his home. He's been here for a long time, as with another Arab, Prince Faisal. He's been a neighbor for 10 years, and he's been great. But when you get Prince Faisal and Prince Bunder, the place becomes a nexus. For example, in '90, before the Persian Gulf War, Bush and Thatcher came out here with their brigades in Woody Creek for a multi-summit. I mean, here's George Bush coming out of the Woody Creek Tavern with a bullhorn, waving to people. Rose, a black day in Woody Creek. HST. Yeah. We had to stop for like 45 minutes while the Bush-Thatcher motorcade came up from the tavern. They made the same right uphill, turned by Henley's house, and went up to the meadows. Rose, so they did not stop here? HST. No. Their destination was a little below. But the Secret Service did not come here and sweep the neighborhood. That was a great tribute to my perceived responsibility. There was a gun freak holed up, right over here on this mesa with a posse right there by the Bush entrance, by his flight path, and what the Secret Service thought was inside was a maniac gun freak. Rose, you have, for a long, long time, been an artist of the written word, but now you've gotten into a different kind of art now. Tell me about it. We saw some of the procedure out there tonight. What are you doing? HST. Well, the same thing I've been doing for 20 years. I'm just getting paid for it now. Rose, which is what, shoot? HST. Karmically right. Shooting and karmically right. Rose, so you've been doing this for a long time, and now you're getting paid for it. HST. Exactly. Rose, give me an idea, though, of what it is you are doing. You're obviously shooting, but there's more to it than that. Just tell me what the process is. You shoot these posters. HST. I should get paid to answer that dangerous bullshit question of what does it all mean? Rose, you don't have to tell me what it all means. HST. I'm not doing the same thing shooting posters that I'm being a defender of the Elk or running for sheriff. Waves a Rolling Stone issue. This is Judge Clarence Thomas. Rose, you're a friend of Judge Clarence Thomas? HST. Well, you might say that. Rose, you say in the article old pals. HST. It was one night. I hope you don't make all your friends that way. Rose, quite a night it was, I understand. HST. Memorable indeed. Yeah, the judge was a sport. He was a warrior and he was fun. This is the judge in action a long time ago. And we've all done weird things in our past, and it wasn't just the judge. Rose begins reading from Fear and Loathing in Elko. Rose, I want to get back to your artwork here for a second. HSD, well, this is my artwork. Rose, this is obviously art, but there is the art that people don't probably know very much about. You're shooting the posters out there and then you're painting them, and these are being sold for fairly astronomical sums. HST, I've been on this parade for over 20 years. I've been shooting at Hoover and people like him for 20 years, in a lot of ways. And I think it is important that somebody does that. Rose is handed a statement to read. Rose, all right, this is a statement that you wrote. Some men see a smoking, splintered mural full of bullet holes and blood flecks in the charred, jagged edges of random bomb blasts in the groin or the brains or the teeth of a damaged human image with its hands blown off and ask, why? But I see it and ask, why not? That's almost Kennedy-esque. HST, yeah, that's art. There's a little bit of the art getting the camel through the eye of the needle. We're talking here about a sitting Supreme Court justice, and no decent person would run for the Supreme Court if you could have your path examined, even if for one night, 10 years ago on the high desert in Elko, when you happened to run into a herd of sheep on the road and tumble your white Cadillac into the desert and I just happened to come along. Rose, I understand. Reading from the statement, that is the art, Mary, that is the crystallized vision. I am only the medium, the channel, a human lightning rod for all the smoking homeless visions and horrible acid flashbacks of a whole generation, which are precious if only as living savage monuments to a dream that haunts us all. In our secret dreams we were brutes. We wallow in murder and sodomy. But, we also wallowed in beauty, and we knew that beauty was truth, even when it fried you to a cinder or blew off the top of your head. But we still live in fear of these flashbacks, which come in the night without warning and cause us to scream in our sleep. Art is long and life is short and success is very far off. Joe Conrad said that, and he suffered more grievous flashbacks on any given Sunday than most men will know in all their lives. That is why I must do my art, Mary. It is often cruel and splintered and primitive, but I have no choice. They are graven images. Foul outbursts of madness and brainless violence that will always remain unspeakable unless we make it art. Or music. Or bombs. Or anything else that blows up or burns or explodes in a meaningless fireball until we give it the dignity of resurrection, the shock of recognition and the wondrous glow of love. When the going gets weird, the weird turn pro, that is the dogma. That is all you know and all ye need to know. Take it from me, I understand these things. HSD, very good. Good reading. You should read on the next audiobook album. Rose, so I guess that pretty much sums it up. I feel like I should go out and buy one of these things now. Peacocks in the background. Rose, peacocks? HST, no. It's babies getting eaten by wolves outside. Yeah. Those are peacocks. It's horrible. Have you ever seen Midnight Express? It's the screech of a peacock in the night. Rose, well listen, we'll just wrap this up by asking you, HST, what does it all mean? Rose, what does it all mean? HST, it means shit. It's all about fun, really. If you can't have fun, it is not worth doing. Rose, are you having fun? HSD, yeah. From time to time. Rose, you're having too much fun? HSD, no, no. Hey, that's what I got busted for. The Too Much Fun Club. We used to say, it's only rock and roll, Rose, and I like it. HSD, it's getting harder and harder to like it these days. And that's not really rock and roll to keep greed heads from moving into your backyard. There's a standard that we have to pay some attention to, or else our entire behavior is debased or degraded. Rose, is it ever going to get so bad that you're going to leave Aspen? HSD, it could. It might. Well, it almost got pretty bad when they came in and searched my house. Due to the duo that came to help me, the National Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, Goldstein, Killam, Hatton, Michael Stepanian, we beat them like dogs. Rose, but things keep getting worse out there in Aspen. Do you see a day when you would pack up and leave? HST, I'm not sure I would really pack up and leave. As Faulkner said in Barn Burning. Wood and hay can burn. Spin Magazine, May 1993. Interview by Kevin P. Simonson. Hunter S. Thompson, the outlandish creator of Gonzo journalism, talks with Kevin P. Simonson about life, liberty, and the pursuit of a good editorial assistant. The tape recorder was turned on at 4:10 a.m. in Thompson's dark kitchen. Spin, are you anybody's target? HST, I'm in a weird position. I'm seeing films about me on television and people writing books about me. It's very eerie to live like that. I try to ignore it. Spin, tell me about your next book, Polo is My Life, Memoir of a Brutal Southern Gentleman. HSD, Polo is My Life will be my final statement. It's a love story much in the manner of Blue Velvet or Psycho. It is a bizarre story about a doomed and dangerous love affair between a journalist who also works for the CIA and a beautiful pure blonde, polo-crazy heiress from Palm Beach who is hiding out in the Rockies because her family was somehow involved in the murder of John Kennedy. She had written a bad check to buy a chic nightclub in Aspen, so her younger brother, a failed priest, can play the jazz piano every night in public, like Eddie Duchin. It's a doom-struck tale for our time. A hopeless maze of sex, violence, and treachery that can only end in death. Spin, for years I've been hearing about your book The Rum Diary. Are you working on it, and what are your ambitions toward fiction writing? HST I've always had and still do have an ambition to write fiction. I've never had any real ambition within journalism, but events and fate and my own sense of fun keep taking me back for money, political reasons, and because I'm a warrior. I haven't found a drug yet that can get you anywhere near as high as doing a little time on the Proud Highway. The Rum Diary is currently under cannibalization and transmogrification into a very strange movie. Spin, any other movie projects in the future? HST I got Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas sold and launched into a movie project. Spin, are you doing the screenplay? HST probably. We're still arguing about the ending. They say it's weird and not fulfilling for today's escapist movie audience, which may be true. The script ends with the hero snorting amyls and going crazy in a gift shop at the Denver airport, while trying to purchase stolen Dobermans. I told them I'd rewrite it to have a bomb explode at the end. The whole airport will explode, like in Terminator. Spin, you once said that if the movie was ever made, you wanted Dennis Hopper to play you. HST he might direct it. I wanted James Woods and Anthony Perkins. I still think Dennis might be good playing my role. Spin, sounds like a good project for David Lynch. HST we talked about that. He wanted to do that, as a matter of fact, and then he got onto that Twin Peaks thing. Spin, do you think the book's heavy drug and alcohol content would have to be toned down to appeal to today's audience? HST no. Times have changed, the pendulum is swinging back. There are millions of boozers and hopheads out there, but they lie about it. It's dangerous these days to whoop it up in public. You can get locked up for having fun. DWA and Panem go broke, but new jails are a growth industry. It's like Germany in 1937. The Nazis were all dope fiends. They just refused to admit it. Spin, do you still drive a Chevy convertible, the Great Red Shark, like you did in the Vegas book? HST you bet. Let's go to the garage. This is all trouble waiting to happen. 2 red cars, one a gift from the Mitchell brothers, a new BMW motorcycle, the newest one, that will go 140 miles per hour. Spin, what was your role as executive consultant on Where the Buffalo Roam? HST I was staying with Bill Murray that summer. We had a big house in the Hollywood Hills, and I had a red 450 Mercedes. We've been friends for a long time. It's a tribute to some strange kind of friendship that it can survive throughout shooting the movie. He did a good job. I refer to it as impersonation. But it's a silly movie. It's a cartoon. Bill and I did all kinds of rude scenes. I had pretty much free rein. Spin, some libraries classify Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas as a travelogue, some classify it as non-fiction, and some classify it as a novel. You refer to it as a far-out experiment in gonzo journalism, yet many critics consider it a masterpiece. How much of the book is true and how would you rate it? HST Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas is a masterpiece. However, true gonzo journalism as I conceive it should be rewritten. I would classify it, in Truman Capote's words, as a non-fiction novel in that almost all of it was true and did happen. I warped a few things, but it was a pretty accurate picture. It was an incredible feat of balance more than literature. That's why I called it Fear and Loathing. It was a pretty pure experience that turned into a very pure piece of writing. It's as good as The Great Gatsby and better than The Sun Also Rises, but it is not a novel. It is a very strange piece of reporting, at least it seems very strange now. Almost creepy, and of course I would never do that kind of thing now. We are Nazi Spin. A while ago, the spotlight shifted from your writing to your personal life when you were accused of sexual assault and several other felonies. After being accused of third-degree sexual assault, DA investigators showed up at Thompson's home and conducted a search, finding large quantities of drugs and illegal dynamite. Did the experience change you? HST I couldn't have told you what the Fourth Amendment said until I got rolled over by that gang of white trash pigs that came out here to the house. You pay more attention to it when they come to get you. The victory or death stance that I took is really a difficult one for most people to take. Thompson refused a plea bargain for 2 years of court supervision and chose to face a possible 16-year prison term. All charges were dropped. Everybody is rolling over. This is an age of cowardice, fear, greed. You can fight City Hall, You can beat the system. People are getting afraid to try. Spin, did the end result overcome the bad publicity you received? HST, it was about as much fun as I've had in my life. I thought it was a huge, positive thing. A great victory, and I don't think it's a personal one-shot victory. I think it's something people should do and be able to do. If more people could say fuck you. You're the ones who broke the law. You came into my house. However, the law is changing so rapidly now that you really have to have the best lawyers to fight now. Spin, since the trial, have you had any more encounters with law enforcement agencies? HST, I had a little problem at the Durango Red Lion Inn. I fell in love with the table that was sitting in the middle of the presidential suite, so I told the management that I wanted to buy it from them, but nobody had the authority to sell it to me. So I went down to the office and had a friendly talk with them. Finally, I said, shit, I should have just stolen the table. Here I am down here trying to be honest and asking you just to put it on my bill and you won't. And the catering manager said, yeah, you should have. And then I said, yeah, I'll do that. I had chartered a plane. About 2 days later, one of the deputy sheriffs from here called and said, there is a sergeant calling from Durango saying they are going to have to arrest you for grand theft unless you make some arrangements to pay for the table. So I had a buddy go down and pay for it, $509. I could have bought the same thing in Denver for $150. Evidently the maid had reported a big egg-shaped indentation in the rug and the manager turned me into the police. Spin, don't you have a pretty impressive collection of robes you've stolen from hotels around the country? HST, I pay for those robes. They always go on the bill. They put them on there for $75 a piece. Spin, your use of drugs is one of the more controversial elements about you and your writing. Do drugs and alcohol play as big a role in your life now as they did in your earlier work? HST, obviously, my drug use is exaggerated or I would be long since dead. I've already outlived the most brutal abuser of our time, Neil Cassidy. Me and William Burroughs are the only ones left. We're the only unrepentant public dope fiends around, and he's 78 years old and claiming to be clean. But he hasn't turned on drugs, like Timothy Leary, that big phony. Spin, how have drugs affected your perception of the world and or your writing? HST, drugs usually enhance or strengthen my perceptions and reactions, for good or ill. They've given me the resilience to withstand repeated shocks to my innocence gland. The brutal reality of politics alone would probably be intolerable without drugs. They've given me the strength to deal with those shocking realities guaranteed to shatter anyone's beliefs in the higher idealistic shibboleths of our time in the American century. Anyone who covers his beat for 20 years, and that beat is the death of the American dream, needs every goddamn crutch he can find. Besides, I enjoy drugs. The only trouble they've given me is the people who try to keep me from using them. Quitter. I was, after all, a literary lion last year. Spin, how is your physical health? HST, I'm like a fawn. Spin, does the media portrayal of you as a crazy amuse, inflame, or bore you? HST, the media perception of me has always been pretty broad. As broad as the media itself. As a journalist, I somehow managed to break all the rules and still succeed. It's a hard thing for most of today's gentlemen journalists to understand, but only because they can't do it. The smart ones understood immediately. The best people in journalism I've never had any quarrel with. I'm a journalist and I've never met, as a group, any tribe I'd rather be a part of or that are more fun to be with, in spite of the various punks and sycophants of the press. I'm proud to be part of the tribe. It hasn't helped a lot to be a savage comic book character for the last 15 years, a drunken screwball who should have been castrated a long time ago. The smart people in the media knew it was a weird exaggeration. The dumb ones took it seriously and warned their children to stay away from me at all costs. The really smart ones understood it was only a censored, kind of a toned-down children's book version of the real thing. Now we are being herded into the 90s, which looks like it is going to be a truer generation of swine, a decade run by cops and wardens, a generation without humor, without mercy, dead heroes and diminished expectations, a decade that will go down in history as the gray area. At the end of this decade no one will be sure of anything except that you must obey the rules, sex will kill you, politicians lie, rain is poison, and the world is run by whores. These are terrible things to have to know in your life, even if you're rich. A doomsday kind of thinking has taken over the media, as it is business and politics. I'm going to turn you in, son, not only for your own good, but because you were the bastard who turned me in last year. Spin, how do you react when you see others mimicking or plagiarizing your individual Gonzo style? HST, what others? Only a madman would want to be labeled Gonzo journalist in these weird and wretched times. I have not pioneered a growth industry. I never looked for gangs or crowds or followers in the Tim Leary tradition. But it's nice to have friends. Nobody needs mimics. Spin, do you consider P.J. O'Rourke a worthy Gonzo associate? HSD-PJ is an old friend. He is a monster. We have fought back to back with iron bars against people who wanted to kill us. We have spilled blood together. We have walked with the king. Shit, PJ would stab you just for fun. Spin, sweet Jesus, why? HSD, who knows? PJ is a warrior. He stabs for his own reasons, and he's usually right. Any enemy of PJ's is an enemy of mine. So be warned. If he stabs you, so will I. Spin, did O'Rourke get his style from you? HST, no. PJ has a style all his own and an attitude of his own. PJ doesn't need to imitate my style. He isn't trying to be a Gonzo writer. I first ran into PJ when he was testing new cars for Car and Driver. He came out here and we did some driving. I performed some serious road tests on a new Chrysler, one that he'd rented for Jimmy Buffett's wedding. I ran it full bore on twisting roads with him in the back seat. Anytime you're in the back seat and somebody is really screwing it on, it is totally terrifying. The driver has to think about what he's going to do next, but the passenger becomes increasingly fearful about what the driver is going to do next, or he's still weeping about what happened last time. But PJ handled it well. He is very cool under fire and he's also a good driver. Spin, do you worry about plagiarism, Doc? HSD, no. I pride myself with having the wisdom and taste to steal from the right people. Conrad, Fitzgerald, the Marquis de Sade, Prescott, Isaac Dinesen, Coleridge, Twain, Pee Wee Herman, that swine. Yeah, there's also Ed Bradley, Anne Rice, Ralph Steadman. These are all my friends. I learned from these people. Especially the dead ones. Spin, are there other authors you're partial to? HSD, Jim Harrison is one of the really good writers in this country. I like everything Harrison does. Spin, what does your writing routine consist of? HSD, it's very unusual that you arrive here on the same day as my box of X-rated tapes. I use these things for mood setters to get in the rhythm of working. Caligula is one of my all-time favorites. I think I've suffered a general dip in adrenaline production, and I'm addicted to my own adrenaline usually. Spin, do you still crank everything out on your typewriter or have you started using a computer? HST, I don't like the little screen. It's good for short stuff, but I think in terms of tangible weight. If I could get a big screen and show 10 pages at once, but that kind of defeats the purpose. I suppose if I really got into it, it would help, or if I thought Harrison worked on a computer or he persuaded me I should, maybe I'd try it. I really think computers are only as smart as the person who programs it, and I'd have to program the damn thing myself in order for it to meet my needs. Spin, I understand you have a difficult time keeping your editorial assistants around. HSD, it's my eternal quest for an editorial assistant or assistants. I need a staff of about 6. I need a staff and apparently it has become too onerous for people in this country. I've been interviewing people out here for I don't know how long. I'm looking for a girl who is fast and vicious. She must be fun and smart. The real question is, of course, can she type? We can narrow this down pretty quick. I've got a catalog of mail-order brides here I'm currently considering bringing over. Right now English isn't so important, I just need an assistant. It's a dating service, of sorts. Spin, why was your last David Letterman appearance cancelled? HSD, well, I've been on there 2 or 3 times. I hate to go over there to the studio and hang around for 2 or 3 hours. I get drunk and mean, pacing around for that long. The producer called me up the day before I was scheduled and said, "Hunter, you're going to be a good boy? You're going to be nice this time?" And I said, "Yeah, Frank, don't worry about it, as long as I can go on first. That way you don't have to worry about my behavior later on." He said he'd try to do it, but I was scheduled for 3rd. I replied, "Well, Frank, if that happens, you know I'll get drunk and mean. I'll bring 4 huge thugs over there and they're going to hold Letterman down while I shave his head on camera. Letterman has never liked me, he loses control of the show. Letterman's kind of a chicken shit. I never even thought he was really that funny, he's just sort of a punk." The next day I was informed nothing could be done, so I said, "You know what's going to happen? I've been up all night and I'm nuts already. If I come over there and drink heavily, you know shaving the head might be all the humor I can find that afternoon." Later, Letterman abruptly cancelled it, and he had to talk, shovel smoke for 20 minutes, rather than have me on there. Spin, the New York Times called you a bitterly disillusioned idealist. Do you agree with this assessment? HSD, yeah. But so what? That comes with the territory, and it's not bad company. They could have called me a rich and joyful cynic like Ivan Boesky or George Bush. I take a certain pleasure in being a bitterly disillusioned idealist. It's not as bad as it sounds. Maybe I'm just a romance junkie born addicted to the love and adventure ethic, cursed and burdened and stooped all my life from carrying the albatross of the romantic sensibility like Shelley and Keats and Lord Byron and Big Sam Coleridge and Keith Richards and Bob Dylan. Spin all those people went nuts, Doc. Is that what you're trying to say? That you're going insane? HST not me, Jocko. I am a brutal southern gentleman who somehow got into politics. There was no avoiding it, then or now. They are backing us out of our holes, and you know what happens to them. Vanity Fair, September 1994. Proust Questionnaire. Gonzo journalism's granddad and sole survivor, Hunter S. This month he casts a bleary eye on VF's Proust Questionnaire. Vanity Fair. Which historical figure do you most identify with? HST Marquis de Sade. Vanity Fair. Which living person do you most admire? HST Richard Nixon, despite rumors of his death. Vanity Fair. What is the trait you most deplore in others? HST Greed and dumbness. Vanity Fair. What is your greatest extravagance? HST The money I spend on the physical love of animals. Vanity Fair. What is your favorite journey? HST Racing the stoplights on Park Avenue in a fast car at 4 o'clock in the morning. Vanity Fair. What do you consider the most overrated virtue? HST Moderation. Vanity Fair. On what occasion do you lie? HST To the police. Vanity Fair. What is your greatest regret? HST The destruction by greedheads of the once honorable Woody Creek Tavern. Vanity Fair. If you could change one thing about your family, what would it be? HST To get rid of my evil son. Vanity Fair. If you could choose what to come back as, what would it be? HST I have no choice and neither do you. I have been here many times for many reasons and I will be here after you leave. I am Lono. Vanity Fair. Where would you like to live? 183. 03068165112 Thompson. First pages April 29, 2009 10:35 a.m. Page 183. HST In the place of refuge on the South Kona coast. Vanity Fair. What is your most marked characteristic? HST A tortured, honky-tonk smile. Vanity Fair. Who is your favorite hero of fiction? HST Dracula. Vanity Fair. Who are your heroes in real life? HST Hal Haddon lawyer, Gary Hart's campaign manager, Morris D's civil rights activist, Nina Hartley porn star, Jacques Cousteau undersea explorer. Vanity Fair. How would you like to die? HST Explode. Vanity Fair. What is your motto? HST Res Ipsa Loquitur. 184 Ancient Gonzo Wisdom. 03068165112 Thompson. First pages April 29, 2009 10:35 a.m. Page 184. New City Press Albuquerque, New Mexico March 1, 1995. New City Goes Gonzo. By Alma Garcia and Norma Jean Thompson. He who makes a beast of himself gets rid of the pain of being a man. HST. Here today, Gonzo tomorrow. It's all true. Dr. Hunter S. Thompson is an electric charge of almost superhuman wattage, and energizes as many people around him as he drains. Naturally, he's also as human as the next person, only perhaps just a whole lot more brutal, kind, macho and in need of nurturing than the average person, all at once. It's difficult to capture him, in more ways than one. Our taped interview with him yielded hours of unintelligible mumblings, as well as impenetrable static, the roar of car engines, and a background soundtrack of television and loud music, much of it orchestrated by Thompson himself, depending on his interest in having certain information recorded, it seemed. In any case, we were able to salvage a few of the doctor's thoughts, some of them even pertaining to the subjects in which he is considered to be an expert. Dr. Hunter S. Thompson's fans may have to struggle to reconcile his myth to his manhood, but it's good to know that in this world of compromised lives, a life of gonzohood can be lived with complete integrity. An interview with Dr. Hunter S. Thompson. On President Clinton. Norma Jean Thompson. Do you ever speak with Bill Clinton? Does he know what you're saying about him? HSDO, yeah. I got into the Clinton thing with the idea that we could influence people. Yeah, the rock and roll president. He stands for everything. I hate violating the Fourth Amendment, search and seizure. I've said worse things about Clinton than I'm saying now. I think the worst thing I've ever said about him is that he has the redneck taste of a man who would go on a double date with the Reverend Jimmy Swaggart. That's a nasty thing to say. I've also said he has the morals of a lizard. He's a hiccup of history. NJT, you really don't like him. Do you feel a responsibility to the people who take your opinion seriously? Doesn't it just help people rally around the right when you put him down? HSD, that's no reason why I should spend another 4 years getting tangled up by a treacherous asshole like Clinton. There are limits. He's further to the right than George Bush. On general politics. Alma Garcia, you said in Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail that tradition liberalism is dying or dead. Is Clinton exemplifying that? HSD, they should have done some ethnic cleansing of the liberals a long time ago. AG, what are the top 3 things that should be on the presidential agenda? HSD, resignation. AG, aside from resignation, is there anything in particular you think should be at the top of the presidential agenda? HST, it doesn't matter right now, because Clinton won't fight for it. If people rallied behind him and decided to get something done, some agenda he endorsed, he would abandon it. It's a no-win situation, a serious character flaw. AG, who are the politicians you like? HSD, not many. I'd like Gore in the House. Clinton, you really can't turn your back on. If the Gores stayed in the cabin on Thompson's property, they'd fit it. I wouldn't have to worry about them stealing anything. Now if the Clintons stayed there. AG, who are the other bad politicians? HSD, well, it's a crooked class. AG, who are the worst ones? HSD, fewer and fewer good people are getting into politics. AG, who would you like to see as president? Next election, if it were possible, even if it's not someone who could possibly have a chance? HST, I think Muhammad Ali would be good. AG, anyone who's a politician? HSD, if you're interested in generality, Gore. He's pretty interesting. He's the only one I'd vote for. AG, and then we would have First Lady Tipper. HSD, well, that's realistic. What if Clinton got sick? Tipper's not that terrifying compared to the Clintons. On the right to bear arms. NJT, do you think that our Constitution is aging in the sense that it is not appropriate to this time anymore? Particularly in regard to the right to bear arms. Do you think it had a different intention when it was originally written? HST, are you suggesting that we trade it in for something new? NJT, no. HST, no. I think it's pretty good. NJT, you think the Constitution still holds up? HSD, yeah. NJT, even through times like that? HSD, yeah. NJT, even though the people who wrote it might have had something else in mind? HSD, well, to answer a question like that, you have to take considerable options. So what would you have done? NJT, well, it's a real problem. Think about guns today and gangs and with 12-year-olds in school. I mean, that was not the original intention. Wasn't originally bearing arms the way of protecting the democracy? HSD, yeah. Well-armed militia. NJT, I was just wondering if there are aspects of the Constitution, then, that are aging. HSD, well, probably so. It's more than 200 years old. NJT, well, you have said the next 5 years will be like 50 years passing, and we're still trying to use a system that HSD, what do you have in mind? What program are you pushing? The Constitution's done pretty well, I'm just giving my opinion. You have a special agenda. You have a grudge against the Second Amendment. On life in the 90s. AG, if the 80s was the generation of swine referring to Thompson's book by the same name, what is the 90s? HSD, the 90s is the 80s without money. AG, do you know what will come after the 90s? HST, I can't really guess. Something will, of course. But I don't foresee all of this. Gestures at the world at large around him. It's not my business to foretell the future anyway. On Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail. AG, are the people who were involved in, say, the '92 presidential campaign, the press people, the aides, are they still getting as trashed as they were in '72? Or is this now the age of restraint? HST, standing up to plant a kiss on Garcia's cheek. Thank you so much for asking that question. No. That was a different kind of campaign. The first campaign without sex was '88. That's when things changed. This one was no fun, if drugs and sex is what you're talking about. AG, what brought about that different approach? HST, I think AIDS. AG, AIDS and the just say no age? HSD, yeah. Clinton is more anti-drug than Bush ever was. AG, although this may be an obvious question, how is media coverage of that kind of stuff evolving? HST, I think it's disgraceful. Political coverage is getting worse. AG, if you were to do another campaign, like the way you did in '72, what would you focus on this time? HST, I wouldn't. It's something you do once. I have more access than I ever did, but with this whole rock and roll thing, it's not the educational experience it was the first time. The presidential campaign from the inside, now that was an adult knows. And that was a different role, governing a campaign. I realize my role has changed. I sign more autographs now. On drug legalization and addiction. AG, do you think that drug legalization will ever be a viable prospect? HST, yeah, it'll have to be. AG, for everything, or just for certain substances? HSD, it should be pretty much across the board. Not in Clinton's time. He'd give up anything that had to do with his brother, alluding to Roger Clinton's drug convictions. NJT, do you think of yourself as a sex addict? Like you're a drug addict and alcoholic? HST, I don't really consider myself an addict of any kind. NJT, have you ever gone a single day without taking a substance of any kind? HST, this is the first day in a long time I haven't had sex. On his work. AG, are you writing pretty much what you want to write? Or is there something else that you haven't gotten to yet? HST, I like the surreal part of a story, now I want to see what it's like to follow a storyline. AG, are you interested in writing against something in the style of Hell's Angels? HST, yeah, I'm a professional, a hitman. I like to think of it that way from the start. AG, since you've done straight journalism, are you interested in doing something totally fictional? HST, yes. That's what Polo is, my life is supposed to be. Characters are a problem. And I keep running into reality. It follows me. AG, is your approach to writing a book the same each time? HST, feels the same. The details are different. AG, what's your favorite book that you've done? HST, this one's my favorite now. Holding up a copy of The Curse of Lono. I don't know why. AG, Norma Jean told me that you and Ralph Steadman, the artist who has collaborated with Thompson since 1971, are an incredible team. She said that he's very different from you, a very quiet little British man, but that his shadow expresses the same outrage and expresses the same beliefs as your active voice. HST, yeah. With Ralph, you can take anything on. He's incredible. On sex, love, and marriage. NJT, what is the attraction to girls between 18 and 23, since that seems to be your age of preference as far as sexual activity goes? HST, well, yeah, there are reasons 22 is a very good age. AG, how so? Physically? HST, at 22 you can afford to fuck around a little bit. 22 years old is a nice resilient age. NJT, do you think a 22-year-old would be capable of understanding and loving you? HST, that's a different thing entirely you're talking about. NJT, you have a secret reputation as being a pretty sexy guy. Do you know about this? HST, I didn't know I have that reputation. Well, I don't know what to say. NJT, I think it's because you're sort of ultra-masculine. HST, a right-wing Nazi. NJT, yeah, and you bring out the real feminine in women. HST, this Sam kick is all my idea. AG, somebody in Aspen told us that you were getting married. To a 21-year-old cocktail waitress. HST, snorting, chuckling, well, that's interesting, isn't it? NJT, do you think you'll ever get married again? HST, I suppose it's always possible. NJT, is it possible you could still father a child again and want to be the father of a young child? HST, that would be hard. I'd have to be a little bit addled to do that. NJT, from personal experience, I know you to be very romantic and committed with the right woman. Do you believe in monogamy, true love, staying with one person? HST, enthusiastically, oh, yeah. It's a nice idea. Yeah. And I never inhaled. Never inhaled. Even Gore admitted he inhaled. I find the idea interesting. On being a Hawaiian god. AG, are you Lono? Referring to Thompson's insistence in The Curse of Lono that he is, in fact, the ancient Hawaiian god Lono. HST, yeah. Oh yeah. AG, is there any way to qualify that at all? HST, no. You're Alma, right? AG, yeah. HST, well, I'm Lono. On the fear. AG, do you still get the fear? Referring to an emotional state Thompson frequently expresses in his writings, is there a way to describe what it is? I know it seems pretty self-evident, but I wondered if you had another way to describe it. HST, fear is a sensation you recognize. People who've had it know the fear. On good and evil. AG, since a lot of your writing seems to touch on these themes, what do you believe is true evil? What is true good? HST, that's impossible. Interesting question though, in a shoddy sense. AG, are there any specific actions that you see as pure evil or pure good? HST, I think treachery is pretty close to evil. Now we're getting back to Clinton. AG, treachery in terms of broken promises, false intentions? HST, yeah. Don't see much pure good. On OJ. NJT, do you think that OJ Simpson is going to get a fair trial? HST, yeah, I believe that in the sense of what passes for a fair trial, it'll be as fair as trials get, I suppose. I'm not concerned about the fair or unfair aspect. NJT, what is the most interesting aspect of the case to you? HST, well, I'm not sure what happened and who did what. But if he could have done that double murder, got rid of the gloves, got rid of all the blood, and appeared on a plane to Chicago an hour later, leaving no clues, expect what the cops say he left, I'd be scared of him. I think it's impossible if you kill two people, one of them being your wife, it gets the adrenaline moving in strange ways. On the end of the world. NJT, you said that by the year 2000, The world would be unrecognizable as we now know it. Does that include an abolishment of government as we know it? Do you really have an apocalyptic vision of the year 2000? HSD, that's pretty clear. That has been my dictum. AG, an actual physical apocalypse? NJT, like in the book of Revelation? HSD, no, it won't come like that. But it'll seem to, for a lot of people. AG, how do you think it will manifest itself? HSD, many ways. I can't qualify my statement. It stands by itself. NJT, is it an economic or a moral thing? I want to know if you really believe that 5 years from now it's going to be so radically different that it'll be like 50 years have passed. HSD, yeah. AG, and are the ways just too numerous to go into? HSD, yeah. I'd have to make a list. AG, what's at the top of the list? HSD, let's go on to something else. If it's going to snow tomorrow, I don't think I want to sit around and list the 57 reasons why, or maybe AG, will people recognize it for what it is? HSD, some. On the past with or without regrets. NJT, do you remember that time in San Francisco on one of your lecture tours? There was this girl who was in charge of tending to your needs, and she was driving us around and she asked, "Is there anything you need?" And you said, "Yes. Bring me some fat children to fuck." She was so horrified that she quit her job that day, and we never saw her again. HSD, that's not true. None of it. Long pause. That may have been true, given the tenor of the times. NJT, you got arrested that trip. It was really bad. HSD, I don't remember that at all. NJT, you don't remember being in handcuffs and tossing me your address book as you were being run out of the room and saying, "Think, bitch. Think?" I was screaming because we were on acid and I was having so much fun, and a couple in the next room thought I was being murdered. The police thought I was a minor. They called through the door, "Are you all right, miss?" Then they came into the room with their guns drawn and they arrested you. And Sandy Thompson's ex-wife saw the report. And that was the straw that broke the camel's back. That was the beginning of the end for you. HSD, Sandy didn't see it. The phone rings, and Thompson holds a brief phone conversation. HSD, she just called. That was Sandy. NJT, is that her up there? Pointing to a photo. HSD, yes. NJT, she's like your soulmate, isn't she? HSD, weird question. NJT, that's not a weird question. She was with you 20 years. If that's not a soulmate, then what is? HST, I don't know. You've got your opinion, and you insist on raising your opinion. NJT, Sandy actually really divulged a lot about you in Jean Carroll's unauthorized biography. HST, I didn't read it. It made my life much more peaceful. NJT, Carroll did a pretty good job. HST, well, it passed as whatever it was. It was awkward having people talk to my friends, pursuing them. NJT, I think she did a really good job of revealing, as a woman, more than just the guy stuff that so many people talk about with you. She viewed you in a more whole way. And Sandy's insights were so beautiful. On death. NJT, are you afraid of death? HSD, no. There is no death. Weekend edition, Sunday National Public Radio, November 24, 1996. This month marks the 25th anniversary of the publication of Hunter Thompson's groundbreaking book, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Weekend edition senior editor Greg Smith spoke with Thompson, as well as Rolling Stone publisher Jan Wenner, artist Ralph Steadman and musician Jimmy Buffett about the reissue of the book Random House/Modern Library and a commemorative CD Island Records, which features Buffett's music. Leanne Hansen, host. This is Weekend Edition. I'm Leanne Hansen. 25 years ago this month, we first hit the road with Dr. Hunter S. Thompson and his attorney via the pages of Rolling Stone magazine. The articles then became the book Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Today, you can hear it on a commemorative CD featuring the voices of Harry Dean Stanton, Harry Shearer, Buck Henry, and Lorraine Newman. Jim Jarmusch stars as Thompson, and Maury Chaykin as Gonzo, his Samoan legal counsel. The road Hunter Thompson is still on led to New York recently, where Weekend Edition senior editor Greg Smith caught up with the good doctor at his suite at the Four Seasons Hotel. Greg Smith, Weekend Edition senior editor. I should explain first of all a couple of things about Hunter S. Thompson, self-styled gonzo journalist. He's a night owl. He's partial to exotic expensive locations and to intrigue, which explains why he was registered at the hotel under the name Ben Franklin. And he has a tendency towards tangents. Thompson says the legendary trip to Las Vegas and subsequent book marked the end of an era. HST, it was a nice epitaph for the 60s. The 60s was like an attitude more than anything else, a state of mind, although brought on by, starting with the Kennedy/Nixon election, well then Kennedy's assassination, then murders of Bobby Kennedy and Martin Luther King. It was also Lincoln Rockwell who was assassinated. In the 70s, it was a different period. The 70s is really the people that survived the 60s. After Watergate had a feeling that they had won in the 70s. I don't recall there has ever been an atmosphere so ripe for the plucking laughter Smith in terms of journalism and expenses as the 1970s. HSDO, yeah, it's really changed. You know the bottom line was not the consideration then. You know the 1960s was warfare in the 70s, getting Nixon out, and then, electing Carter. Oh, yeah, it seemed like huge progress finally after all the leaders had been killed in this ragged band of survivors that got beaten again with McGovern. It looked like it was in the 70s, we had taken over the White House, which we had. Smith in 1971, Rolling Stone publisher Jan Wenner saw the first draft of Fear and Loathing and ran with it. In jacket copy for the book, Thompson writes about what he calls the essence of gonzo journalism, a style of reporting, he says, based on William Faulkner's idea that the best fiction is far more true than any kind of journalism, that the writer must be a participant in the scene while he's writing it. 25 years after he wrote Fear and Loathing, Thompson doesn't think much of what's come to be called public or advocacy journalism. He remains a very independent writer and still feels the need to be personally involved in his writing. HSD Tom Wolfe has a different take on that. He backs off and probably sees it better than I do. What is it, the forest or the trees? Who's the forest? Laughter. Yeah, I like to get among the trees. And then, hopefully you can see the forest, too. But I don't. The advocacy as it has the look of that group journalism. It's difficult for me because laughter. Well, for one thing, there weren't a lot of newspapers clamoring to adopt my style of journalism back then, not like the North Carolina experiment where what they all covered, they pooled in coverage. Well, that's a tricky one because it's a different kind of advocacy, isn't it? It's almost like a fix. Smith, a fix often supplied by Ralph Steadman who, for a quarter of a century, has translated Hunter Thompson's words into pictures. His weird pen and ink drawings give a strange tempestuous reality to the text. Rolling Stone, November 28, 1996. Interview by P. J. O'Rourke. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas was first published here in Rolling Stone 25 years ago. We, the times, the country and the world have changed. Dr. Hunter S. Thompson's book has. It was then and is now a perspicacious, seminal, nonpareil, virtuoso work, the kind of thing that sends you to the dictionary looking for a word that does it, atavistic adjective of or pertaining to a characteristic found in a remote ancestor, for example, the velociraptor, but not in nearer ancestors. Justice. Fearing and Loathing in Las Vegas is also a sort of accident. It was a literary byproduct. In the midst of some international journalistic brilliance, Thompson had a happenstance of artistic genius. In 1971, Hunter was deeply and rather dangerously involved in writing about the killing of Chicano journalist Ruben Salazar. Hunter had a good source on the story, Mexican-American lawyer and political activist Oscar Acosta. But Oscar was surrounded by youthful hotheads paranoid of any connection to an Anglo, however sympathetic to the cause that the Gabacho was supposed to be. So Thompson suggested that he and Acosta take a weekend jaunt to Las Vegas. They'd have time to chat in private on the drive. The rest is history. Sort of. Physics, anyway. Chemistry, definitely. Abnormal psych, for sure. Plus PE and lunch. Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas address the great themes of late 20th century literature, enemy, being and nothingness, existential terror. But two things separate Hunter Thompson from the common herd of modern lit angst peddlers. First, Thompson is a better writer. He flips Kafka over on his back like some big insect. He makes Janet sound like a children's book author. Buzzy Bunny and his puppy pals blow me. Compared with Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, Albert Camus' The Stranger becomes a lame jailhouse whine, and Olive Sartre is just some French doofus sitting around in a cafe, saying wherever you go, there you are. Second, Thompson makes us laugh. This is something we're unlikely to do during performances of Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot, even if we're as high as Raoul Duke. Hunter Thompson takes the darkest question of ontology, the grimmest epistemological queries, and by his manner of posing them, sends us doubled over in fits of risibility, our sides aching from armpit to pelvic girdle, the tops of our legs raw from knee slapping, beer spitting out our noses. We laugh so hard that at any given moment, we're almost as likely to vomit as the 300-pound Samoan attorney. Read Beckett, Sartre, Camus, Janet and Kafka and you'll say life is absurd, the world is meaningless, and all of creation is insane. Read Hunter S. Thompson and you'll say life is absurd, the world is meaningless, and all of creation is insane. Cool. The unerring quality of dope logic writing in Fear and the Worship of Rules, the Democracy of Drugs. Or at the time you were writing Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, you implied that things had gone wrong with the 60s, that it was a flawed era. HSD. Well, the truth of the matter was, there was Kent State, there was Chicago, there was Altamont. The 60s was about the free speech movement long before it was about the flower children. I was more part of the movement than I was of the acid club. But you knew that something was happening. You have to remember that acid was legal. Ken Kesey was a leader of the psychedelic movement. Berkeley was a whole different thing. The music was another thing. There was the Matrix Club, Ralph Gleason, everything. Or I had the best time of my life in the 60s, and I rail and curse against it because I miss it. But when we really get to talking about it, and when I really get to remember what actually happened, I recall that it was a horrifying period. HST. I might quarrel with your interpretation of the 60s as meaning nothing, but then I've said since then that we really had an illusion of power, the illusion of being in charge. Which was quite liberating. We did drive one president out of the White House. Or what went wrong? HSD. Killing the leaders of it didn't help a lot, and Chicago in 1968, Kent State, Nixon being re-elected. But I would have one or two shades of disagreement with you about the 60s. It's to be expected. Yeah, in your assessment of the 60s, I think you'd call it a time of dumb sheep or when the goats sacrificed themselves. Or well, there is that lemming-like quality to the 60s. HSD. I happen to see the 80s as that. And God knows what the hell the 90s are. They are just brazen with rules. Rules are worshipped, to the point where football and basketball referees are becoming celebrities. And the compulsion, the lust, to be on TV, it may be the governing instinct of our times. We're into a new world. We're at the decadence. I keep saying there will be no year 2000. Or you have given a pretty negative depiction of the effect of drugs in your work. Basically, nothing happy happens to people when they take drugs. Instead, it's Edge City. There's a lot of stuff that you've written that Nancy Reagan could have used. Kids, this is what'll happen. HSD. Whether it's negative or not, the reality of it is you start playing with drugs, the numbers aren't on your side for coming up smelling like roses and being President of the United States. I did at some point describe the difference between me and, say, Timothy Leary's concept, that drugs were a holy experience and only for, the drug church. I'm in favor of more of a democratization of drugs. Take your chances, I never felt that, aside from a few close friends, it was my business to advocate things. Or do you think there's anything interesting about drugs for making art? HSD. Yeah, totally interesting. But it took me about 2 years of work to be able to bring a drug experience back and put it on paper. Or and not make it sound like a script for The Trip with Peter Fonda? HSD. And to do it right means you must retain that stuff at the same time you experience it. Acid will move your head around and your eyes. And whatever else you perceive things with. But bringing it back was one of the hardest things I had ever had to do in writing. Or you can kid about it. But to really put it down on paper, to be honest about it, HSD, well, that's what Vegas is about. It's about the altered perceptions of the characters. To me, that's really the bedrock of the book, their responses to one another's questions. It's like in the Three Stooges, that story where they were out in the rowboat in a lake and it sprung a leak. And the boat was filling up with water. So they decided to bash a hole in the quarrel with your interpretation of the 60s as meaning nothing, but then I've said since then that we really had an illusion of power, the illusion of being in charge. Which was quite liberating. We did drive one president out of the White House. Or what went wrong? HSD. Killing the leaders of it didn't help a lot, and Chicago in 1968, Kent State, Nixon being re-elected. But I would have one or two shades of disagreement with you about the 60s. It's to be expected. Yeah, in your assessment of the 60s, I think you'd call it a time of dumb sheep or when the goats sacrificed themselves. Or well, there is that lemming-like quality to the 60s. HSD. I happen to see the 80s as that. And God knows what the hell the 90s are. They are just brazen with rules. Rules are worshipped, to the point where football and basketball referees are becoming celebrities. And the compulsion, the lust, to be on TV, it may be the governing instinct of our times. We're into a new world. We're at the decadence. I keep saying there will be no year 2000. Or you have given a pretty negative depiction of the effect of drugs in your work. Basically, nothing happy happens to people when they take drugs. Instead, it's Edge City. There's a lot of stuff that you've written that Nancy Reagan could have used. Kids, this is what'll happen. HSD. Whether it's negative or not, the reality of it is you start playing with drugs, the numbers aren't on your side for coming up smelling like roses and being President of the United States. I did at some point describe the difference between me and, say, Timothy Leary's concept, that drugs were a holy experience and only for, the drug church. I'm in favor of more of a democratization of drugs. Take your chances, I never felt that, aside from a few close friends, it was my business to advocate things. Or art, do you think there's anything interesting about drugs for making art? HSD, yeah, totally interesting. But it took me about 2 years of work to be able to bring a drug experience back and put it on paper. Or art and not make it sound like a script for the trip with Peter Fonda? HSD, and to do it right means you must retain that stuff at the same time you experience it. Acid will move your head around and your eyes. And whatever else you perceive things with. But bringing it back was one of the hardest things I had ever had to do in writing. Or you can kid about it. But to really put it down on paper, to be honest about it, HSD, well, that's what Vegas is about. It's about the altered perceptions of the characters. To me, that's really the bedrock of the book, their responses to one another's questions. It's like in the Three Stooges, that story where they were out in the rowboat in a lake and it sprung a leak. And the boat was filling up with water. So they decided to bash a hole in afraid the whole time. I was in bad enough condition as it was. And, I'm jumping a hotel bill out in Las Vegas, then trying to drive to LA in a red car. Or not entirely sober. HSD, that's not your best way to go. A stolen gun, a pound of weed. There was this big bulletin board on the edge of Las Vegas: attention, 20 years for marijuana. Or for me, the key moment of the paranoia was the enormous, frightening sign outside the hotel window. Oscar wants to shoot it. But you say, no, let's study its habits first. HST, we're feeding off each other. There's a knock on the door, and somebody says, well, it must be the manager ready to shoot our heads off. And the response from the other person is to immediately get a knife, open the door, and slit the guy's throat. Yeah, try this for Dope Logic on Las Vegas cover, Oscar wanted by Hunter Thompson and Oscar Acosta. He said, I'm not some fucking Samoan, which I had written to protect him. I said, Oscar, you're a fucking member of the California Bar Association. You're engaged in extremely public hearings protecting the guys who tried to burn down the hotel when Reagan was speaking. I put Samoan in there for a reason. God Almighty displays the back of a hardcover copy of Las Vegas with a caption identifying Acosta. I wrote that. Yeah, I told him, this is crazy. But he insisted on this photograph and being identified in the photograph. But can you be productive on drugs? I mean, we know that drugs definitely give you different viewpoints, looking at the world through a fly's eye and so on. HSD, without the drugs, we would not have gone to Las Vegas. Well, we would have had completely different experiences. And the logic of the whole thing was drug logic. Here are Oscar and I in the middle of this weird murder story, strange rumblings in Aslan, Rolling Stone 8, and there are all these bodyguards around. I can't stand it anymore. These fucking spics. Half of them are threatening to kill me. The feeling was, I can't even talk to you. The logic of, let's go to Las Vegas and dump them, which we do, that wouldn't have happened without drugs. It was the right thought. But drugs get to be a problem when the actual writing time comes, except just as a continuation of the mood. On a hellbound train, Gatsby versus the Goops, reading for power and Fitzgerald's Leverage, or you're fairly aggressive. Journalism is a wonderful way to exorcise aggression. HSD, that is one of my main frustrations of not writing a column anymore. I just don't know of anything better in the world than the justified attack on authority figures that also uses humor. Is there anything that beats making fun of people? HSD, not if they're the right people. I think the shared perception is huge in that. You know what works if they jump, you got the right word. With readers, I was surprised, and still am, at the very solid and articulate mass of people out there who are extremely varied but really do like me and agree that I'm expressing their feelings. I believe that journalism and fiction have to do that. It's not just amusement. Fiction writers, even when they use interesting techniques, are often not audience-directed. If you're a journalist, you have to be directed to your readers. HST, newspapers give you that connection with your reader. You've got no choice. You're fucked if you're not connected. So what do you tell people who say they want to become writers? HSTE gods, that's a tough one. I think that one of the things I stumbled on early, as really a self-defense mechanism of some kind, was typing other writers. Typing a page of Hemingway or a page of Faulkner. 3 pages. I learned a tremendous amount about rhythm in that way. I see writing really as music. And I see my work as essentially music. That's why I like to hear it read out loud by other people. I like to hear what they're getting. HSD pauses. Jesus, I think you're right. I think I am, too. HST Well, in my grandmother's bookcase there was a book called The Goops. I was maybe 6, 7. It was a rhymed thing about people who have no manners, people who drooled. The Goops, they use the left hand, they chew all their soup. The Goops were always being punished for rudeness. My grandmother pulled it out for me to let me know that I was going against history. It was like a poem on every page, iambic pentameter definitely, and she gave me a sense of rules, and she managed to shame me for being a goop, and being a goop was like being a pig in low life. And it registered. Orc, what about the first grown-up book that you read? HST You've got to keep in mind that through high school, I was a member, actually, an elected officer, of the Athenaeum Literary Association, which really governed my consciousness. It started out at Male High in Louisville. We'd gather around on Saturday nights to read. It was a profoundly elitist concept. It ended up being a kind of compensation for cutting school. You know, what have you got? Where were you yesterday, Hunter? Well, I was down at Grady's, on Bardstown Road, reading Plato's Allegory of the Cave with Bob Butler and Norman Green, drinking beer. I don't know, it was fun. We were reading Nietzsche. It was tough, but when you're cutting school, you're reading for power, reading for advantage. I've always believed you teach a kid to like reading, they're set. That's what we did with Juan Thompson's son. You get a kid who likes to read on his own, shit, you've done your job. Orc, when you started reading on your own, who did you turn to? HST When I was in the Air Force, I went into a feeding frenzy. I read contemporary stuff, The Fountainhead. I had Hemingway, Fitzgerald, Faulkner, Kerouac, E. Cummings. The thing that was important to me about Hemingway at the time was that Hemingway taught me that you could be a writer and get away with it. The example he set was more important than his writing. His economy of words I've paid a lot of attention to. The thing about typing other people's work was really an eye-opener to me. I just started doing it. I had Dos Passos, that's where I got a lot of my style stuff, the newsreels up at the beginning of his chapters. I came to Fitzgerald early. At 19 or 20, The Great Gatsby was recommended to me as my kind of book. I've said before, Gatsby is possibly the great American novel, if you look at it as a technical achievement. It's about 55,000 words, which was astounding to me. In Vegas I tried to compete with that. Orc, I didn't realize Gatsby was that short. HST It was one of the basic guiding principles for my writing. I've always competed with that. Not a wasted word. This has been a main point to my literary thinking all my life. Shoot. I couldn't match 55,000 no matter how I chopped. I even chopped the ending off. There are a few things that I read and say, boy, I wish I could write that. Damn few. The Book of Revelation is one. Gatsby is one. You know Hemingway's concept, what you don't write is more important than what you do. I don't think he ever wrote anything as good as The Great Gatsby. There are lines out of Gatsby, I'll tell you why it's so good. Fitzgerald describing Tom Buchanan. You know, athlete, Yale and all the normal stuff, and the paragraph ended describing him physically. Fitzgerald describing said about Tom Buchanan's body, it was a body capable of great leverage. Back off. I remember that to this day, exactly. You finish Gatsby, and you feel you've been in somebody else's world a long time. Orc, you've said that you initially wanted to write fiction and that you saw journalism just as a way to make ends meet. HST essentially to support my habit, writing. Orc, do you still work with fiction? HST That brings us to Polo is My Life. Rolling Stone, 697. Orc, were you working on Polo from a sort of a fear and loathing in Las Vegas point of view, or was it a fictional construct? HST Both. I had to do it journalistically as serial coverage for Rolling Stone, then adapt it, which is where the real mix came in. I was struggling with the fiction. The rats in the rafters over the pool were rumors that I tried to relate to the story. Orc, rumor is a form of truth, after all. HST Remember the Muskie thing? That wasn't a lie. I wrote that there was a rumor that he had taken ibogaine. Not much has been written about the ibogaine effect as a serious factor in the presidential campaign, but toward the end of the Wisconsin primary race, about a week before the vote, word leaked out that some of Muskie's top advisors had called in a Brazilian doctor who was said to be treating the candidate with some kind of strange drug that nobody in the press corps had ever heard of. Rolling Stone, 108. It started the rumor, but there was a rumor. Orc, it was a real rumor. HST With Polo, the journalistic aspect in covering events wasn't at all what I had in mind. After all, Polo is My Life is a horrible joke, you know, a mean, wicked title. I became suddenly and deeply and intensely involved with a woman who was seriously into polo and planning to leave her husband. We were going to run away. This was a horsewoman, you know. About 5 feet 10 inches. I mean, a raging beauty. She had a 2-goal rating. I met her one afternoon, bright sunlight. She had her horse tied up outside, and she said, "Well, I can't run away with you, actually. Who would take care of my ponies?" And I looked at her funny, and she said, "You don't understand, polo is my life." That's where the title came from. It had nothing to do, really, with polo. It was a love story. The polo match coverage gave a body to it that was good for Rolling Stone for articles. But, it got away from the original idea. New and rare 2 weeks in Las Vegas, a lightheaded feeling drunk, horny and broke her orc. What is gonzo journalism? I never intended gonzo journalism to be any more than just a differentiation of new journalism. I kind of knew it wasn't that. Bill Cardozo, then working for the Boston Globe, wrote me a note about the Kentucky Derby thing. The Kentucky Derby is decadent and depraved, Scanlon's Monthly, June 1970, saying, "Hot damn. Kick ass." It was pure gonzo. And I heard him use it once or twice up in New Hampshire. It's a Portuguese word actually, it's Italian, and it translates almost exactly to what the Hells Angels would have said was off the wall. Hey, it's in the dictionary now. Orc. Not many people get to add anything to the dictionary. That's one of my proudest achievements. It's in Random House and many other dictionaries. I'm afraid to quote it. Orc. Where did the phrase fear and loathing come from? It came out of my own sense of fear and a perfect description of that situation to me. However, I have been accused of stealing it from Nietzsche or Kafka or something. It seemed like a natural thing. Orc. I was never really sure how long you actually spent in Las Vegas. The chronology gets weird. There was a huge break between the Mint 400 motorcycle race, which we were all very excited about, and the DA's conference. I was there in early summer. What happened is, I came back here to Woody Creek, Colorado. Then I went to San Francisco. The first half of it was clearly a story, we'd agreed on it. But I guess I got back here, and some mail had accumulated. At the time, I was a member of the International Association of Police Chiefs, since I was the chief magistrate of Woody Creek. And I would get all these magazines and propaganda and stuff, and invitations, and one of them was the National District Attorney's Conference, in Las Vegas. I guess I was thinking Vegas too already. This story's not finished, really. Orc. It needed more research. Yeah, this was a breakthrough. So I called Oscar, and I said, "Hey, are you ready to go? We have another date in Las Vegas." He resisted at first, but he couldn't resist me. And this time he flew in, and I flew in. Our cover was absolutely essential. I had registered for the conference, sent in a check, it was $125 apiece, talked to Jan Wenner. I had told Oscar, "Don't tell anyone we're going to penetrate the deepest bowels of the enemy." This is not funny. I hadn't told anybody around here. Unfortunately, when I got on the plane, there is the Pitkin County, Colorado District Attorney, Jim Moore, whom I knew pretty well. He said, "Hiya Hunter, where are you going?" And I said, "Holy shit." We took separate seats, and for a while I wrestled with it. Maybe I said, "That's funny, I'm going to Las Vegas too." Maybe. I got into the seat next to him anyway. I confessed I am going to this convention, and I'm going as Raoul Duke. I'm undercover totally, and unfortunately you know about it. I didn't mean for this to happen. And can I count on you to guarantee my cover? He said, "Yeah, I think so, yeah." He ended up being very helpful. I don't think he ever blew my cover. He suffered through it the whole time, that entire week in August. In the book, the break's not really clear, but it went from June to August. Orc. It feels as if it could have happened in a week or a 4-day weekend. It was 2 one-week blocks. The preparation before, in LA, it was already a part of it. I knew what I was doing there, and I knew it was very dangerous. Oscar was an investigator. I was a magistrate. The story was still rolling. Orc. How did you do the actual work on Vegas? What was the drill? Right after Hemingway wrote The Sun Also Rises, he wrote a very small book, not much noticed. And I remember reading that he said, "I wrote that just to cool out after The Sun Also Rises." I was working on Salazar, an ugly murder story. You know how you get. You get that, fuck, damn, where shall we go now? You know, whose throat can I eat? And when I got stuck out in that Holiday Inn near the Santa Anita racetrack, outside Pasadena, California, I was there to work on this murder story. That was work, boy, that was blood. And, boy, that role got very, very tough. That's why I went to Las Vegas. And when I came back from Las Vegas, I was still writing that story. Orc. So you'd work on Vegas as a break from the real assignment on hand? Yeah. I'd write from the notes I'd made all the way from before I left there. But it was really my notes. I stopped as often as I could. I was just an image on the freeway, a red convertible driving fast to LA on the 305. So I would stop and make these copious notes in these weird honky-tonk joints. I'd start out about dawn. I'm just thinking, ye gods, this is a story. The lead, I think, was the first thing I wrote. I don't think it was ever changed. And no doubt it came from a list somewhere. We were somewhere around Barstow on the edge of the desert when the drugs began to take hold. And you asked me if books seemed to me like drugs, for fuck's sake. Orc, it's extraordinary how different the two pieces of writing are. HSD, they were written at the same time, same hotel room. It was a 24-hour-a-day gig. I'd speed, and I would just write. I remember it was the spring meeting at Santa Anita, and I was surrounded by horse people. Everywhere around me, all the other rooms were jockeys, tall blonde women, owners, gamblers. I was the weird one there. Orc, yeah, I suppose. What was the response when you filed this news story? HSD, the staff then was a pretty tight group. We had dinner down at some Mexican restaurant we used to go to a lot, to celebrate the bringing in of the great Salazar saga. That was the event. We sat at a booth, white formica table. There were 4 of us in there: Jane Wenner, Jan, me inside, and former Rolling Stone editor David Felton. I might have said something to Jan that afternoon like, I got a little something extra. But I remember sitting down there across from Jan. It was just the 2 of us at first, and I just said, hey, try this. I think the first day it was 9 pages, somehow it went in 9s. It was just my handwritten notes, which went on and on and on. That was the thing about Rolling Stone in those days, it was logical. Here I'd had one great triumph and said, hey, wait a minute, come over here, I got something better. And I knew somehow it was better. I knew it was special. It was a different voice. Jan, read it. He was the one for a real judgment. He made me an offer. Can you imagine anyone doing things that way now? But it was just entirely natural, and it's always been that way. It was, hey, hot damn, this is good. What else do you have? I'd say, this is a large thing, I'm full of energy here, and that energy meant finishing something. And he went right along with it. Orc, you don't get that too often. HST, I've always appreciated that moment. Orc, I've never been able to decide what makes me most envious of you as a writer, whether it is the I feel a bit lightheaded maybe you should drive, or when Oscar turned to the hitchhiker and said, we're your friend. We're not like the others. HST, we happened to pick up this kid on another road, not on the road from LA to Las Vegas. I was driving, it was the first time around, the red car. I saw a kid hitchhiking. A tall, gangly kid. I said, what the hell? And I pulled over. Hop in. Hot damn, he said, I never rode in a convertible before. And I said, you're in the right place. I was really pleased. That was a true thing. I identified with him. I almost said, you want to drive? Orc, which would have been a good idea in the event. HST, but all those events, it's the attitude that really seems to meld them together. Granted, my behavior may be low rent, but it was investigative journalism. I'm new and rare. Orc, you were, after all, looking into things. Albeit those things didn't exist. HST, it was my assignment. I had 2 assignments. I was there to cover the Mint 400, and I was there to cover the D.A.'s conference. What are people bitching about? Orc, it wasn't like you didn't write anything. That's the thing that usually pisses editors off. HSD, Sports Illustrated rejected the 2,500 words that I sent them. All they wanted was 250 for a caption. Not acceptable for our format. Orc, I can see the layout problem they might have had. Was Ralph Steadman in Las Vegas during any of this? HSD, no, we sent it to him all at once when it was finished. When I went to Las Vegas, one of my jobs was to find physical art things that we used, cocktail napkins, maybe photos. We didn't have a photographer. But that concept didn't work. I rejected it. It was a cold afternoon, Friday, on a deadline in the Rolling Stone offices, when I rejected art director Robert Kingsbury's art for the Vegas story. It was a real crisis. What do we do now? This is one of those stories that you read in bad books. I said, what the fuck, let's get Ralph Steadman. We should have had him there in the first place. We'd worked together on the Derby piece and also on the America's Cup Nightmare. It never got published. Scanlon's had gone under. Ralph and I had become somewhat disaffected, estranged, because of his experience in New York, his one and only experience with psychedelics, with psilocybin. And he swore he'd never come back to this country, and I was the worst example of American swine that had ever been born. If I had had my way, Ralph would have gone with me to Las Vegas. It was some kind of accountant's thing save on the art, you know. I didn't like the cocktail napkins thing, but it wasn't that big a story, really. And you know, Ralph wouldn't do it unless he was paid $100,000 or something like that. But when the other art was rejected, I think Jen was there. Let's call Ralph. The story was done. It was one of those, how fast can we get it to him? How fast can we get it back? And, you know, we got him on the phone. You know, British accent, thought Bastude. Well, I'll have a look at it. Yes, I can probably do it. The manuscript was sent off. He'd never been to Las Vegas. Or I don't think it was probably necessary for someone to have been to Las Vegas to illustrate that story. I mean, the visuals were kind of internal. HST, yeah, but there was no more communication with him for, like, 3 days. We were all a bit nervous. And I would say, don't worry, he said he would do it. But his heart was full of hate. In about 3 to 4 days, a long tube arrived at the office. Great excitement. I was there when some messenger brought it in a big, round thing. And we went to the art department. It was huge. Very carefully, we pulled the stuff out and unrolled it. And, ye gods, every one of them was perfect. It was like discovering water at the bottom of the well. Not one was rejected, not one was changed. This is what he sent. Or there was one year when there seemed to be a festival of biographies done on you. Have you read any of them? HSD, were there 3 biographies in 1 year? I think they were all betting, you know, there was a pool betting on which day of the year I would die. But I never read any of them, no. I saw pieces here or there. But I didn't want to read them because I didn't want to get pissed off at my friends. Or you could write your own memoirs. HSD, well, I've been working on these collected letters. It's an incredible thing, seeing my life unreeled in front of me. You don't know what the next box is going to hold when you review your life page by page. I don't know how many people would volunteer for that. Have it reviewed in public, you know, and publish it. I've been humiliated, really, to see how much time I spent between haggling over small amounts of money and being broke. All that effort, it's a wonder anyone had any time to work at all. Or it's one of the mysteries of youth, isn't it? HSD, yeah, drunk, horny and broke. Somehow, there were 48 hours a day and 18 days in the week. But the suffering of going through 10 years of it. Freelance journalism, that sounds romantic now, right? But the desperation, teetering from one word to another. Epilogue, Roadman for the Lords of Karma. Mr. Nabokov will see you now. Sex and God. Or here's a question: are you religious? Do you believe in God? HSD, long ago, I shucked off the belief that the people I was dealing with in the world, the power people, really knew what they were doing at all. And that included religion. The idea of heaven and hell, to be threatened with it, was absurd. I think the church wanted it to keep people in line. I've kind of recently come to a different realization that I'm in charge, really. That it comes down to karma. Karma is different things to different countries, but in the Orient, karma comes in the next generation. Or and ours comes in the mail. HSD, I've kind of updated Buddhism. In other words, you get your rewards in this life, and I think I'll be around again pretty quickly. Karma incorporates a measure of behavior, and in my interpretation, like everything else in this American century, it's been sped up, you know, the news, the effect of the news, religion, the effect of it. The only kind of grace points you get there is, they let you rest for a while sometimes. I may be sent back. I see myself as a roadman for the Lords of Karma, and I'm not worried about my assignment. Of course, a lot of people have good reason to worry. Or I think I know several people who are probably walking around as bugs right now. HSD, 3-legged dogs on a Navajo reservation. Yeah, Pat Buchanan coming back as a rat on the Great Feeding Hill in Calcutta. In Buddhism there is an acceptance of the utter meaningless and rottenness of life. I think Nixon got his karma in time. Or okay, check off God. How about sex? You don't often get graphic on us. Is writing about sex as hard as writing about drugs? HST, it's difficult to do. Or are there any writers who you think do it effectively, honestly, dirtily? And honestly. HSD, well, I think that Nabokov could. Or a beautiful writer. HSD, hell of a good writer. A friend of mine, Mike Solheim, was up in Sun Valley, Idaho back in the early 60s. He told me that Nabokov used to come to the Sun Valley Lodge with an 11-year-old girl. He said it was weirder than Lolita. It's very nice to meet your niece, Mr. Nabokov. Well, that goes back to the new journalism question, about writing from experience. Or when you read it, you knew this was from real experience. This was not Thomas Mann writing Death in Venice, which seemed to be a student's idea of what a hopeless crush would be, as if he'd observed someone go through it. HSD, and the reason for that is, Nabokov was up at Sun Valley Lodge with an 11-year-old girl. Orc, I'm afraid Lolita strictly fits into the Gonzo framework. HST, but, man, that's where the fun is. You know, why write about other people's experience? TheBookReport.com, June 1997. Interview by Sarah Nelson. We were a little tense at the book report the other day. Would Hunter S. Thompson, famed author of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas and the new bestseller The Proud Highway, really show up for his live interview? He is, after all, an unrepentant Dunhill-smoking, Patron-swilling, walking chemical laboratory whose closest friends concede can be just a tad unreliable. But Hunter said he'd come, and so he did. We agreed to let him keep his TV tuned to his beloved basketball playoffs. Our interviewer was TBR executive editor Sarah Nelson, aided by producer Sean Dorley-Sterling. Our unflappable host was Marlene T. Marlene T. Hello, Sarah and Mr. Thompson. Good evening. HST. Good evening. Sarah Nelson, in your new collection of letters, The Proud Highway, edited by Douglas Sprinkley, you said that you threw out 12 letters for every one that was published. When did you start saving your letters and why? HST. Apparently so. I didn't really write a lot of letters until I went away from home. If I knew something about what was going to happen. But I haven't looked at any of them until now. Sarah Nelson. Did you know you were going to be a writer when you were 3 on your mama's knee? HST. I knew pretty early on. By the time I got to high school I knew what I was going to do. Mainly because I looked around and saw there wasn't much else I was able to do. I was a criminal. I was a juvenile delinquent. I was charged with everything from rape to assault. I bit a woman on the back. I was the Marv Albert of my time. I was a wild boy. Sarah Nelson. One thing I noticed from the letters, and this will surprise many people, that there is always a real politeness in your tone, even when you're yelling at someone. Where does that come from? HST. I guess I'm just courtly until people get in my way. You'll find most Southerners are like that. I'm just thinking. Sarah Nelson. In the letters the people you correspond with are many and varied. How did you meet up with these people? Did you stumble upon them? HST. They just happened to be in the same line of work I was in. Given my calling I had to stumble across people who felt the same way. I was a young reporter. So was Charles Corral. Wait till we get to volume 2, you'll really accuse me of name-dropping. My neighbor Ed Bradley, all kinds of people. My greatest talent is in my ability to choose good friends. It's about as important as things get. Sarah Nelson. You said first impressions when meeting people are very important. HST. The first impression is always the right one. I rarely change my mind upward about people. Sometimes you're fooled quickly. You want to be fooled. If you can't trust your first impression you're going to have a harder time than you should. Sarah Nelson. At the end of Fear and Loathing, you say there will be no year 2000 not as we know it. What do you mean by this, and what are your plans for New Year's Eve 1999? HST. It's hard to say what I meant by as we know it. I'm not about to go up on a mountain on New Year's Eve and wait for the lightning to strike. But, the years after 2000 will be a monumental change in the way life is lived here. It will be harder and harder to relate to our children. I don't know what it's going to be. I don't plan to be around in the year 2000. I'll be taken away by the Sufi god. Sarah Nelson. What can you tell us about the Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas movie? Will there be any animation in it by director Terry Gilliam or perhaps Ralph Steadman? When is it due for release? How involved are you in it? Any possibility you'd make an appearance? HST. I'm a roadman for the Lords of Karma. As far as I know, they start shooting in July. Johnny Depp just left here and went to see Terry Gilliam in Vegas. Sarah Nelson. Why did it take so long to make the movie? HST. Lawyers have stood in my way. It's a very hard book to translate to film because there's so much interior monologue. The what-if factor. I tried to write it cinematically and let the dialogue carry it, but I forgot about the interior monologue. It's kind of hard to show what's going on in the head. I think we should do it like a documentary. Sarah Nelson. Do you read Doonesbury? What do you think? HST. I don't read any comic strip. Sarah Nelson. What writers do you enjoy reading? HST. Sins of Omission. Jim Harrison is someone I always enjoy, one of the great contemporary writers. I like Tim Ferriss' Big Boom Theory. I'm getting into a different kind of reading, not straight novels. I've been reading a lot about the Hellfire Club. The original was elegant and very serious. Sarah Nelson. Hi Hunter, I have always enjoyed your work. How is your health? Are you still a walking science project? If you are doing well it's an inspiration. Thanks, Melissa in South Carolina. HST. I'm doing all right, all things considered. For an elderly dope fiend out in the wilderness all by himself. Sarah Nelson. Dr. Thompson, is it true that you are the real Kaiser Soze? HSD. I've been accused of that. It's a good question. Say, yes. The guy from that movie is going to play Oscar in the Vegas movie. That's a very intelligent question, and I compliment the person who asked that. Sarah Nelson. Looking back, do you feel Richard Nixon was really the enemy to our generation? HSD. Yes. He personified the enemy. He stood for everything that was wrong and rotten. We were lucky to get it all rolled up into one person. It was Nixon who drove a very serious spike into the American dream. Nixon was the first president to be so massively and publicly exposed as an evil bastard. A lot of people knew U.S. Grant was a monster, or Harding, but a lot of people in those days was 200 or 500. Now, with even a rumor, 44,000 people know it the next morning. Watergate shocked people. Sarah Nelson. What do you think about Clinton? Where does he come in the hierarchy of bad presidents? HSD. Well, we still have a few years to go. Clinton already stands accused formally of worse things than Nixon would have been impeached for. I think Clinton is every bit as crude as Nixon. But maybe he is. I mean, Paula Jones? Come over here, little girl, I've got something for you. It's almost embarrassing to talk about Clinton as if he were important. I'd almost prefer Nixon. I'd say Clinton is every bit as corrupt as Nixon, but a lot smoother. Sarah Nelson. What was the hardest part about writing The Proud Highway? HSD. I never really laid a hand on any of those letters. They were paraded before me and read to me by my son and Douglas Brinkley and total strangers, the editor of the local paper, Don Johnson, and others. And that was very hard to deal with. I'm a very private person. To have your life read out to you one page at a time, it was a bizarre experience. It was like watching the raw video of your life. What if all the letters had proven me to be a hideous lying monster who was wrong about everything? I would have burned them rather than let a horrible tale unfold. I don't see that I was much different than I am now. I was kind of relieved with the way the book came out. It's beyond an autobiography or a biography. I never knew what was going to come up next. Sarah Nelson. Were there some things in there you were sorry to see or were upset by? HSD. Yes. I got tired and embarrassed by the constant poverty of those years. I told Doug this is really going to be a horrible downer of a book if all it's going to be is about being broke. I didn't like being reminded of desperation at all times. HST. Gotta check the game's score. Sarah Nelson. What's the score? Who did you bet on? HSD. 8-5 Chicago. I bet on Utah on 6 points. Sarah Nelson. Thompson, is there a drug now, or has there ever been, to which you would just say no? HST. Let's see, I don't think I've ever seen a drug I wouldn't try or want anyway. Yeah. PCP, I would tend to avoid that in the future. I've always thought it's better to try things. Jimson weed. That's a bitch. Everybody should do Jimson weed, once. I only did it twice. Sarah Nelson. Do you think drugs should be legalized? HSD. Yes. Across the board. It might be a little rough on some people for a while, but I think it's the only way to deal with drugs. Look at Prohibition, all it did was make a lot of criminals rich. Should be legalized for a matter of sanity. Sarah Nelson. Is your legal contest with the Aspen police resolved? If not, may justice be with you. HSD. Almost resolved. Nothing's ever resolved. I figure I'll be under arrest for the rest of my life for one thing or another. Some of my best friends are police, but not that many of them. Sarah Nelson. Will Ralph Steadman perhaps illustrate another book of yours sometime? HSD. Oh well, I don't know. I might be executed tomorrow. Right now I'm doing an introduction for one of Ralph's books. He's doing something called Gonzo the Art. I think he's stealing from me. I like Steadman and his coattail abilities. Ralph is better at business than I am. He has always managed to get free whiskey. Sarah Nelson. Can you comment on the passing of two of your friends, Allen Ginsberg and Townes Van Zandt? HST. Yeah. Allen was a particular friend, one of my heroes, really. I knew him almost as long as I've been writing. I didn't know Townes that well. He's a really good friend of Lyle Lovett's. He was really good. I was once arrested with Ginsberg. He was a big help to me. He was one of the few people who read unknown writers' work. Maybe he was just hustling me. He liked to flirt, Allen. They called him a monster, but he was only falling in love. Sarah Nelson. How do you reconcile your liberal politics with gun ownership? Is that not a contradiction? HST. I think George Washington owned guns. I've never seen any contradiction with that. I'm not a liberal, by the way. I think that's what's wrong with liberals. I believe I have every right to have guns. I just bought another huge weapon. A lot of people shouldn't own guns. I should. I have a safety record. Guns are a lot of fun out here. Sarah Nelson. Is somebody who likes guns and has taken part in his share of violence and anarchism, What do you think of Timothy McVeigh? HSD. Oh boy. Well, if he did that, apparently the jury has spoken. If I were him, I'd prefer the death penalty. If he blew up that building and killed that many people, we have to accept that, just like we had to accept that O.J. Simpson was declared not guilty. I'd rather be hung or shot or executed than spend my life in prison. If he did that, he deserves to die. I can't conceive of doing that kind of damage. Sarah Nelson. You can't imagine that much violence? Wow. You seem so mellow. How come you are so mellow? Have you just become an old softy? HSD. I was always a softy. But it always helps to win. To be right. You can afford to be a little more mellow. Sarah Nelson. It was a real pleasure. Get back to your game. Thanks for coming by the book report. Sarah Nelson. Thank you, Hunter. HSD. Thank you. All Things Considered. National Public Radio, August 7, 1997. Hunter S. Thompson. Interview with Jackie Leiden and Linda Wertheimer. Washington, D.C. Jackie talks with Gonzo journalist Hunter S. Thompson. Linda Wertheimer, host. This is All Things Considered. I'm Linda Wertheimer. Jackie Leiden. And I'm Jackie Leiden. In 1959, a decade before he became the great Gonzo journalist of contemporary American nonfiction, Hunter Thompson was broke, evicted, drinking hard, and had just been fired from an upstate New York newspaper. He wrote to someone in Puerto Rico that he needed a newspaper job, someone who turned out to be William Kennedy, the future Pulitzer Prize-winning author. Their correspondence was insulting, two-fisted, and the beginning of a beautiful friendship. For more than 40 years, Hunter Thompson, an author known for his love of guns and narcotics, has been a compulsive letter writer, keeping a carbon copy of every letter he ever wrote, 20,000, to Joan Baez, LBJ, Ken Kesey, Charles Kuralt, and dozens more. The first of 3 volumes of his letters has just been published. It's called The Proud Highway, Saga of a Desperate Southern Gentleman. We spoke to Thompson about his letters and asked him the details of that story about his fight with William Kennedy. HSD. I was working for the Middletown Daily Record and I got in a fight with an advertiser, gentleman who ran a giant restaurant across the street because of the quality of his lasagna, I think. And I kicked in a candy machine because it wouldn't pay off in, candy bars. Laughter. HST. Yeah, I was fired. Leiden and did the next logical thing, applied for a job in Puerto Rico? Would you read a little bit from this letter? You can start at the top. HSD. Ah, what do you want to hear? Leiden. Dear sir, I hear you need a sports editor. HSD. All right. If true, perhaps we can work something out. The job interests me for 2 reasons, the Caribbean location, and the fact that it's a new paper. The salary would be entirely secondary. It is as if I would not be here in our Rotarian democracy. Leiden. You asked this publisher in Puerto Rico to give you a job, telling him that you'd been fired and that you kicked in the candy machine. And I thought the letter that you got back a few days later was pretty fantastic. Tell us who this letter is from, please. HSDO, it's from William J. Kennedy, who was then the managing editor of the San Juan Star. Leiden and would later become the Pulitzer Prize-winning author of Ironweed. HSD. It's addressed to me in Louisville. Dear Mr. Thompson, after giving careful consideration to your application, we've decided that for several reasons you would not be happy with us. First, our publisher is a member of Rotary. Second, your literary accomplishments would not really say you write as offbeat since 3 of our staff members have also finished novels and 1 is a playwright. We feel you had best return to your novel, perhaps even start another. You could build the plot around that bronze plaque on the Times Star. You should always write about something you know intimately. Too bad we couldn't get together. Lots of people go shoeless down here. You would have liked it. We're keeping your application on file. If we ever get a candy machine that needs someone to kick it in, we'll get in touch with you. Yours in Zen, William J. Kennedy, Managing Editor. Leiden. How did you feel when you got that letter, of total snide, rejection? HSD. Well, I felt like beating his teeth in, frankly. It came in the same mail I think as a rejection letter for my novel. It was a bad day. Leiden. You wrote back to William Kennedy. Your letter was cute, my friend. And your interpretation of my letter was beautifully typical of the cretin intellect responsible for the dry rot of the American press. But don't think that lack of an invitation from you will keep me from getting down that way. And when I do, remind me to first kick your teeth in, and then jam a bronze plaque far into your small intestine. Give my best to your literary staff, and your Rotarian publisher. If they're half as cute as you are, your paper will be a whopping success. I think also that I need not point out the folly of your keeping my application on file. Cheers, Hunter S. Thompson. Wow. HSD. Wow, yeah. Well, you can see now why I was unemployed for most of those 10 years. Unemployable, actually. Lied. And how did you guys become friends after that? You became friends for what, some 37 years? HST. Well, I went down to Puerto Rico anyway and had a job on a magazine that was described to me as a new Sports Illustrated of the Caribbean. Lied. And I thought it was called the Puerto Rico Bowling News. HST. Well, that's what I called it. It was called Sportivo, but it got me down there. And I went to see Kennedy and we arranged a truce, and I went over to the paper. We went out and drank. And he said, I have a good idea, why don't we continue this out at my house? And he called his wife and said he was bringing Hunter Thompson home, and she cried. Laughter. HST begged him not to. Yeah, it was a very awkward moment, but we've been friends ever since. Lied. In a lot of these letters that you write, and you write to Norman Mailer. You write to William Styron. You write to the heads of major newspapers, influential newspapers like the Washington Post. And your tone, HST. And they wrote back to me, yes, Lied. And your tone in all these is so brash. These guys write back to you. Phil Graham, then the owner and publisher of the Washington Post, answered your really intemperate letter to him. HST. Intemperate? Lied. And it was intemperate. HST. Well, it was a little Newsweek had done a very dumb article on South America. And I was just calling it to his attention. Yeah, I guess it is a little brash. And it certainly explains why I was not hired. Laughter. HST. The thing is, Lied. And well, actually, what strikes me, Hunter, is that you very nearly were hired. Instead of ignoring you, he wrote you back and basically said, why don't you stop by in Washington the next time you're here? HST. Well, I did. I liked him. Lied. And but why do you think that these people answered someone who was basically making fun of them, cussing at them? Why did they answer? HST. I was right, for one thing. And I don't know, they were good people. Lied. And were you serious about what you had to say to these publishers and to these newspaper owners and editors? Or were you sort of just trying to get a rise out of them? HST. Hey, I was a freelance writer, period. And I had to live on what I sold. You bet I was serious. Lied. And with all the volumes of letters that you now possess, is there one letter that you haven't written, that you wish you had? HST. You mean, my priest begging for forgiveness? Lied. And exactly. HST. No. No, I was of a mind to whenever I felt like writing a letter, I would sometimes unfortunately write it. Lied. And well, in fact a lot of these letters are just written pell-mell at 4:00 in the morning. And you know most of us would take that letter and put it under our pillows and say I'll sleep on it. HST. Yeah, Lied. And then I'll think about sending it out. HST. Oh, but that's the fun of it, to know what's going on. What the hell, if you know you can change it. It's no fun too, you know, there goes all your adrenaline. Lied. And were you ever tempted to change it, or did you ever have second thoughts? HST. Yeah. Not often. Once you start taking your words back, or having second thoughts, usually you're going to get in your own way. So, I just figured, what the hell? It's pure this way. Village Voice, August 19, 1997. The Godfather of Gonzo defends his oeuvre and stomps on his enemies by Tom McIntyre. The good doctor, Hunter S. Thompson, seems to be in need of some medical attention himself as I enter his hotel suite in San Francisco's St. Francis Hotel. He sits on the couch, rubbing his left thigh. This goddamn sciatica is burning down my leg. Good thing it hasn't worked its way to the other one yet. Thompson is discussing his back pain with science writer, former East Coast editor of Rolling Stone Timothy Ferriss. Even while he shifts around in obvious discomfort, pleading for someone to bring him muscle relaxants, Thompson, at the age of 60, is still an imposing physical force. He's in town to promote the release of the Proud Highway Saga of a Desperate Southern Gentleman. I mentioned to him that I also am originally from Louisville. Goddamn. It's like an old homecoming. Colonel, you should come in here. We've got another Kentucky boy here. The Colonel, Thompson's bartender, is a young, slightly built gentleman wearing a blue mesh t-shirt. He walks over to me, shakes my hand, and introduces himself simply as Johnny. He then hands Hunter a drink, asking me if I would like one. Do you have something like Chivas Regal? I ask. Thompson and Ferriss laugh. We don't have something like Chivas Regal. We have Chivas Regal. When Johnny returns with the drink, I ask him where he comes from in Kentucky. I'm from Owensboro originally, but I also lived in Frankfort and Lexington. The drink is exquisitely made, and I make a mental note to leave him a generous tip. As he starts to walk away, however, I realize that there is something oddly familiar about him. Johnny Depp, soon to be starring as Thompson's alter ego Raoul Duke in Terry Gilliam's screen version of Thompson's Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. But back to the original Hunter. During the hour that we chatted in his hotel room, he was calm, fairly lucid, and genuinely friendly. Perhaps it was just the muscle relaxants, but he showed no evidence of his legendary explosive temper. McIntyre, I was reading some of your letters from the early 1960s to William Kennedy and Paul Simon, a high school friend of Thompson's. You were really despondent after the Kennedy assassination. Do you think his assassination was the beginning of the end of politicians we could trust? HSD Well, I think it might have been the end of politicians we thought we could trust who were president. George McGovern remains a good friend and the best person I've ever met in politics. This is a pure quality person. But he got beat by 22 points. Jack Kennedy won and there was a great sense of empowerment that came with that. When I wrote to Lyndon Johnson applying for the governorship of American Samoa, I knew I wasn't an automatic choice, but I felt like we had taken over from those harsh years with Eisenhower and Nixon. Beating Nixon in 1960 remains one of my great accomplishments. You see, I call it an accomplishment. Like I did it. McIntyre, you were one of the journalists who really kicked Richard Nixon before everyone else did. HSD Yeah. I kicked him when he was up. Laughter. You know, in my mind, voting for Nixon is like having a permanent red on your forehead. McIntyre, you've said before that you thought J. Edgar Hoover was behind Kennedy's assassination. Is that what you still believe, or do you think it was someone else, like the CIA? HST Well, I will say that I think J. Edgar Hoover was probably the most pernicious and damaging influence on the consciousness of a whole generation. That son of a bitch was head of all law enforcement in this country for like 50 years. He spanned 5 or 6 presidents. He was just a fucking monster, an utterly degenerate bullfruit who danced around at parties wearing a red pinafore calling himself Miss Mary and meanwhile persecuting all the gays. To allow that freak to be the head cop certainly turned my head about what cops were all about. I've been a criminal all my life. Speaking of that, I wonder where that pipe is. Laughter. I elected to grow up as a criminal, and Hoover made sure of that. McIntyre, in his foreword to The Proud Highway, William Kennedy mentions that for years you have been starting different novels and not finishing them. And he states that Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas actually is your great fictional work. Do you think of it in those terms? HST Let's get one thing straight here now. He calls across the room to Ferris and Deb. Tim, you may want to hear this. I'm about to bring the gong down on Kennedy. You too, Colonel. Kennedy said that I'm a writer of fiction. Looking toward Depp last week, out at the house we pulled out a giant box, right? And it was incredible. We found every fucking note, all the handwritten scenes in notebooks from Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. It had the fucking cocktail napkins from the Flamingo. When I finished with the story, I just put everything in a box and packed it and sealed it up. I was astounded. There are scenes and dialogue written in a notebook on the run that are word for word, that are in the book now. It was astonishing. I had no idea how true it was. It's down to incredible little details. I'm not sure what was made up there. Depp, that was the shocking thing that I saw. I went through the manuscript and the notes and cocktail napkins and all kinds of material. And it really shocked me because I thought, oh my god. It's all true. Laughter. It's all real. It all happened. McIntyre to Depp, I know that you're going to be starring in Fear and Loathing. Has that been shot yet, or are you doing research for it now? Depp, no, we're going to start shooting on July 21st. It's directed by Terry Gilliam. McIntyre, really? So it's going to have some of those great hallucinatory passages made real. Depp, oh yeah. HST laughing, not with my shit, they won't. McIntyre, are you going to be in the movie? HST, I have no plans to. But I've always been a professional. For enough money, I'll do anything. I mean, the difference between the Hells Angels and shark research out by the Farallons was immaterial to me. If an agent had wanted me to go out and get to know the sharks, I'd have gone out there and done that instead. McIntyre, I want to finish up by asking you something that's always intrigued me about your relationship with Richard Nixon. You had one opportunity in 1968 to talk directly with Nixon sitting in the back of a car. You guys talked about football. Why didn't you just go for the jugular right then and tear his mask off? HSD, there were 2 possible reasons. One is that I was chicken shit and didn't have the courage of my convictions. The other is that it was 20 below zero on the Massachusetts Turnpike that night. Nixon had finished his last speech. He was going to win the New Hampshire primary, a horrible development, and he was going to leave Manchester that night. We were all in Keene, down on the Massachusetts border. And it was an hour and a half, maybe 2, back to Manchester where Nixon had his Learjet waiting. And the boss wanted to talk football. So he sent Patrick Buchanan out to find somebody in the press bus who could talk football. Well, I had been all but barred from the press bus because I was with Nixon and Buchanan and a few other people when the Tet Offensive was on TV. You talk about going crazy. But they knew exactly where I was. And Buchanan worked the press corps looking for somebody to talk football with him, and Nixon was known to be quite a knowledgeable fan. And nobody would do it. We're talking about Johnny Apple and that crowd. It never occurred to me that I would be included in the search, and I wasn't at first. Buchanan really overlooked me as he was canvassing the press corps. I got to laugh after a while because nobody was volunteering. And I said, well, shit. I can. And he said, fuck you. I was out of the question. So he went back over to this yellow Mercury. You see, Nixon had no Secret Service at the time. All he had was a state trooper, the driver of the car, and Patrick. They were desperate. The boss wanted to talk football. So finally, he came back over to me and said, all right, Hunter. You're it. I'll be in the car. If you mention tear gas, if you mention Vietnam, if you mention anything except football, the car's going to stop and your ass is going to be out on the turnpike. McIntyre, how long did you and Nixon actually talk in the back seat of that car? HSD, fuck. It went on for 3 or 4 hours. So to answer your question, I could have gotten after him about what he'd done with the Cambodians, but not for long. McIntyre, what did you find him to be like at that moment? Was he a personable guy? HSD, he was fun, just another sports fan. Talking football with Nixon was McIntyre serious business. HSDO, you bet. We went back to the hotel, then we went to his plane and he took me on a tour of the Lear, which is a very small tour. He was amazed that it didn't have a bathroom in it. As Nixon, this thing, it has no crapper. No crapper. Well, let me tell you a secret, this thing goes so fast you don't need a crapper. That's the genius. That's the American way. Writing on the Wall, an interview with Hunter S. Thompson by Matthew Hahn. The aim of every artist is to arrest motion, which is life, by artificial means and hold it fixed so that 100 years later, when a stranger looks at it, it moves again, since it is life. This is the artist's way of scribbling oblivion through which he must someday pass. William Faulkner, Interview with Paris Review, 1956. The interview took place at Thompson's home on the evening of July 15, extending into the early hours of July 16, 1997. Both the transcript and audio excerpts have been edited for clarity and length. At times they do not correspond. The internet has been touted as a new mode of journalism. Some even go so far as to say it might democratize journalism. Do you see a future for the internet as a journalistic medium? HST, well, I don't know. There is a line somewhere between democratizing journalism and every man a journalist. You can't really believe what you read in the papers anyway, but there is at least some spectrum of reliability. Maybe it's becoming like the TV talk shows or the tabloids, where anything's acceptable as long as it's interesting. I believe that the major operating ethic in American society right now, the most universal one and need, is to be on TV. I've been on TV. I could be on TV all the time if I wanted to. But most people will never get on TV. It has to be a real breakthrough for them. And trouble is, people will do almost anything to get on it. You know, confess to crimes they haven't committed. You don't exist unless you're on TV. Yeah, it's a validation process. Faulkner said that American troops wrote "Kilroy was here" on the walls of Europe in World War II in order to prove that somebody had been there. I was here, and that the whole history of man is just an effort by people, writers, to just write your name on the Great Wall. You can get on the internet and all of a sudden you can write a story about me, or you can put it on top of my name. You can have your picture on there too. I don't know the percentage of the internet that's valid, do you? Jesus, it's scary. I don't surf the internet. I did for a while. I thought I'd have a little fun and learn something. I have an email address. No one knows it. But I wouldn't check it anyway, because it's just too fucking much. You know, it's the volume. The internet is probably the first wave of people who have figured out a different way to catch up with TV. If you can't be on TV, well, at least you can reach 45 million people on the internet. Let's talk about your inclusion in the modern library. You are now sandwiched in between Thackeray and Tolstoy. What does that mean to you? Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, 25 years after it was published, is in the modern library. HSD, that's a little faster than you'd normally think it could occur. You know, most of those people in the modern library are dead. No, I'm not surprised to be there. I guess it's a little surprising to be here still, walking around and shaking people's hands. It tells me the modern library's catching up. But everything has sped up now. Instant communication. Instant news. When you were starting out, when you were 18 and you started writing these letters in the Proud Highway, did you think your work would ever be considered classic? HSD, I never sat down and thought about it and stared at it. Obviously, if you read the Proud Highway, I was thinking somewhere along those lines. I never lobbied the modern library to include more living writers. I've always assumed it was for dead writers. But what I did assume at that time, early on and, shit, every year forever after that, was that I would be dead very soon. The fact that I'm not dead is sort of puzzling to me. It's sort of an awkward thing to deal with. MHU wrote in 1977, in the introduction to The Great Shark Hunt, a collection of HSD's journalism, "I have already lived and finished the life I plan to live, 13 years longer, in fact. 13 years earlier would have been around the time you wrote Hell's Angels. Now it's 20 years since you wrote that introduction. Do you still feel the same way? What was behind writing that?" HSDO, sitting alone in an office in New York, the day before Christmas Eve, editing my own life's work, the selection, the order, because I couldn't get anybody else to edit it. Somebody pulled out because he wouldn't publish that poem, collect telegram from a mad dog. I guess he was using that as an excuse. So I ended up having to do it myself. It was a little depressing, sitting up there having to do it myself. One of the advantages of being dead, I guess, is that somebody else can edit all this. For quite a while there I had to assume that I would never be in anything, much less the modern library. MH, how is your health? How are you feeling now? HSD, I haven't started any savings accounts. I tell you, you'd act differently if you thought you were going to die at noon tomorrow. You probably wouldn't be here doing this. I just figured, bye, Miss American Pie, good old boys drinking whiskey and rye, singing "This'll Be the Day That I Die." Yeah, I just felt that all along. MH, live every day like your last, because you don't know what tomorrow is going to be like? HSD, well, there's no plan for it. It's like going into the 27th inning in a baseball game. You're like, what the fuck am I doing here, man? MH, there's a lot happening for you these days. Fear and Loathing, the movie The Modern Library, 25 years of fear and loathing on the campaign trail. Can you compare this time with anything prior? The excitement, maybe, of running for sheriff, or covering Nixon, now that you are sitting here looking back on it all? HST, I got more of a kick out of running Nixon out of office than I have with these author parties. You know, gonzo journalism is a term that I've come to dislike because of the way it's been cast inaccurate, crazy. And in a way it might sound like, what am I complaining about? But there's a big difference. What I called Nixon is true, just a little harsh. MH, if you were doing it again today, do you think you would go at it the way you did? HSD, would I do it again? Is that what you mean? I'm talking about the word gonzo. Yeah, I do it again. And that's the test of everything in life. You know, the way you look back on it. I use this a lot, a great measuring stick. I'd like a good war, a good fight. I get lazy when there's not one. In journalism, one of the reasons I think I get the pleasure is the political factor. It's the effect you can have, with journalism. It's like writing a poem in the woods. You know that old thing about if a tree falls in the woods, MH, if nobody heard it, did it happen? HSD, yeah. Technically, no, there's no sound unless it's heard. With journalism, it's the effect, it's the sound, you know, when it's heard. MH, it's the effect? And in that context you would call yourself, HSD, successful. I don't need any prizes or parties to shore up my self-esteem. When I see Nixon getting on a plane, then I'm there. And he's headed west and I'm not. MH, so that was it? Nixon getting on the plane? HSD, yeah. That might have been the peak of effectiveness. MH, what were you doing that day? Do you remember? HSD, absolutely, man. I was in the White House Rose Garden. I was at the end of a red carpet that stretched from the stairs to the helicopter, which landed on the lawn. There were some Marines to my left, but I was the last human being in the line. Annie Leibovitz was right beside me. And yeah, just being there and watching him get on, it was, not total victory, but it gave me a sense of being very much a part of not just my reality but everybody else's. There's a big difference between railing against some oppressor for 20 years and then ending up in the Bastille, or fighting a 20-year war and watching the enemy vanquished. MH, what were your thoughts when you saw him getting on the helicopter? HSD, I felt sorry for him. He hit his head. Right after he did this thing makes the V for victory sign at the helicopter door, he turned and lashed his head on the top of the rounded door, staggered sideways, and he was so, in some jurisdictions we might have called it looted out, he was tranquilized. There's a civilized word for it, sedated. He was almost led up the stairs. Yeah, I felt sorry for him. Can you imagine that ride west? Jesus Christ, they flew to Andrews Air Force Base, I guess, on the helicopter, and then they had like a 6-hour flight to San Clemente. Phew. That must have been a really dark flight. MH, did you have a relationship or correspondence with him after that? HST, no. I was urged to, and I thought about it, but no, I didn't. I guess that's a political technique that war's over, The game's over. I don't want to make it into a game, although I guess it is in the same sense that getting elected president can be seen as a game. It's a deadly serious game. It's a very mean thing. I don't know why people think that the mafia is merciless and badder than you know, and yet they don't assume that the President of the United States is in a position of such power, and that of course he's going to use the same fucking tools as the mafia. The last we heard from you on politics was in Better Than Sex, and that was a couple years back. What do you think about the state of politics today? I would say that I'm more into politics now than I was in '92. Yeah, I was mesmerized a little bit by the access Clinton offered me, like total access. Come on down, you know? Go out drinking with Hillary. Yeah, they did a good job on me. But I was set on beating Bush. I thought we were going to beat Bush at the Iran-Contra hearings, and I worked overtime. He was guilty as 15 hyenas, and he got off, and it really bothered me. So I would have been for anybody in '92, just to beat Bush. And that's a dangerous trap to fall into, you know, the lesser of two evils. There's a lot of apathy today. People don't want to go out and vote. And why should they? I felt that way, and I didn't vote for Clinton in '96. I voted for Ralph Nader. There's a terrible danger in voting for the lesser of two evil because the parties can set it up that way. What do you think about the current two-party system here? I don't think it is a two-party system. And I think the reason Clinton was re-elected is that he understands the same thing. He took the crime issue away from the Republicans, and now he's taking the tax issue away. He's proposing a lower capital gains tax than the Republicans already had. So now the Democrats are champions of big business. He's an extremely skilled fucking politician. The Clinton people all had email, beepers they were wired in. Yeah, as opposed to the Bush White House. The Clintons moved into the White House, and it was like they moved into a cave. A good friend called me, a photographer, very close to the Clintons, telling me, ye gods, we move in here, and they still have a phone system that Abraham Lincoln would have appreciated. Clinton had wanted to be JFK, that's who he talked about in his campaigns. You tell Mr. Bill there's a reason that Jack Kennedy was shot, and he hasn't been. What's that? There's no reason to shoot Clinton. They didn't hesitate when Kennedy seemed to be going against them. They shot him. And they shot Bobby. They? They. If you are going to shoot the President of the United States, plan it and do it. You must be extremely well connected and smart and organized. Anybody who can organize a three-position, triangulated shooting at the President of the United States is very good. Your theory on the JFK assassination is what? That it was carried out by the mob but organized and effectuated by J. Edgar Hoover. If popular culture holds up JFK as something good that could have been, and Nixon is seen as the opposite extreme, where does Clinton fall on the spectrum between JFK and Nixon? Well, Clinton will be lucky if he rates above Ulysses Grant or Warren Harding on the great scale. And he will, as long as the economy's good. James Carville was right, it's the economy, stupid. And Clinton finally took that to heart. I think there are only 3 occasions in the history of American presidential elections when people have not voted obviously with their wallets. What are those? Oh boy. I walked into that one. Didn't I? I believe one was the JFK election, in '60. I can't scan it back that fast now. But in every case there was, Woodrow Wilson may have been one. There was an instant, passionate issue. How the fuck Kennedy ever made Nixon a bad guy in 1960 is beyond me. That was real politics. A crazed Catholic playboy from Massachusetts, rich father supported the Nazis in 1940, I was against JFK at first. The Proud Highway contains some letters you wrote on November 22, 1963, the day JFK was shot, to your friends Paul Simonon and William Kennedy. In the one to Kennedy you wrote, "There is no human being within 500 miles to whom I can communicate anything, much less the fear and loathing that is in me after today's murder. No matter what, today is the end of an era. No more fair play. From now on it is dirty pool and judo in the clinches. The savage nuts have shattered the great myth of American decency." According to the book, it was the first time you wrote the words fear and loathing. I was amazed that it went back that far. I was not aware that I was accused of stealing it from Kierkegaard. People accused me of stealing fear and loathing. Fuck no, that came straight out of what I felt. If I had seen it, I probably would have stolen it. Yeah, I just remember thinking about Kennedy, that this is so bad I need new words for it. And fear and loathing, it defines a certain state, an attitude. Clinton had a vision for a great society when he was elected. What do you think has happened since then? Well, The things that Clinton has been accused of are prima facie worse than what Nixon was run out of office for. Nixon was never even accused of things like Clinton is being accused of now. Bringing the Chinese into the political process, selling out to the Indonesians, selling the Lincoln bedroom at night, dropping his pants, trying to hustle little girls in Little Rock. God, what a degenerate town that is. Phew. How will history remember Bill Clinton? I don't know about history. I don't get any satisfaction out of the old traditional journalist's view. I just covered the story. I just gave it a balanced view. Objective journalism is one of the main reasons American politics has been allowed to be so corrupt for so long. You can't be objective about Nixon. How can you be objective about Clinton? Objective journalism is why politics have been corrupt for so long. If you consider the great journalists in history, you don't see too many objective journalists on that list. L. Mencken was not objective. Mike Royko, who just died. F. Stone was not objective. Mark Twain was not objective. I don't quite understand this worship of objectivity in journalism. Now, just flat-out lying is different from being subjective. If you found yourself teaching a journalism course, Dr. Thompson's Journalism 101, what would you tell students who are looking to go about covering stories? You offering me a job? Shit. Well, I wouldn't do it, I guess. It's not important to me that I teach journalism classes. But if you did, what would your reading list be? I'd start off with Henry Fielding. I would read writers. I would read Conrad, Hemingway, people who use words. That's really what it's about. It's about using words to achieve an end. And the Book of Revelation. I still read the Book of Revelation when I need to get cranked up about language. I would teach Harrison Salisbury of the New York Times. All the journalists who are known, really, have been that way because they were subjective. I think the trick is that you have to use words well enough so that these nickel and dimers who come around bitching about being objective or the advertisers don't like it are rendered helpless by the fact that it's good. That's the way people have triumphed over conventional wisdom in journalism. Who's writing that way today? Boy. Let's just say, who's been arrested recently? That's usually the way. Like in the 60s you look for Paul Krassner, F. Stone. I don't think that my kind of journalism has ever been universally popular. It's lonely out here. A lot of times I recognize quality in the enemy. I have, from the very beginning, admired Pat Buchanan, who's not even a writer. He knows how to use words. I read something the other day, and I totally disagreed with him. But I was about to send him a note saying, good. If you were going to start a paper, and you were editor, who would you hire on? Who'd be on your writing staff? Living or dead? Few. That would be fun. We're thinking of starting a paper here. These are not abstract questions. If I were to surround myself with experts, I'd hire P. J. O'Rourke, Tom Wolfe, Tim Ferriss. I'd hire Jan Wenner, put him to work. For this publication you're thinking about putting together now, what would be your mission? I can't think in terms of journalism without thinking in terms of political ends. Unless there's been a reaction, there's been no journalism. It's cause and effect. A bottle of wild turkey is introduced. Aw, man. I drank this like some sort of sacrament constantly, for I think 15 years. No wonder people looked at me funny. No offense. This is what I drank, and I insisted on it and I drank it constantly and I liked it. Jesus. I laid off it for 6 months and went back to it, an accident one night, in a bar, and it almost knocked me off the stoolie. It's like drinking gasoline. I thought, what the fuck? He was a crook. At HSD's request, a cardboard placard is brought into Rolling Stone, June 16, 1994. The room, bearing HSD's obituary of Richard Nixon for Rolling Stone, dated May 1, 1994, and entitled, He Was a Crook. Here's one of the things I'm proudest of. It's about time you read something. Why don't you read that for us? This will be a lesson for you. Start at the beginning. If you haven't read this, it might explain a little more. Take it from the top. Headline and all. Proceeds to read aloud the entire scathing obituary. He Was a Crook. By Hunter S. Thompson. Memo from the National Affairs Desk. Date May 1, 1994. Subject: the death of Richard Nixon. Notes on the passing of an American monster. He was a liar and a quitter, and he should have been buried at sea, but he was, after all, the president. Richard Nixon is gone now, and I am poorer for it. He was the real thing, a political monster straight out of Grendel. Slow down, slow down, slow down. I've learned this the hard way. You gotta read slower, bite the words off. Okay. Okay. Slowly Richard Nixon is gone now. HST good MH and I am poorer for it. HST good. MH he was the real thing, a political monster straight out of Grendel and a very dangerous enemy. He could shake your hand and stab you in the back at the same time. HST that's good. The reading continues. HST stops MH numerous times, telling him to reread lines that MH hasn't delivered to the author's satisfaction. Several times HST laughs out loud. HST soon becomes distracted and digresses, and MH puts the placard down on the couch. HST don't put that away. All the way to the end. MH all the way to the end? HST you bet. It's a lesson for you. You'll learn from this. I guarantee it. You're going to be happy at the end. MH a happy ending? HST have a drink here, first, since you've already fucked up. You may as well have a drink. A glass of wild turkey and ice is placed before MH, and he continues reading to the end. MH what inspired you to write this? HST I don't know if inspired is the right word. It's like tapping into a vein, I guess. But the history of this is instructive. As it happens I was sitting in a house in New Orleans with Nixon's biographer, Steve Ambrose. He's a friend. And we were watching the last hours of Nixon. And Ambrose in his wickedness, in his self-serving skill, got me into one of these weepy, well, he really was a nice guy yeah, the death of Nixon I either had to die or write it. I was staying at the Pontchartrain Hotel at the time in New Orleans. And I tried to react to it there. And after maybe 2 days, total failure. I couldn't. I was not up to the majesty of the event. I set such a high standard. H. L. Mencken's obituary for William Jennings Bryan, which then ranked as the most savage and unnatural thing ever said on the death of a famous or any other person. Mencken is a person I'd hire. But, with that being the standard, the target being so high, it was like being asked to run the 3-minute mile. And, fuck, I tried for like 2 weeks. I failed in New Orleans, and I got back here, and I failed again. I despaired several times. I had Jan and Tobias frantic on the other end at Rolling Stone. But I wouldn't let it go unless it was right, and it was nowhere near right. MH what was it that gelled it for you? HST aha, thank you. It was watching his funeral on TV. It enraged me so much. It was such a maudlin, ruthless affair. I was thinking about going, but I wouldn't have seen the clarity of it as I did watching it on TV here. It was such a classically, you're talking about your objective journalism? It was one of those things speak no evil of the dead. Well, why not? What the fuck? Nixon goes out as a champion of the American dream and a hero. It enraged me. So it was the rage that tapped the vein. MH you say gonzo journalism is a term that you're not so fond of anymore, because it's been cast as inaccurate, crazy. Has anyone written gonzo besides you? HST is that the Nixon obituary gonzo in your mind? Signed and shot by the author. MH no. I guess when I think of gonzo, I'm thinking of your story The Kentucky Derby is Decadent and Depraved Scanlon's Monthly, June, 1970. You throw yourself into the middle of a story and write your way out of it. Has anybody else done that? HSTO, yeah, there are some good ones. Very few, but there was a novel called Snowblind, in the 70s, about the cocaine trade. MH why has the term gonzo fallen out of favor with you? HST well, maybe because of what I just asked you. Since the Random House Dictionary defines gonzo as sort of whatever I write or do, and I ask you, does that Nixon obit seem like gonzo journalism to you? And you say no, then I have to wonder, right? MH how do you compare gonzo to the new journalism? Do you see them as separate or intertwined? HST intertwined, in that it is no accident that gonzo is in Tom Wolfe's book The New Journalism 1973. MH when you were writing in this way, did you feel that you were part of a movement, the new journalism? Or did you feel like you were just doing your own thing? HST no, I felt like I was just a journalist on assignment, really. MH in an early letter to William Kennedy you spoke of the dry rot of American journalism. Tell me what you think. What's the state of the American press currently? HST the press today is like the rest of the country. Maybe you need a war. Wars tend to bring out the best in them. War was everywhere you looked in the 60s, extending into the 70s. Now there are no wars to fight. You know, it's the old argument about why doesn't the press report the good news? Well, now the press is reporting the good news, and it's not as much fun. The press has been taken in by Clinton. And by the amalgamation of politics. Nobody denies that the parties are more alike than they are different. No, the press has failed utterly, they've turned into slovenly rotters. particularly the New York Times, which has come to be a bastion of political correctness. I think my place in history as defined by the PC people would be pretty radically wrong. Maybe I could be set up as a target at the other end of the spectrum. I feel more out of place now than I did under Nixon. Yeah, that's weird. There's something going on here, Mr. Jones, and you don't know what it is, do you? Yeah, Clinton has been a much more successfully deviant president than Nixon was. You can bet if the stock market fell to 4,000 and if 4 million people lost their jobs there'd be a lot of hell to pay, but so what? He's already elected. Democracy as a system has evolved into something that Thomas Jefferson didn't anticipate. Or maybe he did, at the end of his life. He got very bitter about the press. And what is it he said? I tremble for my nation when I reflect that God is just? That's a guy who's seen the darker side. Yeah, we've become a nation of swine. In Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, you were looking for the American dream. What is there for people to find in 1997? HSD, do you think we were surprised in Fear and Loathing to find that the American dream was a nightclub that had burned down 5 years earlier? That we were surprised to find when we tracked it down that it had been the old psychiatrist's club? Prior to that its name had been the American dream. Do you think that we were surprised to find that? No. I went out there looking to reaffirm Horatio Alger. I knew what was happening. That's what the book is all about. From what I've read and from people I've talked to, the thing that people find most impressive about the Proud Highway is that from the age of 17 or 18, you knew what you were going to do. HST 15. People are impressed with your sense of destiny. I know that you say you got in trouble and journalism or writing was the only thing that was there for you, but at 17, 18, or even 15, plenty of things were open to you. HST right, the world is your oyster. I guess I found out early on that writing was a means of being effective. Well, you can see the beginnings of it in the Proud Highway. I grew up thinking that, despite the obstacles presented by the swine, I would be successful no matter what I did. I guess that's one of the things about growing up in the 50s, it never occurred to me that you wouldn't be at least as successful as your parents. Now it's a minority position to believe that you might be even as successful as your parents. There's a letter in the Proud Highway from 1965 in which you said, I should have quit journalism and hit the fiction for all I was worth. And if I'm ever going to be worth anything, I honestly think it will have to be in the realm of fiction. What if you had stuck to straight journalism? What do you think would have been the outcome? HSD, it might have all hinged on Phil Graham's suicide in 1963, I guess. He was the publisher of the Washington Post. HSD had struck up a correspondence with Graham. It's a wild thought. We'll have to wrap this up before I get really wild and start thinking out loud, but by now I could have been the editor of the Washington Post. Contra Costa Times, August 30, 1997. God of Gonzo Hunter S. Thompson still railing after all these years by Lynn Carey. I begin by mentioning seeing him at University of California, Davis. Contra Costa Times, how does it make you feel when people are throwing baggies of stuff at you? Would you rather they were throwing, say, verse? HST, no. I'll take the baggies. Times, you're a hero to generations of fans. HSD, why is that, I wonder? Times, so, are you starting to feel like you're approaching 60, in a few weeks? HSD, that's nonsense, I'm approaching 23. He chuckles. But it does seem like one long year, since 22. Times, what do you think is the biggest misconception people have about you? HSD, that I'm a nice person. Laughter all around. It's that comic strip Gary Trudeau's Doonesbury has a character named Uncle Duke that looks and acts remarkably like Thompson. I don't read comic strips, but every morning. It's kind of difficult wandering around the world for I don't know how many years. You try being a comic strip character for 25 years. Times, aren't you flattered a little bit? HSD, not at all. I think that's responsible for the largest single misconception. That the character he swears has nothing to do with me. I don't follow it, so I don't know what Duke does. But it might have something to do with bridging the age gap. When I have a 9-year-old boy come up to me speaking very articulately, and asking me to autograph a copy of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. Very polite. In a tavern. I wouldn't sign. I don't.